28 years later is finally out. Came out in June. I watched it and I freaking loved it. And I'm going to read you the synopsis here because I think I have. Here we go. It's been almost 3 decades since the rage virus escaped a biological weapons laboratory. And now, still in a ruthlessly enforced quarantine, some have found ways to exist amidst the infection. Let me drink some water. Some have found ways to exist amidst the infected. I probably screwed that up.
That is a weird sentence. I'll give you that.
One such group of survivors lives on a small island connected to the mainland by a single, heavily defended causeway. When one of the groups leaves the island on a mission into the dark heart of the mainland, he discovers secrets, wonders, and horrors that have mutated not only the infected, but other survivors as well, such as Jimmy.
I gotta say, great job curating the right images to go with each of those adjectives.
Yes, I think that worked really well. Yes, that is 28 years later. People really want to know what I think, and this movie was awesome.
I'm so glad to hear you say that. Honestly, I was nervous all day because like the chatter around, you see, most movies, there's a standard safe opinion you can take. 28 days later, great. 28 weeks later, fine. Not as good as the original. You can say that, nobody will get mad at you. This movie's weird. I walked out of it and I was like, I feel like I just saw an amazing movie.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking around and I'm seeing a lot of, why did they even make that movie? What the hell did I just watch? And I'm like, I don't know what to say.
They definitely got creative with it. I am bummed that they gloss over the France thing. We see a map that the infected did make it to the mainland, I think, and then they were like, it was pushed back.
Right.
I was like,
you could have just pushed it back a little more. Push it back out to sea. Get rid of it.
I wanted to be like, how did you guys do that? And I think Alex Garland said that like when it showed up in France, they just nuked it. They're like, we're not taking any fucking chances. Just nuke the fucking thing.
You know, that would have been cool to include in one of, like the way they, I don't know why this is the example I go to, but in the Hulk movie, The Incredible Hulk, where they gloss over his origin, but they show it like behind the opening credits. If they had done that, like you see a nuke fall on Paris, like what a ambitious way to open the movie.
They could have, because they show a bunch of footage from the first 2 movies in the opening like prologue thing. Because they show the part where they're like sniping all the people in 28 weeks later. But I guess because they weren't super connected to that one, they kind of just didn't want to reference too many things other than the outbreak happened again because they need that. But yeah, England is still taken over. People have been there for 28 years. So again, America, we only really got the London part down, I think. We never really got into like the rural areas, and that's where they all kind of been surviving the whole time.
Right. We showed up, we firebombed the city, and we left.
Yeah. So people have just been living there for decades. It's completely quarantined. No one is allowed to go there.
Yeah, you see France boats like patrolling the quarantine zone throughout the movie.
Although these people in the village, I think after 28 years, you kind of know that they're not like infected. A boat could have came up and helped them out, I think, right? I feel kind of bad. Like, they're on the ocean. It's like, let's pick up those guys at least. Come on. So, yeah, the world has changed. Everyone else doesn't give a shit about them anymore. We see all the survivors, how they deal with the world. I love that they're all using bow and arrows because guns are scarce. I love the whole opening montage where they're showing like their daily routines and stuff, and they're showing like clips from like old movies, like old war movies.
Yeah,
I thought that was really interesting.
The use of like that Boots poem as the father is taking Spike out for his first hunt, like that 3 minutes, like gave me goosebumps. Like that is, to me, entered into the pantheon of great sequences in film history, and like intercutting it with old war footage, and I think clips from the like 1944 movie Henry V, so you get some of like the knights fighting, so you see how this like echoes the past. It's just it's beautiful. It's art. No,
I really love it. And that poem, of course, is by Rudyard Kipling. who I think all of us know the Jungle Book. He wrote the original Jungle Book book in 1894. And he also wrote like other books and stuff like Ricky Tikki Tavi and The White Man's Burden. Anyway, so yeah, they go to the mainland to like hunt for supplies. Now remember, in 28 days later, which I almost called the first one, but that doesn't make sense.
You fool.
Yeah, we saw that the infected will just die off because they don't eat. They're not like they just don't eat. They're full of rage. They don't take care of themselves, and they eventually will die. We learned that they eventually got smart. We don't know why they got smart. Why the first batch never got smart.
Well, to be fair, we're seeing a slice of them, right? We don't know what's going on. We don't see all of them. And so, like, the way Alex Garland was explaining it, or it might have been Danny Boyle, I forget. Yeah. He was saying how the rage virus inside you, it's like a burning inferno. It's always using up energy. So some of them, their body deals with it by no longer expending energy. Instead, they crawl around on the floor. They become slow-lows, which in the original script were called slugs. Yeah. And it's, for some of them, the way they deal with this constant use of energy, the virus becomes like a steroid, and they turn into the alpha. And then I guess under his leadership, the regular infected that we see in the original, they're able to feed because he takes them hunting and everything.
Yes. I do like the slugs. The slow-mo.
Yeah, me too. I love that, like, you know, they found a way to like evolve the zombies so that the first time they go out, there's still an element of surprise, and it's grotesque. So they find a way to make this thing we've seen a million times like scary and off-putting again.
Yeah. I think that is like the really cool part of it being 28 years later. You do have the freedom to be like, well, it's been decades. We can say that a bunch of shit has happened with the virus and the zombies. And also, what the fuck was that lab up to? What the fuck was that virus? Like, I'm like, all right, rage zombies. And it's like, now they make you giant men? What the fuck?
Yeah. And you can predator people where you rip their heads off.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Look, the slug guys, I'm fine with. Most of the stuff I'm fine with. I thought the alphas were a little goofy. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel
like the alpha. Well, there's multiple alphas, but the alphas are really goofy.
And I love the. I know I'm just kind of like ignoring what you said, but like I love the the sound design where you hear like each individual like bone in the spine. It's like ripping out.
No, what they're doing is cool. I'm just like, because they are regular people. They are big. They're filmed to look bigger than they are, but there is one moment where he's standing next to one, and it is like it's a large human, but it's not like a giant. But then other times it's filmed to look like a giant.
Right. Well, so the first time you meet him, they're like on a downward sloping hill.
Yeah, hold on,
so
I have it.
Oh, you have the picture?
Yeah, so it makes it seem like for a minute, I'm like, how do they get that fucking big? And I'm like, oh, he was just closer to the camera. Like, they are big, but they're not like fucking. It's so
and they do that like for some reason, like monstrous thing where your hand, it's not like this, it's like that. It's so much creepier when your hand is like that. I don't know why.
And I do like I said, with the whole like DV video, I love they have this red night vision that they're using throughout the movie. When he shows them like hunting, so they realize the other ones realize they can eat slugs. I guess they don't have an alpha.
Shoelaces.
Yeah, I guess they don't have an alpha that taught them how to hunt other things, and it's too late for them to.
They're like, I don't wanna. I'm just gonna crawl around and find.
An alpha shows up like, hey, we can eat deer and have like good protein. They're like, I spent 30 years eating bugs. I can't. I'm bloated. I can't. So does the virus get rid of like other diseases in them? Because I'm like, what do you get like infections and stuff? But I guess the virus counters.
I guess
that?
it just overrides all those. That's an interesting question. Like, can they get like cancer and die of just other natural causes?
They clearly have some stuff, but like humans can't like eat raw meat most of the time. It's you shouldn't be eating raw deer meat all the time, which is what they're fucking doing. So that is cool how they go into the world and they look for supplies, and this is a nice father-son story. We learn a little bit about their family unit. It's like Aaron Taylor Johnson and Jodie Comer. That's her name, right?
Comer. Yeah, I think that's right.
Who anytime I see her now, I just want her to do her voice from the Bike Riders. I just want her to talk like this all the time. Like this movie would have been so much better, Gil, if she was just
only thing that could have improved this movie. I think we can all agree.
So she has like severe like brain damage, but they don't have doctors anymore, so they don't know how to like prescribe it or how to deal with it. So she has like memory loss and everything.
Yeah, which I think she does such a great job playing that role, because that could be a very frustrating thing to watch, where it's just loud and off-putting, but she like finds a way to be she's still there sometimes, and she's sort of like confused about why she was confused, and then kind of tries to play it off. Like she threads this needle. It's such a great character.
So Jamie, which is Aaron Taylor Johnson, he brings his son Spike out into the world on his like first scavenger thing. So he's teaching him how to hunt. They have a couple close calls. They bump into an alpha way earlier than they should have. And he immediately regrets. He's like, "Oh, we got to get out of here. You're not ready for this one."
Which up to this point, they've done such a good job of setting him up as just badass character.
Yeah.
So the second you see him get worried, you're like, "Oh crap."
Yeah. And we get there is a prologue in the beginning that shows you 2002, and you know it's 2002 because the Teletubbies are on TV. And we meet this little kid named Jimmy, whose family gets attacked by the infected. He did open the door. It is kind of his fault that all those kids die. And he goes to meet his dad, who is a priest.
I guess so, yeah.
Or was that a Catholic priest? Was that a different priest? I don't know if you know this, Gil.
Not my area of expertise.
Yeah, Gil, I don't know if you know this, but Catholic priests, as far as I remember, they're not allowed to marry or have kids. He goes to him for help because he says dad. He doesn't say father. If he had been saying father...
Wait, he's a vicar. Does that narrow it down? I have the screenplay pulled up.
What is a vicar? Hold on.
Okay, I was hoping you would know.
Vicar meaning... Oh, vicar. I spelled it wrong. A priest acting as a substitute or parish priest
in
Christian denominations.
Boom.
We surname vicar is originating from. Hold on. Is vicar? I'm writing as vicar a Catholic? Are there Catholic vicars? Now I have to know. I have to know. Are there Catholic?
I'll say while you're doing that, I'll say picking up the screenplay, it's a fun exercise to read it while watching the movie and seeing what they change. Like that little one I mentioned before, they called them slugs in the script, and in the movie they become slow-los. In the script, there's no Teletubbies. It starts like right in the action, and there's none of the vicar. He's not sitting there going, "This is judgment." That wasn't in there. He was already turned. So you can see some of the stuff that changes.
So they changed it.
Yeah, and then also just some interesting stuff, like you see the line where Jimmy goes, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" And I'm like, that is such a lame, like over-the-top line. But then I see the way he delivers it, I'm like, that actually worked really well. There were a few things like that where I'm like, that's a corny line. They probably changed that. And then I see it in the context of the movie, and I'm like, that actually works. Yeah. It gives you an appreciation of like the different jobs.
No, that's also why I like watching the work print versions of films and seeing what they changed afterwards. I get the same feeling from that. Yeah, vicars are basically just priests that are, he shouldn't have a kid. And this little Jimmy kid gets away, and we see it sprinkled throughout the film that there's someone named Jimmy out there. Never tells you really who he is, but we see early signs of it. There's graffiti everywhere. And we see them, like, they find an infected who's purposely been tied up by people and left there to be attacked, and it says Jimmy was here. And I love that they just sprinkled this little element, and they don't really get to it until very, very late in the movie. But let's get back to the main plot. Spike learns that there is a doctor out there. His dad tells him there's a doctor, but not to go there. He gets upset because he finds out his dad is cheating on his mom. I mean, whatever. He's very upset by this. So he's like, I know what I'll do. I'll fake a fire and grab my mom and bring her into the infected zone so I can go meet this doctor and they'll fix her head. And it was like, oh no, that's such a bad idea.
Right. The kind of idea a 10-year-old or whatever he is would come up with.
Yes.
I will say the probably the biggest bone I have to pick with this movie, where I kind of roll my eyes, is when Jamie tells Spike the story of Dr. Kelson, I think is his name.
Give me a second. Yes, Dr. Kelson.
Yeah, I'm just like, That's kind of okay. The story is that you saw a doctor burning a bunch of bodies,
Yeah.
and then you just ran, and I never looked back for 15 years.
Yeah.
And I find it hard to believe because I'm like, if I saw a doctor burning bodies in the context of a big infection, like probably the first place my mind would go is like, it has something to do with destroying the infection, containing them. And I wouldn't be, he turns into like a scared little boy where I'm like, you're armed. You've got people with you. He doesn't appear to be armed. So like,
he's waving at you like, "Hi, how you doing?"
And I'm like, at minimum, okay, run away for now. Maybe he's got something you're unaware of. He does have those poison darts we learn about. But like in the next 15 years, you never send a scout or anything to go check him out. Especially you're a village without a doctor. Doctor would be very helpful. So like that is the biggest thing in the movie where I have to just sort of accept it. Yeah. And I think to some extent I can get there because he's been outside. He's seen bodies carved with the name Jimmy. So he probably has the idea there are bad people out there. And he's very cagey about it, but he essentially warns the kid.
I don't know if he knows who Jimmy is, but he does know that there's people out there. He's probably bumped into some survivors out there who weren't all together. weren't all there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I could see why when he comes upon somebody burning a bunch of bodies, he's a little bit more afraid of him than Spike is, who's never been outside.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite get me there that I can really buy. He would never go back, never investigate any further. But you kind of have to accept it for the rest of the movie.
Yeah. So he brings his mother there, and I like that they bump into that soldier who, I guess their boat sank or something.
Right. Like the wind blew them ashore.
Yeah, which I'm like, that sucks. You don't want to be there. Because the Alpha rips all their heads off. Only one of them survives. He saves them from that gas station, which I think would actually just blow them all up. I don't know why it burned the way it did.
Yeah, I was like Googling afterward. I was like, benzene, blue. Does it really just turn into like a blue cloud for 20 years? I don't think that's exactly real, but
it's cool visual though. But I like that moment because he has a phone, and that's like the kid's only exposure to the larger world outside of like old books and stuff. Mm-hmm. He has no idea what the modern, and I love that he sees a girl with a bunch of makeup and filter on.
What's wrong with her face?
What's wrong with her face? Like, what? There's nothing wrong with her face.
Well, and I love like when he asks, "What is that?" And I'm like, "How would you describe what a phone is?" And he's like, "It's like a radio, but with pictures." Yeah. You know what a radio is? He's like, "No." But I was like, that was a pretty good way to describe it.
Yeah. I get because 2002 phones weren't like that.
Right.
So
and Spike didn't exist back then, so like he would only know from his parents what they saw, like the early version of that stuff.
Yeah. So I like that they're together, and then we learn that the zombies have been breeding,
which makes sense. How else could they still be around if people are quarantined and safe?
Well, they're breeding, but they give birth to just regular humans.
The miracle of the placenta.
Yes, apparently the placenta will save you from the virus, but I'm like, wouldn't they then just kill that baby right away? Like start beating it around because they're because to them it's like that's a human rage.
Here's where I think to some extent you have to offer, like we talked about in our Alien Earth live streams, like they're inventing the mythology, right? We don't know how all this works. So we see for a second that she does act sort of instinctively, like she's in pain, and then Spike's mother offers her hands and she grabs them. Like for a moment, something else takes over other than rage. Yeah. So you could come up with something, and maybe we'll even see it in the sequels, where at least for the moment, and you even see the Alpha is protective over that baby. Yes. So if these characters are acting on instinct, they might at least know enough. And they even say the Alphas are a little bit more intelligent. So there might be enough of a spark that this is my prodigy. This is the thing that continues our species. So I'm going to give it a little. Do they vomit blood onto it to infect it right away? Is that or maybe it could drink the mother's milk and that infects it. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you can look at it and at first glance, you can have one or two reactions. That doesn't make sense. Or I wonder how that works. Yeah. And I guess for me, I always try to break down, like, what are the things that keep you engaged with the movie? And it's like, how invested in the characters are you? How curious are you about where it's going to go? But I feel like there's a third bucket of just like filmmaker trust. And I feel like Danny Boyle and Alex Garland have earned my trust to the point where my first instinct is there's reasoning behind this. I just don't know it yet. and I can kind of fill in the blanks. Like I feel like they give you enough raw material to come up with it.
Yeah.
But or I just love the movie, so my instinct is to just justify everything. I'm not sure.
But it's funny that you're saying that because I realize now that the slow ones also had a child. There was like a younger one.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
Which is a really weird moment where when that child runs away, you hear a child's voice yell, and I think it's just like a weird choice in the sound design. Yeah, you just hear, "Get in here, hey," like a child yells that.
Yeah.
Which reminded me of in 28 Days Later when Cillian Murphy runs across that kid and he's like growling at him. You hear, "I hate you." Which was apparently just a mistake in the sound design because they were recording people just like screaming and yelling angry things, but no audible dialogue was supposed to come through.
Yeah.
But I feel like this time they did it on purpose. I'm not even really sure why, but it was just a weird choice.
It was a cool choice. Again, like there's a lot of cool choices in this. What the hell is going on here? Sorry, I just glanced at the thing. Oh, I think there's just a guy who doesn't like this movie and he keeps telling us to wrap it up. But I think it's just like one guy.
Wait, somebody didn't like this movie?
I guess not.
There apparently.
But I'm just like, wait, is there something going wrong with the stream?
Some people just can't handle when things aren't. Maybe go watch 28 Weeks Later. You know, Hollywood,
that's more your
just
style.
typical what you expect.
No, but I was gonna say, I love when they get to Dr. Kelson. I love that whole sequence with the bone. What do they call it? The bone temple. Because I think the next spinoff is called So they're doing what, like 3 spinoffs of this?
Well, so there's one more guaranteed, the Bone Temple, which I believe is already shot. It's coming out early next year.
Yeah.
And then essentially they have a third one planned, which would be directed by Danny Boyle again.
Yeah.
The second one isn't. But that's dependent on the box office. Like they don't have a guarantee on that yet.
Which I think Bone Temple is Nia DaCosta, right?
That's right. Yeah. From the director of The Marvels.
Yep.
But I believe she's talented. That's a Marvel movie. You can't judge her.
Yeah, and the Candyman remake, which I'm hit or miss with. There's some good in
though. You can't really go based on test screenings because you always get weird reports out of them. But I think at least the early test screenings for Bone Temple have been highly positive so far.
Okay. But I love that whole sequence with the doctor.
Kelson.
Although he should have killed the alpha. I love that he's covered in lye just in case blood gets on him. But he's able to he's been studying these things for years and he's able to hit the alpha and he has a name for him. What does he call him? Samson,
I think. Yeah.
But it's like, well, he's incapacitated. Kill him.
Yeah, he should kill him. And I think they throw in one line to try and explain it where he basically says, like, the Bone Temple for the infected and uninfected, alike in death and in life. He basically says, like, we're all the same. So I think he has such a respect for life, he can't bring himself to do it.
Yeah. If I was
it's a bit silly, I have to admit.
The kid should have done it. The kid should have been like, hold on, doctor. Let me get a knife and just stab this thing over and over.
When they're hiding underground and Samson grabs the doctor and starts like shaking him, and then the kid knocks him out. The kid should be like, "So how often does that happen? Like maybe we should do something about this."
Well, that's when the kid should be like, "All right, let me get a hammer before I leave. Thank you for bringing me here."
And just.
But no, it is a sad moment where the doctor realizes the mom is like just riddled with cancer.
Yeah.
She has a tiny cluster of tumors in her head, which is a callback to the soap opera they're watching in 28 Days, where it's been referenced.
They thought that they had just like uncovered gold because they go back to that so many times, a tiny cluster of tumors.
And look, movies later, we're back to the tiny cluster of tumors. But yeah, this is that she has enough awareness at that moment to know what's wrong with her.
Yeah.
And know that she wants like a different death. She doesn't want whatever death is coming for her. She wants to go out peacefully. And it is sad where he has to like trank the kid because he knows the kid will stop it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had that beautiful moment where he has to put his mom's head up on the freaking bone temple.
Like, what we want to see in cinema is something we haven't seen before. Mm-hmm. And you want to get a metaphor, an image that sums up a feeling and an idea that can imprint on your brain. And seeing a kid climb up a pile of skulls and put his mom's on top and face it toward the sunset.
Yeah.
But it's not an entirely sad scene. It's him coming to terms with death and like figuring out his relationship to it.
Yeah.
And it's not grotesque. Like by the time you get to this point, you're not put off by the bone temple. Like you see the beauty in it. I mean, that's an incredible moment. It's amazing. And it's not what you expected, because a typical movie at this point would be getting into, like in 28 Days Later, this is when you get to the climax. This is the rage moment, where this is when the violence happens. We got a lot of that in the first half of the movie, and they went a different way here. And I think it's such an interesting, awesome choice.
Which I enjoyed. I love that he like brings the baby back to the village. And he's changed now. He can't go back to the way of life that he lived. He needs to see more of the world.
Yeah. One gripe with that is that it says 28 days later, and then he drops off the baby. And I'm like, how was he taking care of that baby for 28 days? But in the script, he drops off the baby, and then the 28 days later title card comes up.
Oh, they
weird editing choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, because they mentioned that they don't like have milk for the thing. They're like water, I guess. But I'm like 20 days. Like
it's already kind of hard to buy that this kid is surviving on his own for 28 days. You add a baby to that, and the baby survives too. It doesn't quite jive.
You're right. I would have switched those. I would have switched the title card in that. So yeah, I really love that ending where he's like, I'm gonna go off into the world, and then we see a set. We come back to the opening of the movie. It's like, hey, whatever happened to that little kid who was watching Teletubbies? And what are those weird people they were talking about? Who's this Jimmy guy? And we get like most batshit insane thing where this kid grew up to look like famous British entertainer who turned out to be a horrible human being, and that the government and the BBC was covering up all his horrible stuff. But maybe he didn't know that as a kid, and he never learned because he doesn't have the internet.
Well, and the apocalypse happens in Britain, so that never comes out in this reality.
Yeah. Dressed up like history's like famous monsters, and he has a whole gang that are Teletubby colored, and they're just fun-loving zombie hunters. And I love that he kills the one. He's like, "You mind if we get this next one?" And it is like the Teletubby theme, right? Like a heavy
that was
version.
I haven't gone back to check, but that was my assumption. That was my first thought.
What you call it? Lauren saw this movie. She loved it, and she was like, the Teletubby thing had me dying. She was texting me about it. Before this, I didn't get the memes that I was seeing. There was this meme on Instagram and TikTok that was going around. They're like, the ending of 28 years later. And it's from the Power Rangers movie where the Power Rangers are fighting those monsters in that rock quarry. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't get it. And then I watch this, and it's all the multicolored people in the same uniform fighting all the zombies. I'm like, oh my God, I get it now. I thought that was hilarious. What does he call himself?
Jimmy? Oh, I thought they just said, well, the person he's imaging himself off of is Jimmy Savile.
Yeah. Because I looked at the cast credit, and the one girl, I think Erin Kellyman's in this, and I think she is credited as a Jimmy. I think they're like all
they're the Jimmies, yeah.
Yeah, the Jimmies. There's Jimmy, Jimmy Inc., Jimmy Shite, Jimmy Fox, Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Snake.
That's awesome.
Jemima. Erin Kellyman, who we all know from Solo, a Star Wars story. And of course, she was
eagerly anticipating part 2 of that story.
Yes, and she was the villain in Falcon and Winter Soldier. And I know, Gil, you were touched by her performance in the Willow TV show that was then canceled and taken off of Disney Plus. You loved it. You did a whole 10-part series on it.
That's right. Chronological timeline.
Jimmy is played by what's his face from Sinners. Why am I blanking on? Oh, he's Sir Jimmy Crystal. That is his full name in this. By Jack O'Connell.
Yeah. Who in the seconds of screen time he has is amazing, because you're like, he's awesome. But also you can tell there's something sinister. And then you remember everything you saw in the movie where the guy's body was carved with Jimmy. And so you know this guy's bad news. But it's also so weird. And I just can't wait to see more of them.
Yeah, it's reminding me of the bikers in Dawn of the Dead, where it's like, yeah, surviving and having fun, but they're kind of assholes.
Right, and it's an environment where chaos is very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Like the chaotic things in this world are the rage infected. And noise draws their attention. Like, this is a place where you want to be careful. So when people come in and start doing backflips and jumping around, it's a very uncomfortable group to be around.
I know. And I think I texted you after I saw this movie, and I was like, why are they never wearing goggles or masks during any of these fights? They're never wearing... no, Frank has riot gear on at one point. Yeah. And it's like, why is he just not always wearing that all the time? They're all like, any little bit of blood in your mouth infects you. And it's like, they're constantly like, yeah, let's slap this machete around.
Have you ever tried doing a bunch of backflips with a mask and goggles on, and then you're trying to shoot an arrow and the goggles start fogging up because you're breathing heavily? And I've heard you breathe, so I know.
Forget these specific guys. Anyone else, like even when Selena is yelling at you, any bit of blood, it's like, why didn't you wear a scarf or something?
That's true.
Blood is all over you. I love this cliffhanger. Normally, you can go two ways, and I'm sure a lot of people feel this way. Like probably some of the people in the comments, where they're like, "That was fucking stupid. That was a dumb thing to end the movie on. It didn't fit anything else." But for me, I'm like, no, I actually want to see that movie. Yeah. I actually wish I got that movie more than anything else. But no, it's a very interesting film. I know it's not going to be for everyone, but as far as late sequels go, it took a lot of swings. For me, it hit most of the time. There wasn't many stuff. There wasn't much stuff in this that I didn't like. And again, Danny Boyle coming back, you get more of that dreamlike feel for the film. And overall, I thought it was solid. I thought it was really, really great. Any last thoughts on 28 years later?
We didn't mention the fact that a lot of it was shot on a iPhone.
Yes, right? They had he loves like cameras and like the digital stuff. I love they had like a shit ton of iPhones on like a cart with the one actor.
They could do bullet time.
Yeah, they did like a mobile bullet time. Again, really, really cool imagery. Even if the story or whatever doesn't do it for you, you have to appreciate like how it was filmed and the creative decisions they made.
I love if you watch the behind the scenes stuff, you see various people explain what they did with all the iPhones lined up to do the bullet time, and nobody can figure out how to explain it. They're like, well, you line up all the phones, then you can kind of like jump from one to the other, and then at one point, Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's trying to explain it. He's like, you know what? Just ask them. They can explain it way better than me. Like, just say bullet time. We get it.
Yeah, it's bullet time. Is that trademarked? Are they not allowed to say bullet time? I think this one is the one that went like viral, where it was like, they shot it on an iPhone with some attachments, and it's an iPhone with like this huge ring on it.
I'm like, some attachments. At a certain point, it's like, yes, there's an iPhone in that rig somewhere, but you're using a lens that's this big. You've rigged something up so it can attach to the iPhone.
Remember, we dealt with that with The Creator by Gareth Evans.
That's right.
Remember, they're like, use a camera you can buy at the store. I'm like, yeah, but with like a really nice lens and shit.
Right. I think if I was a director of photography or whatever, and Danny Boyle said to use an iPhone, I'd be like, okay, we'll do it for you. Let's go. Yeah.
But yeah, I think now I want to see I guess this should have been what's the best 28 Days Later movie so far,
right?
Since we're probably getting more. But yeah, we're at the moment now. Gil, what is the best 28 Days Later movie? Is Fantastic Four First Steps. And if you're new here, you're probably gonna be like, hey Tony, did you review the other Fantastic Fours? Yes, I reviewed all the Fantastic Fours with our special guest, very famous mint salad and innocent man Riley, aka Young Clippa. Hello.
It's
clobbering time.
Welcome. Riley, who I just defended again for the millionth time. I went on All Apologies podcast talking about the Eric July drama, and I
thank you, Tony.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm not guilty yet.
You're not guilty. I'm sure you will be if you work hard enough.
Tony, as his lawyer, maybe you want to advise him on what to say, what not to say.
No, you can't really stop that, Gil.
And I would do it again, Your Honor. Twice.
No, he's gonna go where he's gonna go. You just have to angle it away from you so you don't get in trouble. Anyway, yes, the new Fantastic Four. I got to see this early. I get to see things early now. It's awesome. I saw this with Monica. We showed up 5 minutes. We showed up 5 minutes late because there was construction. Luckily, the first 5 minutes of the movie was online, so I'm like, oh, thank God, I didn't miss too much. But we walked in, we missed check-in. I didn't get my free poster, and we sat in the very front row. So we watched the whole movie at an angle. It was
you didn't have to watch a half-hour previews and ads?
No, it started because it's like an exclusive early screening. So it started at 7 and we got in at like 7:05. So yeah, we fucked up. So yeah, we got to see it at a weird, awkward angle. Why is my slideshow still there? Look how excited I am. I love taking
your hand looks so weird.
I love taking neutral selfies. So then people just project what they think I think of the film onto it. But yeah, this is the latest Fantastic Four movie. It's in the MCU, but not their main continuity. I think it's the first time they're doing something like this. It tells the story of Galactus. Fantastic Four have to.
Doctor Strange had 838. This is 828. But the Doctor Strange Fantastic Four character, Reed Richards, was from 838. I don't know if it's the first time.
But I'm saying this is the first movie that takes. This is the first movie that takes place like exclusively in another universe.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Doctor Strange,
we went to a different universe. Yeah.
They have to stop Galactus, and I really, really like this story. It's a famous Fantastic Four story, obviously, the coming of Galactus. And last time they did this, they turned him into a cloud. And if you watched our episodes, none of us were a fan of. Oh, I'm sorry. He was a fiery figure inside the cloud. I guess that's a technicality. He was a cloud. It sucked. Spoiler, guys. I actually really, really enjoyed this. As a big fan of the Fantastic Four, it looked how I wanted it to look, except for the things wearing a shirt. I got kind of thrown off on that. The feel was 100% right. It knew it was cheesy, but not in a way where it was making fun of the source material. It was having fun with the cheesiness, kind of like the early MCU before they got a little too cynical and had to keep pointing everything out. I thought it was mostly cast well. The story was really solid. I really, really enjoyed it. I think this is the Fantastic Four movie I've always wanted. There were just two issues. His stupid fucking mustache and the Silver Surfer being a woman for absolutely no reason. Why would they ruin the movie with this? Other than that, I had a great time. I love seeing Galactus on the big screen done right. Wish he was there with the real Silver Surfer. And again, I will kick off anyone who says there's a lady Silver Surfer in the comics. I will kick you off the street. They should have just did it the right way. Going down the list, we'll get to our special because everyone wants to know what Mint Riley had to say. We have to work up to that. Joey C, what did you think?
Yeah, this was probably like the third Pedro movie that I saw that week. And goddamn, at the very fucking least, he showed some sort of emotion in this movie, in some parts of it. The guy is so fucking dry. Of course, we talked about Galactus. In the review, I talked about how Galactus, like the most powerful fucking being ever, is a fucking cloud. It actually felt dangerous. So I'm very happy with that. And I think the storyline was cool with like the baby. That was fun. I never read the comics. So this was all brand new to me. The action was pretty fun. The one thing I will say though, is I did think it was like 20 minutes too long. From what I understand, I think it was under 2 hours. But it did feel about 20 minutes.
They cut John Malkovich out for you, and you're still complaining?
Still complaining. I did love the retro futuristic style of the set. That is fantastic. And their chemistry, I thought, was a breath of fresh air.
I will say Pedro Pascal did play the part well, but literally anyone could have played it just as well, but probably better. His name is Sean Krasinski. Gil, what did you think?
I loved it. I thought it was awesome. I think setting it in another universe was a really smart move.
It's refreshing, not having to know everything. Yeah,
exactly. Well, I've always like contended that I don't think you actually need to know everything, but it's a fear that people have. They think they do, and it's intimidating. But this movie, with the marketing and with showing people this is not the standard universe, it makes it very clear you don't need to know everything. Yeah. But even beyond that, being in another universe means you get to do something that looks and feels a little bit different. Like Joey, you mentioned the retro future feel. I thought was so cool, just bringing a different vibe. And also getting a story where this world is not populated by a bunch of superheroes. You've got 4 superheroes. And being in another universe, I actually believed in the stakes. Because I was like, it's another universe. They could destroy the world. Maybe they will. So Galactus actually feels like a legitimate threat. Mm-hmm. And even having said that, I mean, how many times have we seen the world is at stake, the universe is at stake? But I think tying it to that personal decision of are we going to sacrifice our baby, number one, adds the complexity of you have the smartest person in the world who's usually very logically oriented. And logic would say, the math would say, of course, you sacrifice the baby to save the entire world. So it adds that interesting wrinkle, and it takes that kind of nebulous world-ending stakes and makes it actually personal to these characters. Yeah. And like you guys already mentioned, the chemistry. I love these characters. So when something is personal to them, then it becomes personal to me. I get bought into it. It's the first time in a while I felt real stakes in a Marvel movie. And, you know, Marvel said, new strategy. We're going to start, instead of making bad stuff, we're going to try making good stuff. I thought Thunderbolts was good. I thought this was even better. So I'm optimistic. I'm very excited.
They haven't shaken off too much of the old strategy, because why is the Silver Surfer a woman? Crystal.
Boys Month is not for another 2.5 hours.
Thank you, Gil.
What did you think?
I liked it. I liked it a lot. I love the new universe. I love that retro futuristic feel. I thought that was really freaking cool. I want to live there now. I love the characters. I think the character chemistry was great. I think the acting was good. It was a good feel movie. It was just a nice, good Marvel family. And I hate happy, friendly, family happy movies, but this one has more depth in it. Depth in it. Thank you. And I actually got, when I was watching the movies, there was a father and a must be like a 10-year-old boy, and they were the nerdiest people I have ever seen and heard in my life, where they're like, oh, that happened in comic in this one, and then that's happening in this comic, and blah blah blah. And they're like, oh wait, no, that's that. And I was like, this felt really cool though, because it was such a really cool bonding experience to see with a good movie with the father and the son. And then like we're waiting for the credits, because everyone knew that you guys both saw both credit.
Yes.
Right.
The second one was dumb, but yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. The first one, they were like, "Is it gonna happen? Is it Doctor Strange? Is it Doctor Strange?" Oh, like they were both freaking out. Or Doctor Doom. Sorry, my brain is Doctor Strange.
Was
sorry, no, Doctor Doom. Sorry. Oh, I thought Doctor Strange.
What a disappointment if Doctor Strange shows up. You're like, oh yeah, we already knew about him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they were like, "Oh my God, Doctor Doom." And so that was really cute, but everyone was waiting for that second after credit, and we're like, what's it going to be? Like, that's interesting. And then it was the dumbest thing in the world. Everyone's like, wait, we waited for this? What the fuck?
Yeah.
So that was like the one disappointment where you're just like, fuck, why'd you ruin that whole experience for us to wait around all that time to wait for that? But overall, I thought it was really cool. I didn't have a problem with the female Silver Surfer. I did have a problem. What? Well, why did you have a problem with it, Tony?
It's just the story was it is the Silver Surfer. And I'm like, this is so great. Why is she a lady?
He's a boy. He's a boy, Crystal.
Yeah,
that's all he's got.
To be a man.
That's it.
Silver Surfer is what I kept saying in the theater. Okay.
You know what I would have liked? Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards and Silver Surfer. That would have made it even better.
There you go. But would it have had the same? Out of curiosity, would it have the same effect with the ending where she sacrificed herself? I mean, yes, a father can do that, but then there's like that motherly love of like to sacrifice herself, like for her child, for being a mother. I feel like there was a very big similarity between the mothers, because they have the daughter. I know the one's a son, but it's
but he was a boy, the Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
I
the
know.
Silver Surfer. Man, Norrin Rad. Mint. What did you think of Fantastic Four First Steps?
Well, I enjoy it being the introductory of Franklin, and I'm excited to see him in sequels. I felt like this movie was mostly just to introduce Franklin. It's a good Fantastic Four. I like Galactus as he's not a cloud. However, I wish Galactus was bigger and he was just chomping on planets with his mouth.
Like, well, he doesn't really. He doesn't. He's never really done that. He's never eaten a planet with his mouth.
But I think he did that though. Like he took the planet as like a hoagie sandwich and he like jumped right into it. Like I wish that's what he did.
Maybe he could do that to a smaller planet. I don't know.
But overall I enjoyed it. I like the action. Pedro Pascal, it was whatever. I'm not a huge fan of his casting. I felt like the poster showed him with a just clean shaven side, like cheeks, like he still had the mustache, but I felt like the entire movie he had that like 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, he doesn't shave anymore because he looked stupid in Wonder Woman. Apparently, it's part of his contracts now. That's not a joke.
Really?
Wow.
Like,
whoa.
That's so stupid. Well, then you know what? He should do what Cesar Romero did and put flesh-colored paint over the mustache. That's when Cesar Romero played the Joker. He didn't want to shave the mustache, and they were like, "Good, we'll put the white paint over the mustache."
I think Silver Surfer would have looked great with that little mustache.
He didn't just grow a real beard for The Last of Us either. He still just looks exactly like Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
So he won't go either way. He won't shave it or grow it anymore.
By the way, chat, if you want to have some fun, look up Pedro Pascal's father and why he no longer lives in America. Go down that rabbit hole. Go down that rabbit hole.
Oh God, I don't know this. I'm gonna look this
go
up.
down that rabbit hole. Riley, what did you think of Fantastic Four First Steps?
You've all said all the nice things. I agree, generally speaking, with most of the things you've said.
Yeah.
My problem with it is that other than teasing us with the name Franklin Richards and a baby, right? All the story beats are the same as Rise of the Silver Surfer. It's almost a reboot of that movie.
Yeah.
Like you have the relationship between
story arc, so
right. Well, and yes, and we all know that, and it's been done in the cartoon. It's been done in Rise of the Silver Surfer. We've had the origin in 2.5 movies. It just left me wanting like a new thing. There's nothing new in it. I came away from it thinking like it's a competently made film that I wouldn't watch again because I've seen it 5 times my entire life. I've only seen this story. No one has even gotten. If you remember correctly, Tony, Eoin Grufford has said that his movies were supposed to be a trilogy, and I feel like I'm just as blue-balled as I was after there wasn't a third Fantastic Four in the 2000s. With this one, it's like there's no.
Sorry. I was gonna say, does Deadpool and Wolverine count as a third one? Because they just say he died.
Right. I mean, no. I don't know. I'm just waiting for a new story. This didn't give me one. I was really excited at the Franklin name drop because I kind of thought it'd be like a last part of the movie pregnancy, not like the whole story. So they did a good job hiding that from me. That was cool. But I don't know.
Okay, so are you fine with the team though and everything in the world? Like you want to see a new story in this universe?
Yeah.
You don't want them to
it'd be cool if they were fighting Mole Man, or if they were fighting the Red Ghost, or if they were fighting. Outside of a joking reference to them, it'd be cool if it was a different story. Galactus could have come way later in the MCU.
I agree they might have jumped the gun, but I was just glad they did it right. Speaking of Mole Man, as someone who did miss the beginning, I assume he was in the beginning.
Yes, very briefly.
The preview that they put online, I don't think he's in that. So me and Monica are there, and he just shows up randomly at one point. We're like, oh, I guess Mole Man's in the movie. Like we were totally taken off guard, but that's because of us showing up late.
Yeah, but like that guy could have been the B plot villain of a different movie about Puppet Master or something. I don't know. I get it. They had to do Galactus right because that's most of the selling point of the movie is we did it right this time.
And I think he nailed it. I love Ralph Ineson. I'm glad they got him to be Galactus. I like that he actually wore a practical suit. I mean, obviously they CGI'd him, but like when they were doing the motion capture, he actually got in a Galactus suit. Oh, that's cool.
Min has no idea what she's talking about. The scale was perfect.
The scale was great, dude. I loved when they went to his ship. The sound design. I love when his eyes kicked in. The sound was so great in this movie.
Did you see the comparison pictures of how much gets cut off when you see it on a standard screen versus IMAX? That made me. I didn't get to see it on IMAX. We weren't able to get tickets. It made me regret it. I might even go see it again because it did look like a lot bigger.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Real quick, because you know a little bit more than me. I like Fantastic Four, but it's been a minute since I went through the comics. Natasha Lyonne's character, is she from the comics? Was that like a character from the? Because she's not the other girl. She's not.
I don't even
blind
remember her name. Yeah, she's not Alicia Masters at all.
And
or she is. I didn't hear them say her name in the movie. Did you guys hear them say a name?
Natasha Lyonne's not Alicia Masters.
Okay.
She
could have been.
No, Riley. They can't have Natasha Lyonne play Alicia Masters because the last time she played a blind person in a Marvel movie, we got Blade Trinity. So that would have been really bad. No one wants to remember Blade Trinity when you're trying to sell a new Marvel movie. That's the last movie you want to think about.
Well, I was happy to see her in it because I'm a big Natasha Lyonne fan, but I think they cut out all of her in Ben's B plot.
Yeah. Again, like what you call it, the red what's his name? Red Ghost or whatever. He was
John Malkovich was apparently in a whole sequence and they filmed it and everything.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll put that on the home release.
Shankman already said they're not doing any director additional stuff because the VFX would be very expensive.
Oh, yeah, that would
take that with whatever.
I like. By the way, apparently there's controversy over Ben Richards' rock beard. I like the rock beard. Are we all pro rock beard? I thought that was fun.
I liked it.
Yeah, beards are cool.
I thought it was cool. I just don't know why he was wearing a shirt. It's just weird to see the thing with a shirt.
Let him be human. He wants to.
He didn't know how to handle the nipples.
Yeah.
He couldn't have rock nipples.
You would make him feel so self-conscious. He walks into a room with a shirt and you're like, what are you doing? Stop pretending to be normal, you weirdo.
And he wore a cool hat when he walked around. He looked super like spiffy, you know?
Yeah.
And that's how you know he's flirting with the girl, you know, it's all spiffy like, just with his rock face. Great.
He when he was wearing that like overcoat, really reminded me of Ninja Turtles. Whenever you would see like Raph walking around.
By the way, I think Ninja Turtles got that from Fantastic Four initially because I think Ben Richards wore that in the old comics when he would like walk around.
Oh, so they were ripping off Daredevil and Fantastic Four?
Huh?
They were ripping off Daredevil and Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
probably ripping off everything they could.
And what was it? What was this? Cerberus, the Aardvark? They were ripping off that too. Ninja Turtles is very derivative. It's great. I love it. I love those comics. But no, I had a really, really great time with it. It was refreshing. I'm excited to see where they go with it. I mean, it's not the greatest thing in the world. And if you guys are wondering why I didn't do Eddington, it's because I can only do one Pedro Pascal movie a month. And because me, Mint, and Riley did really well with the other Fantastic Four episode, it had to be Fantastic Four. I feel really, but I love Ari Aster, and I feel really bad that I missed Eddington, even though Joey C told me it sucked.
Bro,
but Joey C loves Casper, a Spirit at beginning.
Yo,
so
come on now.
So I will see it when it hits video. It'll be on the end of the year wrap up. But I guess
somebody I know in real life messaged me and said, "Bro, this is just like that Dick Maddox beef." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like pitching Eddington to me. So I'm like, whatever that means. I really
want to see it.
So it's like Burr and Hamilton. It's an archetype, classical storytelling, right? Do you guys think that Vanessa Kirby's Sue Storm here is going to have like on-camera sex or off-camera sex with Namor? Like when she cheats on Pedro Pascal.
God, I hope on screen.
Why aren't we doing more of that, guys? Come on.
They got to bring her over, and then they have to remind everyone who Namor is because everyone's already forgotten Black Panther 2.
Do a new one. New Namor, new universe.
But yeah, Fantastic Four. I think it's a win. Obviously not the greatest thing ever. You can wait till video. But for me, I really, really enjoyed it. Someone likes Fantastic Four. This is great. Wish someone else was Reed Richards, which we had a real Silver Surfer. But yeah, let's bring our boy Manny back in. I Know What You Did Last Summer 2025, the Legacy sequel, the 4th movie, even though it's pretending to be the 3rd movie, and even though it kind of is pretending to be the 2nd movie, except for when it isn't. This is another Legacy sequel that even after Scream 5 made fun of people for reusing the same title as the first movie, they're still doing the trend, even though it's already been mocked. They're just calling it I Know What You Did Last Summer. I guess after I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, they kind of ran out of ways to spice up that title. What would you guys have picked? Anyone have one?
I can't believe
no
I
idea.
still remember what you did last summer.
That was solid. That was solid.
Good. I like that.
So yes,
I forgot what I did last summer.
that would be a good one. This also does not have anything to do with the TV show I Know What You Did Last Summer, which had nothing to do with the movie, which I think I got 3 episodes into, and I went, "No, I'm good."
What's that about?
The same idea. They kill someone and try to cover it up, but there's no like fisherman, which is fine because there's no fisherman in the original book anyway. But yeah, I got 3 episodes in and I tapped out. I love the original movie, even though I eventually did read the book and it's nothing like the book. The book's not a slasher. It is someone trying to get revenge. He never actually kills the kids. And then they turned it into a fun slasher. And the author of the book, Lois Duncan, didn't like that it was like this fun slasher because her daughter was murdered. And she's like, I don't like that you turned my source material into this. And, you know, she's no longer with us. So do you think we honored her memory? No, we just kept pumping out more of these slasher sequels.
Money.
So yeah, stop me if you heard this one before. A bunch of kids are responsible for an accident and they decide to leave and not help the person who fell off a cliff and died. And then a year later, someone comes around in a fisherman slicker and starts killing them. Have you heard that one before, guys?
Nope.
Wow.
Super original.
Now, you guys should have said, yes, that sounds like I Know What You Did Last Summer. But don't worry, they changed it. The young kids meet up with 2 old people. And sometimes the movie's about old people because Jennifer Love Hewitt decided she wanted a bigger part. And they're like, oh, okay. I guess sometimes we'll shift gears to you and then it'll be really, really disjointed. Anyway, a bunch of killings happen. And there's no mention of the original Ben Willis. Okay.
No.
I hated this movie. This is one of the worst legacy sequels I've ever seen. I can't stress this enough. And I've said this before as someone who loves I Know What You Did Last Summer, guys. It's not Scream. It's not Scream. It was never Scream. It will always live in the shadow of Scream. And this movie really thought the franchise was as well remembered as the Scream franchise. So they're dropping in like all these little references and stuff that people like me should appreciate. I saw the name of Freddie Prinze Jr.'s boat in his bar from the first movie, but I didn't appreciate it because I don't really care that much. And if I'm a fan who doesn't care, I assume people who aren't fans really don't care about the original. Most people just remember her going, "What are you waiting for?" with her cleavage out. No one really remembers the actual film. This was terrible. I hated it. The setup made no sense. The kids could have just called the cops and they would have been fine. I don't know where to begin here. Joey, what did you think?
You know, first of all, I hate the fact that it's a legacy sequel with the same name. It's like
Yes.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Which one? This is a fucking snooze fest. And
Yes.
dude, I think the thing that kills me the most is like Ava and all her friends are so fucking boring and like unremarkable.
Yeah.
And they're a bunch of rich assholes. I hate movies about rich people, unless I'm one, of course.
I can't believe you can remember their names. Like, I literally can't remember their names. I'm actually going to look it up now.
Danica, I think, was the one that loses like the love of her life. And then she goes back to her ex. And then the ex gets killed. And then the other friend, and she's just like totally fucking unfazed.
Oh, I didn't know who the main character was, by the way. I thought it was, where is it? Hold on. I thought it was Green Dress Girl, but instead it was like Nice Boobs, White Dress Girl. And that kind of threw me off.
It's just so confusing, right?
I knew the green dress girl was no.
They kind of make it seem like she's the main character, but not really.
I just assume it was all of them.
Yeah.
Was it scary at all, Joey?
No, it wasn't scary. necessarily. I will say, like, I have the critical thinking skills of a 4-year-old. So, like, I did think the plot twist was, like, a bit unexpected. Like, I could see that they could go that route, but didn't think they actually would. It was just so fucking stupid when it all played out, I guess. And I was upset with myself.
Yeah.
So I bullied myself at the end of it because I was like, why the fuck didn't I know that was going to fucking happen? And then I just felt worse about myself in the end.
By the way, me and Joey C were kind of seeing it at the same time.
Literally,
got to the theater earlier and I texted him midway through and I think it was like, I know what he did last summer fucking sucks. And I think you texted me, you're like, I'm in it right now. And Gil, what did you think of I Know What He Did Last Summer?
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. I thought to me, the funniest thing was, okay, we accidentally killed someone and we ran away. So what do? Wait a minute. I think I know someone who's been through this before. Like, what advice are you hoping that they can offer you? And the advice she offers is like, okay, here's what you got to do. They're trying to kill you. You should prevent them from killing you. Well, I don't even know who it is. That's where you start. Figure out who it is. And thereby then you can stop them from murdering you. And it's like, thank you.
It made no sense. By the way, so everyone knows about Julie James because in the first movie they cover it up. Remember the cops like, do you know why this guy would want to kill you? And they go, no. And the second time it was in the Bahamas, and I still think it was covered up. So did they eventually be like, oh yeah, so that guy, the serial killer, we actually did run him over and all this stuff. And it's just like, oh. And
that's what I assume. Like, what's the motivation behind it?
They have to explain why they can't just Google it. So they're like, it was all wiped off the internet. So we have to go and actually talk to them. Which, if you haven't seen the movie, you might say, like, why are you nitpicking? Like, it's obviously a stupid, silly sequel, but they don't present it that way. Like, I think in the last 10 minutes or so, once the stupid twist happens, they've really stopped taking themselves seriously. Yeah. But otherwise, there's like a little attempt at a clever one-liner here and there, but it's not like Scream, where it's like satirical or it's trying to be funny consistently.
Well, I Know We Did Last Summer was never Scream, despite how hard I tried. Crystal, as someone who went to the big premiere, what did you think?
I hated it. I honestly, until we started talking about this just now, I could not remember what happened until I'm seeing the photos again. I'm like, oh yeah. Most of the people there, a lot of the people never saw the first one or the second or the third. A lot of them didn't even know there was a second or a third.
The third one, I knew that they were going to ignore the third one, where it turns out the fisherman became a zombie. So apparently, no, I'm not lying.
Is that true?
Yeah, no. The third one is kind of like this. It's framed as this movie where someone else is taking up the mantle of the fisherman because it became a legend, and they're going around killing someone using the fisherman legend, kind of like they do with Scream with Ghostface. But at the end, the twist is that the killer is the ghost of Ben Willis. And now he's a vengeful spirit that tries to kill anyone who tries to cover up a murder. And
what a specific vengeful spirit. Like, I'm going to wait by the side of the road. One of these days, some dumb kids are going to hit somebody and think they can get away with it. And I'll be there to stop them.
So he's a zombie. Did I not include it in the slides? Did I? Oh, okay. Did I not? No, I didn't. Shit. I had a slide about a zombie Ben Willis, and it wasn't there. He's played by one of the Michael Myers. Anyway, Crystal, continue saying.
So yeah, a lot of the people had no idea that those existed. People thought it was just a remake of the first one. So then I started getting confused, and I was like, wait, is this? Because it doesn't say I Know What You Did Last Summer 4 or next year or something like that. Like nothing. So I was like, okay, interesting. Didn't straight up hate some of the kills. I think some of them were interesting. It was entertaining. It's like a hard way to say it, but it was. I think they could have easily went to the cops for what happened. The guy swerved. The guy swerved and fell off the cliff. Like it wasn't. They didn't kill him. They didn't run him over.
But he was high in the middle of the street, and that's why the guy swerved. It's like, well, the guy was also speeding.
He was speeding.
Yeah,
exactly. And like, also, if you find out later, the guy went to go get the girl. So why was he speeding if he knew where he was going? Why did he speed around?
He thought they were going to be he was speeding to where he thought they were going to go, not knowing that they were there specifically.
I thought that was the spot they always go to. Was that specific spot?
Maybe
that's what I thought too. I think that is the spot that they always go to.
Yeah, they always go to that spot.
Yeah,
so
then why
wasn't
he slowing down around there?
Was he trying to run her over? Like, and that's the thing. It's like if she's this close to this church and stuff like that, she should know what the truck was.
Mm-hmm.
She should, does no one call anyone? Like, especially this age, like you couldn't just call and be like, "Hey, you good?"
No,
just decide to be like, "Oh my God." Like, how did he know? Like, did she tell them that she was going off? Wait, was it the friend? I'm so confused now.
I don't remember what you're talking about.
It's convoluted.
How did her boyfriend know that she was there?
I think the girl she was working with told him.
Yeah.
Again,
within those quick minutes, like all of a sudden he's like, "Oh no, let me rush and go get her."
So the first one is a little convoluted. If you remember, it was they hit a guy, but that one, the setup made more sense. They were drinking, they hit him, beers all over the car.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I kind of get that. But like the thing was that the guy they hit had just got done killing another guy who he blamed for his daughter's murder. Then I don't know why after he killed that guy, he decided to just go walking through hills. They hit him, and then he comes back a year later to kill them because conveniently the guy they ran over was a serial killer, so they don't have to feel too bad about it.
But talking about people that don't feel bad, really quick, I have to fucking just mention how the fucking girl broke up with her fiance and then got engaged to another guy. Like, I guess that was part of the joke.
I thought he broke up with her.
That's what
she broke, or whoever. They broke up with each other, but then she has a new fiance and was getting married.
Yeah,
that
within a year.
Well, I think the fact that this panel of intelligent individuals are this confused about the movie, it says more about the movie than it does about us.
Yeah. Here's what's really confused, guys. Well, again, they keep saying 1997. No one ever mentions this family because it was the guy in the first one, and then his son joins in on the second one, and no one ever goes like Scream went back to Billy Loomis's family, and it's like, oh, did Ben Willis have any other relatives? No. But that. Speaking of the son, the movie, midway through, I'm like, oh, so we're just pretending 2 didn't happen because it's constantly 1997, 30 years ago, 1997. This happened 1997. It's like that time in 1997. And I'm like, why aren't they mentioning the second time it happened?
Well, they do it, don't they, at the end?
Oh, okay, no. So in the middle, the guy goes, why don't we just go to the Bahamas? And Freddie Prinze Jr. goes, for reasons I don't want to get into, that's a bad idea. And I wanted to be like, how about you do get into those reasons?
Yeah.
What happened in the Bahamas?
Well, also, you're freely discussing what happened in 97. How is 98 worse?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then the very, very end of the movie, which again has been ignoring part 2, Brandy shows up, who was Jennifer Love Hewitt's roommate in the second movie. And then she goes, oh, people are always trying to kill that lady. I'm like, it only ever happened twice. And the third time she just stumbled into it. They weren't even after her. And then she's like, oh, someone else wants to kill us now. And Brandy's like, who we fucking up this time? Like, Brandy, you didn't fuck up anyone in the second movie. No, you were one of the victims. And it only ever happened to you once in college. And it doesn't seem like you guys stayed in touch. Why are you ready to start fighting evil fishermen?
How did you even know where she lived? Like, she just showed up at her door one day, just like, hey, like, you don't call? You don't, hey, how you doing? Are you busy right now?
It was an excuse to have another cameo. And guys, can we talk about a cameo? Sarah Michelle Gellar as the de-aged dream
shit.
Oh my God.
Fuck that shit. That was so dumb.
I liked it. I liked that scene.
Gil,
why?
get the fuck out of here. Go.
Because I figured
Gil just went through a tunnel.
This movie should not be taking itself seriously. It should just cut loose and have fun because it's a totally ridiculous premise. Like 22
do it for
Jump
the whole
Street.
movie.
That's
Do
what
it
I'm
for the
saying.
whole movie.
That's what I'm saying. I felt like at that moment, I looked through the curtain at a better version of this movie.
Yeah.
But I agree, in the context of this movie, it was really dumb. But it's a really dumb movie.
And I feel like they added it in. They must have. Well, Freddie Prinze Jr. is married to her. I guess they tried to figure out a way to work her in. They came up with this because, like, you see some Helen Shiver stuff. By the way, it is a legend. They mentioned bloodydisgusting.com. That was pretty cool to hear.
Yeah.
As someone who's early, I guess I mentioned in the Rob Zombie episode, like my early teen years were on Bloody Disgusting for
saying slurs and shit.
Now they're showing up in movies. Shit, where was I going with that? Hold on. Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
I just
He's
blanked.
trailed off.
So can we talk about the girl though being the killer?
Wait, not
Killer?
yet.
I thought we were
Okay. So they got it's a big legend. Everyone knows Helen Shiver dies. For some reason, she's a celebrity because she was the Croaker Queen who died. And then they have one line where the girl goes, I was also Croaker Queen. So because of that justification, they were like, all right, she can now have a dream of meeting Sarah Michelle Gellar, even though she has no idea how she acted, what she talked like, or anything. And it's just
justify that.
It's the most it was the dumbest way to get not since Han Solo and Rise of Skywalker have I seen a more pointless, confusing cameo ever. And I literally, that's the point where I went, oh, fuck off. What is this?
But it's not Happy Gilmore dumb cameos, which we'll get to.
We're skipping ahead.
We're treading lightly there.
But we're talking cameos, dumb cameos.
If you feel guilty about killing someone, why would a previous victim of a similar killer be the face of that guilt? Like, you think it'd be the person you killed who's like, how dare you?
I don't know.
That's a good point.
By the way, the reason he had a slicker in the first one is because he was a fisherman, like a legit fisherman. Anyway, can we just spoil who the killers are?
Yeah,
fuck it, why not?
Does anyone care? I don't think chat would care. Fuck this movie, don't see it. The killers are recovering drug addict lady who, it turns out, the guy who died was speeding to find her. She didn't recognize the car because he had stolen a preacher's car to go find her because he thought that she was going to be on drugs again. And because her life got ruined, Freddie Prinze Jr. from the first two movies decides he's going to help her get revenge, and he's going to be the killer now. So this is them going, you know what? We'll do what Scream doesn't have the balls to do. Because they kept teasing, like, what if Gail became the killer? What if Sydney became the killer? And they joke about it in Scream 6. The killer's like, hey, Gail, why didn't you ever become a killer? The other two were well-liked, but you would be perfect. So I know what he did last summer was like, you know what? We're going to be the ones to finally try it. And now that we've seen the hero from the previous entries become the killer, I'm here to tell you, it's fucking stupid.
Yep.
It's stupid and nonsensical, and I didn't believe it at all.
Especially, also, go ahead. Gil, go ahead. All right, I'm going.
Yeah, the relationship between them. It's like he's her boss.
Yeah.
And it's like they keep saying
but she's like a daughter because he grew up with her father or something.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's like, why not just have her be his daughter? I guess if she's his daughter, it's too obvious, but it just... If you're trying to think of the sort of relationship that would lead to somebody messing up your life or inconveniencing you in some ways enough for me to go out and start committing murders after I was on the receiving end of that as a kid, I feel like it just doesn't land when it's like, it's her boss.
Yeah.
I mean, and Freddie Prinze Jr.'s reasonings of like, this town forgot about everything that happened, so I'm going to make sure they never forget about it again is fucking bullshit.
It's so stupid.
Why do you do it now? You have to wipe it off. You do it now? Were you literally waiting for someone to accidentally murder someone else to take revenge?
Remember, by the way, the first movie, he felt the most guilty. He went to the funeral of the guy and made up a fake name and met Anne Heche and stuff. And the second movie, when he knows the killer is alive and he survives, he escapes the hospital and drives a little boat all the way to the Bahamas. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but he goes really far out of his way to save her. And in this one, he's like, fuck you, Jennifer Love Hewitt. I'm a bad guy now. And by the way, so the twist, there was a moment where I was really struggling to see who was the bad guy. And then I kind of caught on. I'm like, that girl hasn't had any scenes with the killer yet.
And did you think urban legend? Did you think how the fuck did she do all those murders? Because no way she is stronger than those guys.
Look, if I got to do that, Crystal, I got to make fun of all the Scream movies, really.
But Scream is good. This is not. Fuck this.
No.
Like.
So yeah, I kind of called it was her. And then when Freddie Prinze Jr. came on the boat, I'm like, oh, he's in on it, especially when he shoots her. And I'm like, oh, he's in on it. So yeah, it ends up with him trying to kill the surviving girl and Jennifer Love Hewitt, and then they kill him. And then they say that the killer survived, but they don't show it. And then they show that her friend survived after being thrown off the boat.
That was so random that she
then,
just survived.
Okay. And I'm glad we're doing this right before Boys Month. Real man hating this movie.
Yeah.
Jennifer Love Hewitt drinks a mug that says like patriarchy tears, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't do that forced bullshit.
But then at the end, you've been living in Florida for too long. You've been living too close to Hulk Hogan. Too long.
I hate men for specific reasons. Okay, I don't just hate men just to hate men. Like,
okay, and I was a little confused here because it ends with the girls going, you know, if men just went to therapy, this could have all been avoided. And I'm like,
the other bitch having problems. She's the whole reason.
And I'm like, the one killer was a woman. And then I'm like, wait, do they mean him who started it all? I'm like, you guys haven't even said his name the whole movie. You just said that he was a killer. You don't bring up anything about him. I guess technically if he went to therapy after his daughter died instead of going around killing people and then getting mad he got hit by a car, yeah, maybe this could have been avoided, but I don't think that. I think they mean Freddie Prinze Jr. Like, that doesn't make sense because the other kid was a woman.
Wouldn't the woman still, like, not even woman, the girl, wouldn't she still go around trying to get revenge, even if Freddie Prinze Jr. didn't exist?
I assume that's what they're setting up for the next one because they said she survived.
But she probably, so it wouldn't even matter if the first one even existed. She would still be going around for revenge. She just wouldn't have a fucking fisherman outfit that she ends up taking off anyway.
Also, what a lame fucking end, because the first one ends with the jump scare, the second one ends with the jump scare, and it's like, this one ends with just them on the beach going like, oh yeah, and she's still alive. Movie's over. And I'm like,
that's at that point that they made the movie and they were like, this is a piece of crap. Like, how do we even, let's just wrap this thing up, shoot something stupid on the beach.
And now that she's the only survivor and she says that she hates the slicker, which by the way, she didn't have to wear the slicker at the end on the boat. He wore the slicker when he was out in public and didn't want to be seen. Once he had him on the boat, he didn't wear it. And she's just like, I'm wearing it, but now I'm going to take it off and say I hate wearing it. I'm like, all right, so you're not going to wear it in the sequels? Well, that'll hurt the branding.
That had been fucking heavy as hell for her because she was like, the thing is, she's tiny, like skinny, tiny.
Yeah.
And do we just have tons of slicker outfits with hooks around for them both to wear? Are they sharing it?
Yes, because that was like a thing in the first movie during the parade scene, and it's like, wow, everyone's wearing that same hat today. So that one, that was kind of believable. Yeah, nothing really good in it. This couple of girls are cute. Nothing really, really good in this at all. Look, Jennifer Love Hewitt was like my first crush. I watched I Know We Did Last Summer a lot. I think I have a magazine with her over there. She's not Sidney Prescott. As much as I love that original movie and I love Jennifer Love Hewitt and that character, they're not Sidney. And this movie really wanted them to be Sidney. And I'm like, no, Sidney can have lines like, you know, what are we fucking up this time? Because she went through it like 5 times. Like, this is just twice in the 90s, and that was it. Yeah, it's a disaster. It's a disaster, and you should all skip it. And if you saw it early and took a bunch of pictures, you should have warned everyone. Crystal. Anyway.
I didn't want to ruin this review, okay?
Yeah.
I didn't want to give my thoughts until I told everyone it sucked during this.
Okay.
That's all.
This.
By the way, we hated that so much we went really long on that.
Yeah, that was the longest we've ever talked about a movie ever.
That's how, dude, I was not expecting to hate it that much. I walked out of that being like, fuck that movie. Anyway, next up.
I did tell you it sucked.
I guess so.
I think.
Next
I just want you to suffer.
Next up.
Talk about movies that suck.
God damn it. I'm trying to set it up. This was editing the whole Dark Knight episode, by the way. Her and Frank not shutting up when I'm trying to get to the next point.
It's my own personal.
Should just start our own show and say, fuck you, Tony.
Oh, wow. 2 people who don't know how to use microphones or stay in frame. That'll be a great show. Now we have The Naked Gun 2025. Guys, Justice has a new daddy. Only one man has the particular set of skills to lead police squad and save the world. Lieutenant Frank Drebin Jr., Liam Neeson.
By the way,
Follows-
real quick, I just wanted to also point out, because we were talking about Akiva Schaffer, how he made this movie, and the last movie he made 3 years ago was the Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie, which was awesome.
Okay, so many people are now telling me that movie's good when all I heard was it was garbage. The only thing I've seen from that movie was the ugly Sonic scenes. I only watched the ugly Sonic scenes.
It's very funny.
All right, I'll go back and watch it then. I'll watch the full thing. I did have, when I heard Tim Robinson was the voice of Ugly Sonic, I'm like, I just got to look up a highlight reel. Yes, he's following in his father's footsteps in The Naked Gun, directed by Akiva Schaffer. And from producer Seth MacFarlane. Joining the case are the cast Pamela Anderson, Paul Walter Hauser, CCH Pounder, who was perfect as the tough head of the department.
Awesome.
Kevin Durand and Cody Rhodes. And Danny Houston. Guys, we finally got Kevin Durand and Danny Houston back. We all love them in X-Men Origins Wolverine. And
Kevin Durand
together again.
Kevin Durand, can I just say, Kevin Durand is a Canadian treasure. He is an absolute fucking treasure. I loved him in The Strain. Anytime this guy, but my favorite Kevin Durand, like when I started following this dude, was when he was one of those weird skinhead brothers in Smoking Aces. He was so fucking funny in that movie.
I remember they made him Barry in one of the Resident Evil movies. They waited way too long to bring the Barry character in those movies. And it was Kevin Durand in it. You know what's funny? I love that Danny Houston's in this because he is usually the main bad guy in an underwhelming action movie. Like he was most recently in the Crow remake. He's an X-Men Origin. If it's an underwhelming action movie, he's usually the bad guy in it. So I actually like that he was in this. I'm like, oh yeah, he's very familiar with this
which is fucking hilarious, because you look at his family and he's the half brother of fucking Angelica Houston.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, Snowman is in the movie. In the craziest segment in the whole film.
That was unhinged.
That was Lonely Island.
Yeah, that was a Lonely Island bit.
So, a lot of times when they do the love montage in these films, I love the first one. It's like something tells me on, and it's just like a montage of them doing stuff. Yeah. This one turns into its own subplot where they're falling in love, and they go to the cabin and they find a spell book it's like a mini horror movie where the snowman is chasing. I was fucking crying in the theater watching.
That was so great.
Because that's another one where it just kept going.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. This one, I feel like it really captured the spirit of the original and totally nailed it. Liam Neeson, probably the perfect choice for this.
It captured the spirit of the second and third film perfectly.
Yes.
It was so good. The humor was very similar. It was fucking amazing that they started it with him, like the beginning of the second one, him just like kicking ass. You know?
Yep.
And like I said,
Pamela Anderson, though, I will say one thing. I will say that this did better than all the other ones. I thought Pamela Anderson was funnier than Priscilla Presley, Anna Nicole, all of them. I thought Pamela. I did not know how funny Pamela Anderson could be.
She was doing the scat singing.
The scat singing killed me.
Well, I mean, because Priscilla Presley wasn't really an actress. Pamela Anderson became an actress. She has done
even the funny lines, even the funny lines Priscilla Presley said. Priscilla Presley wasn't the greatest actress, and Pamela Anderson is not the greatest actress, but she was fucking great.
And she knows what movie she's in. I love the take a chair. No, thank you. I have them. On second thought, I will take that chair. I love that they just did the same humor from the originals, and it totally works. I love the gag with the coffee cups.
The recurring coffee cup scene is so good.
Dude, they keep doing that.
Yeah. All the people I didn't expect to see in this, Buster Rhymes. I'm like, is that fucking Buster Rhymes? I love
Buster Bus didn't make him a lot of money.
I love when they're interrogating him.
The perfect addition in Naked Gun did, where they added to make it more modern, is because this wasn't around back when the old one was with the body
cam. was so funny. It's like my body can't.
Buster Rhymes.
Hot dogs. He kept eating them.
Buster Rhymes going, "No, don't eat another one, man." And him going, "I had 5 that day."
I had 5 that day.
When he can't get out in the bathroom, just shooting his gun in public. I love when he's fighting the terrorists in the beginning. And it's just the worst dummy in the world. I'm like, I love that they didn't even try. They know that the fake dummies are funny.
They are.
I was just loving it so much. I'm trying to think of some of the other jokes. Paul Walter Hauser was really good as the new Ed too.
Oh yeah. He was fucking fantastic. The scene when they're all like at the mantles, like their fathers, and the O.J. Simpson one was hilarious.
Well, no, I was confused by the O.J. Simpson one, so I was excited that there was a new Nuremberg, but then he didn't. Why didn't they want to address Nuremberg?
So I was actually talking about this with Casey earlier.
Yeah.
So I thought it was very funny when you really think about it, right? How they trolled everybody. They put this scene in the movie, and they're like, and you laugh and you go, "Ha, that's good," but they made you think, "Who's this guy? This guy's going to be replacing Nordberg. Who is this guy?" Nope. 2-second joke.
That's it.
Never again.
We needed Nordberg. We needed to honor innocent man O.J. Simpson's legacy. I think that's my only fault with this film. But no, I had a good time. My problem with like comedies lately is that comedy always has like to be a comedy these days. You need to be like funny and also an action thing. That's been like a problem lately where every comedy movie has to have some kind of action element to it. Because if it doesn't, it flops like Friendship. So, but this one, the action is sort of built in because of the movies they're parodying. So it actually works a little bit, but it leans heavier on the jokes than any other action comedy I've watched in a while.
A few parts that stood out to me when they're bonding over Black Eyed Peas.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
I was crying.
All the names of all the songs, the Duchess.
No, but the fact that retards back makes me so happy. Goes, let's get retarded in here.
And you know who brought that back? Blade last year. He brought that word back. It all comes back to Blade, guys. Our life is just surrounded by Blade now.
And I like when he activates the little clippy paper clip.
Oh yeah. So they're making fun of electric cars and everything, which again is timely now, but I think that works.
Yeah. They did the modern stuff good. Like they did it well.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't just like saying the name of an app and that's supposed to be a funny thing.
And then the only other one that I remember stuck out to me was the Ponzi scheme.com arena.
Oh yeah. What is that stadium in LA? It's like
crypto.com stadium or some shit. I can't believe that's a thing.
I love that the device was plot device. The thing that they were looking for
right at the beginning. Again, that to me, that plot device thing is like the Beaver scene. Yeah. At that moment, okay, we're doing the same thing.
Oh, we're going stupid.
The Beaver has a cameo in this. The Beaver has a cameo in this.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. The plot for this is just the first Kingsman movie, where it's all the wealthy people are going to put a signal to kill everyone, and they're going to hide with all the people they approve of, and they're like, "We'll be in a," because that was the thing in the Kingsman. They're like, "Oh yeah, we're going to have all the biggest celebrities stuff," and they're like, "We'll be there with famous celebrities like Weird Al Yankovic, and he's got his own commercial for where you can find him in the bunker and everything."
Yeah,
like,
Weird Al's going to perform in the bunker.
But the funny thing about Liam Neeson in this is that it's like, oh yeah, he's playing a very youthful 32-year-old or something. If you go by the timeline,
but it's so perfect. Who cares?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I love when his pants come off with the New Year's balls, and it just cuts to his mom watching the TV for like a second. I'm like, oh, they got Priscilla in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I couldn't believe how well they did. Are we circling back now where like soft reboots are going to be like good again? Because they were
as long as we pay respect.
But it's not even that. It's got to be the right people, and it's got to be people like when you saw this movie. The one thing that I will tell you 100%, unlike other reboots, is the people that made this movie, Seth MacFarlane, Lonely Island, all of that, they actually like Naked Gun.
Exactly.
They like it and they got it. And if you have people that are in it that like it and they get it, yes, you can do this. Liam Neeson was also the perfect choice. I wanted to bring it up now that we're talking about it. Liam Neeson had the same like serious actor, was in a lot of serious action movies, like a fucking big, fucking guy is a real actor.
Yeah.
And him staying straight through the whole movie. It was like, man, I'm thinking to myself, no one else could have really done this. Like, not to make it feel like, oh, this guy is playing it as straight as possible, and that's why Leslie Nielsen's joke and Liam Neeson's jokes landed so well.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have Seth MacFarlane to thank for a funny Liam Neeson, because between A Million Ways to Die in the West and then this and Ted 2
and Ricky Gervais is A Life Too Short.
Yep, and that's so Liam Neeson's always been funny, but he's been more serious. So you're right; it was perfect.
And also, Tony, you're gonna like this full circle thing if you really think about it.
Okay.
Because Liam Neeson was he played Ra's al Ghul, right, in the first Batman movie, and the first scene in this movie was a clear homage to the second Batman movie, the bank scene.
Yes.
So if you think about it, it's full circle.
So one of my favorite gags in this, because I covered pretty much all the Mission Impossibles this year. Mm-hmm. I love when Eternal Affairs they get the terrorist, they get him to say something, they knock down the walls like Mission Impossible Fallout to reveal that it was all like a trap. Yeah. But then Frank talks about how he did something shady to do it, and then Eternal Affairs knocks down the wall.
Because
earlier, like, how did you
earlier he goes
this so fast?
Goes, like, how are you gonna arrest me? Are you gonna send another cop to arrest me? You can't do that.
And they go, yes, we can. Tell me he's joking.
But I love Eternal Affairs gets him and they're arresting him. He's like, how did you construct this? She's like, oh, we blackmailed or whatever, some construction stuff. He's like, did you get all that? It just keeps more and more, and it's a hologram at the end.
So good.
I really love that.
I was what we were saying before, going back to what we were saying before.
Yeah.
I really think what makes a soft reboot or remake good, or what I call the years later sequel, right? Where it comes out like way after everyone's forgotten. I think what makes it good is a combination of the people doing it respecting and liking the subject matter to begin with. You don't want a reluctant person who's like, fine, I'll do this, right? You don't want that. You want someone where it's like, I love this. Yeah. Two, I think a big thing is just don't worry about, I think it's really important with these kind of things that you do still bring something new to it while respecting the old stuff, right?
Yeah. Well,
that's why Running Man. I was going to say the new Running Man.
Yeah.
Well, Petsy, to say what you're saying, what you just said, that scene when Liam Neeson is talking to Frank Drebin Sr., like the photos, like you have up right now. But when he's talking to him, they even make their own joke. Yeah, that made me go, okay, they're trying. When he goes, I want to be just like you. Well, not just like you, like my own thing.
A newer, edgier you.
Yeah, pay respects to you. It was like that was like, okay, cool, let's go.
I love that they were making this and what was it? Scream 5. I think this and Scream 5 are really good at making fun of legacy sequels. Yeah. But no, I think like reboots and legacy sequels might be getting good again, because what was the big year? Like 2015 was like the big year. Like Star Wars came back, Jurassic came back. My favorite one was Ash versus Evil Dead. These things were coming back, and like, I mean, compared to what came later, they were like pretty much good. And then they started giving it to people who like didn't care about the franchises and wanted to.
Well, that's what I mean, right? And now it's like going to people who like are doing good shit.
Yeah,
make a sequel to Loaded Weapon, cowards.
Fuck, National Lampoon is a long way from what it used to be.
Cowards!
National Lampoon went from making Animal House to releasing Stuttering John's movie.
I know they keep getting better with age. I'm with you. Tony, I don't want to get sued, dude.
Oh yeah, that's right. I just want to live in a world where my friends aren't getting sued by washed up has-beens. It's happened multiple times to me. I'm like, wow, my friends just keep getting sued by losers.
Maybe you're the problem.
So there's a few. Here's a few reboots that are apparently coming out. So we all know about the Running Man. I'm excited for Edgar Wright's Running Man. I think it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Yes, I'm excited for it too. And I mentioned in the Total Recall movie, like, I love the original Running Man, but I'm fine with this new one.
This one's apparently more like the book.
Every criticism I've heard about the original is that it's not like the book, even though it's an awesome movie. But anyway, what else?
And then apparently we're gonna get another Anaconda with Jack Black and Paul Rudd, directed by the guy who did that Nick Cage movie where he plays himself. And then there's like 3 Frankenstein movies, which I fucking don't care. Stop.
Frankenstein's something that's always being made.
I don't know how many times I need to see a man made out of men kill a little girl. I'm just
a few years back we had like a bunch of Dracula movies in one year. I know Red Sonja's coming back.
New
one of those.
Who's playing her?
Some hot girl, like an actual hot chick. With red hair. I don't think she's a natural redhead. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe because I'm thinking I don't want to skip ahead too much because I'll be talking about on the wrap up. But like the new King of the Hill came back and it's good. And I'm like, maybe
I've been enjoying it a lot.
I'm like, maybe reboots will get good again. Maybe they learned enough lessons.
Okay, yeah. Except don't watch the trailer for The Paper.
No,
Tony, I can tell you right now, bud. Red Sonja's not gonna be good, dude. Oof.
Okay, well the chick's hot at least.
It's directed by a woman who directed Solomon Kane and the second Silent Hill movie with Jon Snow in it.
Ooh.
That's gonna fuck.
Hey, at least she has her bikini in it. You know, we could have lived in a world where it's Red Sonja without a bikini. Anyway, I love this new Naked Gun. Next up is Weapons, baby.
Yeah, dude.
Directed by Zach Kreger, and it's still weird to say that.
Yep.
Because he was the Whitest Kids You Know guy. He wrote a bunch of those skits, acted in it. I fucking love Zach Kreger. He's probably the most successful of those guys. Unfortunately, Trevor Moore died. But even then, I think Zach Kreger had more mainstream success, although Trevor Moore did really well. He's back for Weapons. He did Barbarian. How did you feel about Barbarian?
Barbarian was really another incredible movie along the lines of Hereditary. It was kind of one of those benchmark movies that I'll like always remember the first time I watched it. So knowing that, and I don't want to spoil that too, because I know there's a few people that still haven't seen that one. Highly recommended, by the way. I was really looking forward to this one because I fucking knew that this one was going to be a benchmark because Barbarians blew me away.
Yeah. I liked Barbarian. I'm like in a weird middle ground on Barbarian where I liked it. I thought it was interesting. I wasn't like blown away by it. Like all the twists and the back and forth with the plot lines and the different characters, I would just be like, all right. Oh, that was cool. Yeah, that's what it was leading up to. That's interesting. That's cool. But yeah, I know Adam hated it.
Yeah.
And I know some people loved it. I was just kind of on the fence. I heard a lot of great things about Weapons. My friend Pessy he like DM'd me and he's like, go see Weapons. And I'm like, I can't right now. I gotta wait. But I did see Weapons. Me and Lauren went to see it, and I think you can tell by this video that I actually liked it. Let's see.
Weapons was really good. That was awesome. All right, I'll see you later. Watch out now. What the fuck are you doing? I'm doing the weapons speed where everyone runs. Are we from like 4 weeks ago? Are we still doing that? That's still funny, right? It's still funny. I'm gonna keep doing it.
I can tell you had a couple of beers before that one.
Yeah. Shout out to random guy we got to film that karaoke night. But yeah, it tells the story of a woman's classroom. She's a teacher, and one day she comes to school, and it turns out all the kids but one disappeared the night before, doing this funny little run. They just all got up at the exact same time and bolted out the door into the darkness. So she gets accused of being involved with it somehow by the town. It follows her. It follows her ex-boyfriend cop character.
Paul, I think.
I think so. Josh Brolin, who I think, if I'm right, the actor strike kind of messed this movie up a little bit.
Really?
And thank you. Pedro Pascal was supposed to be in this.
Oh my God.
Fuck, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Because look, I already watched one fucking movie with this little broad and Pedro Pascal this year. Okay, I'm not watching another fucking one. I think Hollywood thinks we like this lady more than we do. I actually enjoyed her in this, but like she was the Silver Surfer.
Yes, that is true.
And she was in that stupid Wolfman movie. She sucked in that. This she's okay.
She's a fucking babe in this one.
Joey, Joey, a lot of times we agree on our attraction to girls, but this is one where I'm gonna have to push back on you.
You know what? That's fair. I respect your opinion as a fellow man, of course.
Yeah, I'm glad the one woman on the panel disappeared and we went right to objectifying. Anyway, oh, she's fine. Actually, because her character does kind of suck and is unlikable, I think that actually helped me with her performance in this. Like, yeah, this movie's not saying that she's great. It's an unfortunate situation, but she does kind of suck. Josh Brolin, who's the father of one of the kids, they're all trying to figure out why the kids disappeared. They're looking for clues, and the closer they get to finding out the truth, the more crazy stuff happens. And I think one of the craziest things is this girl's boss just homing in on her, coming to murder her in front of everyone at a gas station. I don't know why his eyes bulged out and no one else's did. That was weird.
I think that was because, I don't know how much we want to spoil, but I think that's because he was fucking using his head the scene before. And I think his forehead was pushed in. I think that's
gotcha.
I could be wrong.
Yeah. So I guess a little bit spoilerish territory. We learn that this is all the result of a horrible, unlikable woman that we can't stand. Oh, why did I show a picture of June Diane Raphael? I meant Gladys the witch. Yeah, June Diane Raphael is in the movie briefly. She's the one guy's girlfriend. June and her husband Paul, they did Who Are These Podcasts?
Yeah.
Which was one of my favorite podcasts. And then, I don't know if you remember 5 years ago, Joey, but a lot of really funny people decided to not be funny.
Yep.
And cry instead.
Yeah.
And Who Are These Podcasts was a victim of that. Anyway, luckily she's only in the movie for a second. We realized this lady Gladys, the only boy who didn't disappear's aunt, is behind it all. And there's lots of twists and turns. I love that it did the barbarian thing where it would like go back and show us someone else's perspective of how it got to that situation. I love when they show the principal's point of view and his storyline. They made sure to I don't know if you were able to tell that he was gay, Joey. I love that they showed his boyfriend pick up 2 things of cereal like this. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
That's them telling us that he's gay. I'm like, wow, that was really on the nose.
Well, I saw the tray full of hot dogs and I was like, yo, that's my breakfast. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on here, man? Come on now.
I really liked it. There were actually some genuinely creepy moments. But because Zach Krager is also a comedy guy, some very comedic moments. How did you feel overall? Was this a win for you?
Holy fuck, was it? This movie was like I said before, it was an experience.
Yes.
Like, it felt like it didn't feel like I was just watching a movie. It felt like I was experiencing a story, which I don't feel too often. And the shifting perspectives was so fascinating.
Yeah.
I watched it twice, and the second time I watched it on a non-IMAX screen.
Yeah, I didn't watch it in. We watched it in that like Dolby laser screen.
Yeah, so on the non-IMAX screen, it was a way different experience because on the IMAX screen, you could actually see the movie. It's a dark movie. You can see a lot of the stuff in the background to where the second time I watched it, I was thinking as I'm watching it, fuck, I remember the junkie picked up a candle and I could see the candle.
I want to go back and watch it and see like all the things that I missed. I do think Gladys is like in the beginning. They don't show her face when they're questioning the little boy.
Well,
you see her red wig, and then they show
you can't see it. Like the second time you watch it, for like you can see the wig. And another good example is in the beginning when the teacher goes into the liquor store and the dad is waiting in the parking lot to graffiti her car.
Yeah.
You can see his car parked there the whole time. So everything you can see, like it all makes sense.
Yeah.
And I felt like it just kept going and going. And then they showed Paul, the ex-boyfriend. And then they got to the fucking junkie. And I'm like, oh my God, this
the junkie got so much screen time.
Holy dude, and for good reason. I told my one friend after we watched it the first time I saw it was, I've known a lot of fucking junkies in my life. And that fucking guy nailed it. That's exactly what fucking junkies act like.
That almost sounded like a brag. You're like, I've known a number of junkies.
Yeah, every time I go to the liquor store locally, I fucking see them on the corner. So I know what they act like. Holy fuck, dude. I literally can't say enough about this movie. I wasn't necessarily scared per se, but it was like the twists, like, is what really fucking got me.
No, a couple of the dream sequences really got to me. Yeah. They were really, really fun. Me and Lauren did jump multiple times.
Like
there was like the one where she's like on the wall. When she's on the wall, that was really creepy. Or when she's under the blankets. Yeah. Gladys is fascinating. Dude. I really liked when we got to learn a lot about her. Just enough. I don't want to spoil the ending too much, except to say it was a very satisfying ending.
Yes, it was.
I love when a real piece of shit character is just an asshole for so long and they get the best comeuppance. There was a original ending he had in mind. I don't know if you saw any interviews of that.
No. I would love to hear what.
So he was talking about like when he doesn't like plan the story ahead of time. He just kind of writes and just asks himself where he would expect things to go. Which is a fun way to write a script. It's not the only way to write a script, but it's a fun way to do it.
Yeah.
So he didn't really know where it was going to go. And then he's like, okay, I came up with this idea. Then I had to explain that. And then I came up with this. But apparently one of his original endings was going to be the little boy and the teacher are taking sticks from that tree that she uses to put spells on people.
Yeah.
And they were going to like build an army, basically. They were going to go to a gym and find like a ripped guy just to like counter her.
That's still kind of the same vibe, though.
A little bit. This worked better. What they landed on was a lot. Because then you got to feel bad. It's like, what if those people die?
Yeah, that's true. For no reason.
This was a little bit more satisfying. I loved the ending. Yeah, really, really good time. This is a really great horror movie with comedic elements. It's not. I wouldn't call it a horror comedy. But like I think you guys really enjoy it. If you were on the fence with Barbarian or didn't like it, don't let that sway you from watching this because you will be missing out. But yeah, great film. And Joey, sorry. I let me take this red-headed demon that we all hate off screen because it's probably scaring you. Yeah. Who's here in the chat? Oh God, it's Gladys. Oh no, it's Crystal. Sorry. Hello, Crystal. How are you?
I'm sick, but hi.
Hi.
How is the sports game or
what?
Okay. How did the Eagles do?
Right now we're in halftime. We're up by 1 point. Our defense right now is shitting the bed because oh God. It was just really sad.
So the ball went though, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I'm talking to the manliest men here.
Yeah.
Yes. Ball went and scored.
Okay. That's good.
My team that I like.
So your ball
scored more balls. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. So Crystal, the one thing I want to ask you is Primitive War. What did you think? Did you like the dinosaur? No, weapons. What did you think about weapons?
I fucking loved it. Like you texted me the day before I went to go see. I think it was the day before. I was like,
yeah.
You're just like, holy shit. And I was like, okay, going in. I was like, all right.
Oh, I think I have.
And then afterwards, I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. 1 second. Hold on. I got distracted by another text message. Where is your text? Hold on.
What?
Oh yeah, I texted you. Holy shit, weapons was great. You went. I still need to see it. Next day, I just bought tickets, seeing it tonight, and then just one long dude.
Yeah.
So how did you feel about like the story going back and forth? Were you able to figure out what was going on, or?
I didn't hate it. I knew exactly what was happening. I also someone told me going into it, they're like, "Yeah, I heard it was like it's like an anthology and you get different
Not really.
movies."
Nah.
And I was like, and they said that they don't like that type of movie, but they also didn't see it. And then I went in knowing that, and I was like, I love this. I love it because it shows us more of the movie than we would have gotten.
Yeah.
It shows us. It really does show a full, awesome movie to every extent.
How did you feel about Gladys? Will this set back ginger representation?
She looked like fucking Ronald McDonald, so no.
What do you mean?
She had orange hair. It's orange.
That's
like
not
orange red. I don't have that. I don't have that.
That was exactly like you. What are you talking about?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're not wearing lipstick right now or your glasses.
I'm
but
wearing
if you
no
did,
makeup at all whatsoever. Which is
well,
why
remember everyone. What?
I said, which is why I'm in the dark.
Oh, well, remember people thought you looked like the Evil Dead lady and you cosplayed as her. Will you be cosplaying as Gladys?
Sure. Yes, I will. I'll do it. But the thing is, like, do I use my natural hair? Do I have to like tease it up?
It looks the same. Get that cut. Just get that cut.
Oh yeah,
Cut
I'm
your
gonna
hair.
permanently cut my hair like that and have like a weird bowl cut front.
Hold on.
Totally.
Hold on. I'm gonna. You know, we did. How? Crystal.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm trying to mute myself. How much money to get you to cosplay is this? What should I set the goal?
Oh god damn. Wait, do I get the money?
What? No. What do you What should the goal be?
No.
Just
then
$1.
Fuck you.
So you get the money and I have to dress like that? No.
It's
Okay.
pathetic.
Did you see Barbarian?
Yes. I didn't like it.
Okay, but you ended up really liking it. Did you know
I
going
did.
in it was the same guy? I don't know if I told you that.
I
Okay.
did. It says it on the poster. And I think it said it in the beginning of the movie, or I don't know. I saw it a couple times.
So even if you didn't like Barbarian, this did win you over. The whole movie won you over.
1,000%.
I didn't watch Adam's review, but I think he said he actually liked this, even though he hated Barbarian. Yeah.
Wow.
But apparently the ending didn't do it for him. But he released the video when I hadn't seen it, so I wanted to wait to watch his thing.
Yeah. It was an interesting ending where they're all like chasing her.
No, I didn't want to spoil it too much.
Far?
No, I just didn't want to spoil it too much because I really want people to see this one.
Oh, I mean, I'll say there's definitely some comedy in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely moments where I laughed out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I should have also realized that going into Barbarian, because there was Barbarian to me felt like there was almost like more, it was like almost a little forced comedy, like it was trying too hard to also be kind of funny. This one actually nailed it.
Yeah.
To where there was actually serious moments, there was scary moments, there was definitely a lot of jump scares, but also some comedic that felt very natural.
Yeah.
The ending was a little forced. It got a little old.
I loved it. I loved it.
Fucking perfect for me.
Yeah.
I thought maybe if they took out one.
Did you hear me?
I'll say one of the runs, if they took it out, it would have been great.
Did you hear me? Did you tune in when I was talking about what the original ending was going to be?
I haven't tuned in. I tuned in for 30 seconds beginning, and I'm very sad I missed Johanna.
That's okay. Zach Greger, just a quick recap. He said that one of his original endings was that the kid and the teacher were going to steal twigs from the tree and find like jack dudes at a gym and real tough guys to mind control them to counter the witch.
Yes.
That would have sucked.
No, I mean, I would have liked that, but the ending that actually happened was perfect.
It was great.
Oh my god, especially oh my god. I want to talk about the ending so bad now. Now that I can't, like now I want to talk about more. It was cool. And I think the very, very, very ending, I wasn't expecting that. It was not a happy ending.
It's kind of like a bittersweet ending, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't even know if it was bitter. It was just bitter.
I feel like the good guys would have went to jail because there's no way they could logically explain anything that they
I was
did.
thinking about that towards the
end. That's what they said in the very, very beginning of the movie, is that they covered it up. The entire town, the very beginning, they said, you will never know anything about this because the cops, which I actually like that they explained that before, saying you'll never know anything because the town was so embarrassed that they had to cover it all up.
They covered it up like the town, and I Know What You Did Last Summer. Exactly.
Not a class.
We got lucky.
We actually took it from that. It was actually the town next door.
When it comes to horror, I think we got lucky this time because we had to deal with I Know What You Did Last Summer last time, and now we had Clown in the Cornfield and weapons.
Do you guys say that you, like I said, I didn't listen to you guys. Do you like Clown in the Cornfield?
Yeah, we thought it was okay. Yeah.
Just okay, right?
Oh, we didn't think it was the greatest thing ever, but we enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw a lot of people hating on it hardcore.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hate on.
But I think it was like I went in with the lowest of lowest expectations. So it came out. I mean, as soon as she said these adults in this town are weird or acting weird, you automatically knew what was going to fucking happen.
Yeah. Yep.
Like they spoiled it right in the beginning. But the thing is, like, I thought it was fun.
Okay. Crystal, your voice sounds bad and I can hear me on your speaker. Before you go, because you yelled at me for not putting it on the list, can you do like a 10-second review of Freakier Friday?
Yeah, it was awesome for nostalgia reasons, and I think it's a great bonding movie for girls that grew up with that movie that really liked it and their daughters. I think that's really what it was meant for. It's a good mom-daughter, millennial versus now generation kind of movie. It was really cute. It was really cute for that kind of thing.
Crystal was trying to get me to see Freakier Friday during Boys Month, and I went, absolutely not.
Oh, I can't believe that. It's bad timing.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
All right, Crystal, if people want to talk to you about weapons some more, where can they follow you?
On Twitter or X, Crystal Quinn. Same thing on Instagram.
Cool.
That's it.
I gotta text you later about an idea I have. But I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay. Yep. Go Birds.
Bye.
Bye.
Is that a football thing?
Yeah. Him.
Yeah.
Not
football.
Not directed by Jordan Peele, but they made sure to put his name all over the advertisements.
So what was?
Well, I'm going to talk about it. Him tells the story of a young football player who was in that terrible I Know What You Did Last Summer movie, which only Lauren and Casey liked. I haven't met any other people who like that new movie. He's an up-and-coming football player. He idolizes Marlon Wayne's character, who once had a horrific injury, but recovered and became the greatest of all time. The GOAT, if you will, which, by the way, that was going to be the name of the movie, and they changed it to him, which doesn't make sense at all. Not at all. Anyway, he gets injured by a guy in a goat suit, and he has a brain injury. But he wants to still play football. They tell him, hey, we're going to have you train with Marlon Wayans at his secret desert compound before you join the team. And he is like a cult leader almost. There's a lot of goat and skull imagery everywhere. His fans are outside his house, and they're just worshiping him constantly. They'll like kill for him. They'll die for him. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, that's exactly what I want. That's why I'm in this business. When will I get to that level? Hopefully soon. Joey, go attack someone right now.
Deal.
I guess you'll do it off stream. Okay. Anyway,
you could try the twig thing where you wrap like a person's hair in the twig.
I can do that.
That's witch stuff. That's girl corruption. This is man corruption.
Right. No, man stuff. Gil, we need you to flex immediately. Just flex for us. We've never seen you flex.
Wait, I might be going through a tunnel.
Oh, no, I don't
I'm not sure.
Hey!
Oh, no.
Good Lord.
So the whole time he's in the facility training, weird stuff starts happening. He starts hallucinating a lot of things. People are injecting him with stuff. The movie also stars Jim Jeffries, a famous comedian who purposely edited an interview to make a guy look bad, but didn't know that he was being secretly recorded. Tim Heidecker, who hasn't been funny in years and had the balls to make fun of the new Superman movie after this movie came out. That was funny. And Julia Fox, who's famous for no reason. I have a problem with Julia Fox, guys.
Oh.
I didn't know she was in this movie.
Oh.
My good friend Carl from WATP actually covers her audiobook on his Patreon.
Oh,
this
God.
This woman is just making everything up. She's just a liar and everything. She's also on a bunch of podcasts, and she's the dumbest person I've ever heard in my life. A day before I saw him, I listened to the newest WATP at the time, where they played an interview with her and Emily Ratajkowski. And I'm going to play you this clip. And I want to play this clip for you because I want you to know that every time she showed up on screen, I just had this playing in my head and I wanted to throw up.
So my tear and my vagina.
Back to that. All right.
They said, like, don't touch it. It'll just heal on its own. But I was like, wait, that's gross. Like, I'm going to put hydrogen peroxide on it every day. Okay. And because I did that, the wound wasn't healing and then got infected. Yes.
I see Gil is
Sorry,
gone
I was
now.
in a tunnel. Yeah, my bad.
So every time she came on screen, I just kept thinking of hydrogen peroxide, and I kept going, why did she do that? And I honestly, I can't remember most of her scenes because I was just horrified thinking about that story. She's pretty terrible in the movie. A bunch of shit happens, and the whole time you're waiting for what the big reveal is. Is it magic blood? Is it sci-fi science stuff? Is it a weird Native American goat god? Is it an evil cult? Spoiler, the answer is, I don't know, all of them maybe? And then I walked out of the theater going, that's the worst film I've seen this year. Joey C., how did you feel about him?
Well, first of all, they copied the name of my favorite band from Finland, Him. Not cool on their part.
It should have been the GOAT. It should have been called the GOAT.
Listen, I know lots of things about football and sports. So I was pretty excited for this movie because I've held footballs and the ball is gone down to the thing. So I know lots of things about football. I was really excited for this because of all the stuff that I know. I don't know a goddamn thing about football at all. I like the bit of the demon and the cult and his blood making him the good football player. Now, I've never played football, so I don't quite know.
Well, I can guarantee that demons aren't involved, okay? But yeah,
That's what you think, Tony.
Honestly, it is one of those things where when you find out what the twist is, you just have more questions.
Yep,
you're exactly like, wait, but then what were the needles? I guess that was the blood, but then what was this?
And then their headbutt transfers some other thing,
maybe.
And I'm a bit confused here. Not about the football. I understand that part, but.
The problem is, like, I actually was invested, and I did like how trippy it was and how surreal it was. There's some great imagery in here. When they do, like, the Mortal Kombat Predator-style X-rays, I thought that shit was awesome.
That was super cool, yeah.
There's some really cool-looking moments, but I'm like, it has to build to something. And you could tell they just didn't know what ending they wanted to go with, so they're like, magic blood that this cult that owns the league has been making people take, but then also Jim Jeffries, the scientist, has been doing stuff with the magic blood, but the cult leaders don't have the magic blood that heals you. You think they would, or else the movie wouldn't end the way it did. And then I shit you not, there's pictures of goats everywhere in the movie. And there is reference to like religion, but they never like specify something. They mention Native Americans, they mention religion, but they don't really connect those. At least for me, I didn't really see a lot of it. He stares at a goat skull and then he puts Tim Heidecker on that thing right there, and Tim Heidecker blows up as if a goat god blew him up. But I'm like, wait, was the goat god with the magic blood in on the cult? Honestly, Joey, it reminded me of the theatrical cut of Halloween 6, where we don't really know what the cult's purpose is, and if Michael Myers is actually involved with it.
Yeah, I'm just as confused as when I watched
I walked out of the theater going, what the fuck was that? And it was funny because Casey said, don't spoil it for me. I just told you guys the end of the movie. Did any of it make sense to you?
No, none of it.
No. I said, I'm like, Casey, I couldn't spoil it if I tried. I'm like, none of it makes sense.
I just thought I was dumb. I just assumed that it was my lack of brain cells, but
this movie got shit reviews. And there was a lot of hype to building up to it, and then it just got shit reviews. And after I saw the movie, I got it, and now I know why they were really pushing Jordan Peele's name over the director. I understood that. I was like, man, this is not anywhere near as good as well, I didn't see Us, Nope, or Get Out. This is fucking terrible.
Well, to be fair, the trailer was fucking awesome for this movie.
The trailer's good. That's why I put it on the list. I thought it looked like a cool, spooky movie. The football thing I thought was unique. I like Marlon Wayans. I'm like, okay, cool. This will be a good time. I didn't know it was gonna have a bunch of comedians I can't stand. And a confusing ending. And Julia Fox, I didn't think she was gonna talk about how gross her vagina was before I watched the movie. What was your question, Crystal? Don't put hydrogen peroxide in it. Was that your question, Crystal?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
If a doctor tells you,
just shut up. Tony, just stop talking, please. Just stop. Someone mute him. Someone make him go through a tunnel right now.
I'm just checked out now anyway.
Stop it.
Yeah, so the football was good.
I was actually going to ask. So because I know, Tony, you're not a big football player, football person, shall we say. Super football. Gil, I don't know. Do you like football?
About as much as Joey.
Fantastic, great. So being the only person that actually really likes football here, would I actually enjoy the football aspect mixed with horror, or because you guys are going in as horror fans?
Maybe, but again, you'll get to that ending and you'll be just as confused and hate it. But maybe you'll enjoy a lot of the stuff early on. You might enjoy the first two acts and all the football stuff, but you're going to be disappointed in the third act. Trust me. Also, this is the very ending of the movie, and they're using it as one of the posters for the movie because it's probably the most exciting, visually exciting part. That's bloody, and I'm like, wait, so you're just spoiling the end of your movie in the poster? Okay, cool.
Yeah, but even if you watch the movie, you're not going to know what the fuck's going on.
Maybe that's what they're banking on. Like, no one's going to know what's happening. Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean, the trailer straight up looked strange and weird and very odd, but
and I like that. You know what? This actually reminded me of a different movie, and I'm sure it's on Gil's month of horror. Did you see Don't Worry, Darling from a few years ago with Florence Pugh?
Oh yeah, and Harry Styles. Yeah,
that was one where there's a whole mystery, and then they explain it at the end, and you're like, oh, I get it. But then you think of things that happened in the movie, and you go, but wait, what was that? And what was that thing?
Don't think about that part.
I'm just like, wait, the twist again. Not since that movie did I go. The twist and revelation made me more confused because now I'm pointing out things that don't add up. Yeah, I'd say skip this. Just skip it. What's the word for skipping in football? Is there a word for just?
Oh yeah, dude, I know this one.
What is it?
It's the touchdown. That I knew it. I knew it.
That's the guys. What I'm trying to tell you about the end of this movie is that it really fumbles it.
Oh yeah, I thought that was hockey here. What sport is this?
That was enough sports. Anyway, next movie on the list, The Conjuring. Last Rites. Yeah. I have to review every Conjuring movie, so of course this was going on the list. We did what is the worst Conjuring movie, and then I think a bunch of us we did The Nun 2 when it came out. This is the latest one, directed by the same guy who's done the last couple Conjuring and Conjuring related films. Based off a true story, which I didn't even look up because it's all lies anyway. They were con artists. Anyway, tells the story of what's their name, Ed and Lorraine.
Yep,
we get to see an early adventure of theirs where they had to deal with a possessed mirror. And then that affected their daughter's pregnancy. And then years later, a family comes into possession of this evil demonic mirror. And they start getting haunted by spooky ghosts with big smiles. Because ghosts just have big smiles now. So you got to call Ed and Lorraine in. But there's a problem. Their daughter, who's about to get married, is also being affected by the evil mirror ghost who remembers her when she was still a baby. And then a bunch of chaos happens and they have to help the family fight the evil mirror. Joey C, How'd you feel about Conjuring Last Rites? Are you going back to the Catholic Church?
I don't think so. I don't think
it didn't work out. Honestly, it didn't work out for that one priest. That evil mirror is able to hunt down that priest in a church and hang him. That was fucked
up, man. He got fucked up.
Yes, how did you feel about
it? Right off the rip, I don't like the essay that happens in the movie. Paranormal Entity did a better job.
God damn, don't bring up Paranormal Entity.
Really don't like that part. And I will say, though, I am not a huge fan of the Conjuring universe. I just think it's all bullshit anyhow. The first half of the film felt pretty slow. It was still interesting. I'm trying to look at it through a lens of a casual viewer. The second half, I feel, was as intense as most entries in the series. And I do think it gives it justice to fans of the franchise. And if you're a big Conjuring fan who watches all these movies, I think it connects well. Like, all the dots connect. I don't think it'll disappoint too well. I can't really see any hard downsides per se of the movie. I don't really like them personally. The whole paranormal thing is just it's so overplayed for me. The only thing that I prefer the vibe of the first two films.
Yeah,
I think this tried to capture that.
Those are the good ones.
James Wan
do a good job.
James Wan has a cameo in the movie. Yeah, but he's still
in
just
the church,
producing.
right?
Yeah, a bunch of cameos from the first three movies are in the church.
Oh yeah, some of the family members are in it too. Yeah,
but he hasn't come back to direct them. He's only just producing at this point, and it's been hit or miss with this new director. Although I liked his Conjuring. I tend to like the spin-offs more than the mainline movies anyway.
I agree.
But Gil, did you see Conjuring Last Rites?
I didn't. I mean, I'm going to see it, but honestly, when I saw who directed it, I completely lost interest. I was like, Devil Made Me Do It. I thought was okay. The Nun 2, okay. But I thought Conjuring 1 and 2, those were good movies.
Yeah. I will say this. I really do enjoy the Nun movies, both 1 and 2. This is way better than Conjuring 3.
Really? Okay.
Well, remember Conjuring 3 was like a COVID movie too. So that movie just looked really bad too.
What happened in Conjuring 3 again?
The devil made me. The guy kills his family. He says the devil made him do it, and
it's the first case that ever went to court where they used demonic possession as the defense.
Yes.
I'm just trying to remember the movie itself.
It's hard to remember. I think there was
all of them.
I think there was an evil pilgrim. I don't remember. It was really not good. It was really not good.
That might be a different movie.
Yeah, this one was solid though. I feel like it was at least way better than 3. So the guy, when it comes to his main Conjuring movies, I could see him making a really good one at some point, even though this is supposed to be the last one. But do a franchise baton passing at the end.
Oh, they came out a few months ago and they said it's the end of phase 1.
Yeah.
So phase 1 was 12 years long.
This is the most successful horror franchise of all time. They're not ending anything.
So in this one especially, set records, I think.
Yeah.
The third one was the one where Ed had a heart attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so, because that's a big thing in this one is his heart issue.
Yeah, that's what I do like about this movie is Lorraine was like, "Oh, I don't want to lose Ed, so we're gonna be retired." I'm like, "Sweet, new characters, all right." I was disappointed, and then the question, I don't want to spoil too much, but the question comes up is all right, did the demon off the priest to get them back? Was that in the master plan of the demon? That's what I think.
I think so. Crystal, what did you think of the movie?
I went in watching it in a movie theater that did not have air condition.
That was my Nun 2 experience. When me and Casey went to see Nun 2, it started 30 minutes late and the AC broke. It was great.
Oh yeah, there was no AC at all whatsoever. Also, they wouldn't turn the lights off.
So you have to watch a dark movie with all.
I don't think anyone else in that theater realized the lights were still on. Because it wasn't bright, but it was still dim, but they weren't off. And I was like, am I going crazy? Am I just forgetting how lights are in a movie theater? And I went into another movie theater after complaining twice. Mm-hmm. Went to go look, and I was like, I am fucking right about this. Those lights are supposed to be off. So I watched it with the lights on.
Okay.
With no air condition. So I was also a little, not happy. It was okay. It wasn't great. It was okay.
Did you like it more than 3?
I don't remember 3. I
then
think
that's a yes.
I might have liked 3. I'm looking up pictures right now.
I feel like if you still remember this movie in a week, then that's a good sign.
What was there actually in this movie? There was a giant Annabelle at one point in this movie. I thought that was
there
fun.
was.
I thought that was fun. I thought that was fun.
I liked that. I did like the adventure of the family itself. I thought that was kind of cool. I thought the fiance aspect was interesting. I didn't hate the story at all whatsoever. It just wasn't as horror thrilling, I guess you can say. It was fine.
It was actually more of like a family drama, like both the Warrens and that other family.
1,000%.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Which I feel like that was like the secret ingredient for the first 2 Conjuring movies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like both of them really leaned into what the family was going through, and then like the warm presence that the Warrens bring to them, and then what the Warren. It's funny, Joey, you were saying like you like how Lorraine's like, Ed, I don't want you to do this anymore. They've had a version of that plot, I think, in every single one of these.
I think
like the first one, it's
absolutely.
like Lorraine had a vision. Ed's like, I'm worried about you. And then the next one, she's like, I had a vision. I'm worried about you.
Yeah. And then again, the baton passing where she's just like, no, daughter, you're not allowed to have psychic visions. Suppress them. And at the end, it's like, never mind. It's like Ant-Man teaching his daughter to become Ant Lady in Ant-Man 3. Why did I go to that fucking
Ew. All right. Did you guys? So I heard that there was something after the credits. I waited the entire time after the credits. It was just a photo of the real Ed Warren next to the mirror, and that was it. And I was like, I waited this entire time in the heat.
Oh, wait, wait. Why don't you just Google, is there a post credit? They usually tell you what it is.
I did, and I just saw, because I was sitting there, and I was like, there is a post credit, and I looked up.
And but you didn't look up what it was.
But I didn't really know, because I was already in the theater, and I was like, okay, I'll wait. And me and 2 other people waited, and that showed up, and we're like, what the fuck?
I always feel.
I was with Lauren, and I looked. I'm like, oh, there is one. Let me see. I'm like, it's just a picture. Let's leave, and we just got out of there.
I always feel bad because, like, among my friends, I'm like the movie guy. So when we're in the movie, at the end, they're always like, Gil, is there a post credits thing? And anytime I say yes, and then it sucks, I almost feel like responsible for it. Like, you made us wait for that.
And good. I just said yes.
I'm just gonna start saying no every time.
Look, when it comes to movies about evil mirrors, it's not as bad as The Boogeyman from 1980, directed by Uli Lamel, which is terrible. But it's not as good as Oculus, directed by Mike Flanagan. It's right in the middle of evil possessed mirror movies. But no, I really, really enjoyed it. It takes place in Pennsylvania. They mentioned Bucks County. I was like,
yes,
hey,
they do.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the fans I was talking to over the weekend, he lives by like where the real thing happened. And he's like, yeah, it was funny. I saw the movie and then I drove past the real house. I'm like, that's got to be surreal.
That's kind of wild, actually.
But yeah, if you're into there were a bunch of people I saw on Instagram people who love The Conjuring, like hated this one. And I'm like, why? It's so much better than the last one. Why do you guys think this is the worst? There was nothing really, it's not as good as 1 and 2, but there's also nothing like really wrong with it. I don't know why people took it so personally. The Long Walk. The Long Walk. Sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Richard
Gil
Bachman's
loves this film because young guys are getting beaten, they're getting shot. He's like, yes!
Fucking exploded. Like,
yeah.
This is a baked cookie. This is homemade shit.
Oh, they're sweaty too.
So this is one of 4 Stephen King things that came out last year. There was The Monkey. I forgot all about The Life of Chuck by Michael Flanagan.
Oh, that was good. That was really good.
After I finished the list, it showed up on a streaming platform. Like, I totally forgot I wanted to see that. And of course, the last one, there's this, and then there was Welcome to Derry, which, just to let everyone know, we are doing a what is the best modern It episode. So I'll do the 2 movies and the first season of Welcome to Derry, if you're wondering why I haven't covered it yet. But yes, The Long Walk is based off, like, I think the first Richard Bachman book, like the first one he published, one of his oldest stories.
Yeah.
It takes place in a kind of post-dystopian war future. America went on like some financial troubles, and they ended up
takes place in America in 2028.
Is it really? Is that what it takes place?
No. I'm just kind of saying it's maybe a teaser of what's to come.
Oh, okay, gosh. Because it looks like technology stopped at a certain point in this universe. It is funny because we also, The Running Man is the other one, the Stephen King thing we got.
Yep.
But this basically is so I guess he had this idea multiple times of a game show that's being televised to the country. He just did it twice under his pseudonym. This is a game that you can do. You have to do the long walk. You have to outwalk everyone else. In the book, apparently, it was like you had to be at like 3 miles per hour, and apparently, or 3 paces. It was something, but Stephen King went up to the production. He was like, I was stupid when I wrote that. That's impossible. Please change it. So you have to keep up a certain pace. You get 3 warnings, and if you fuck up, you get killed. But if you win, you get millions of dollars and 1 single wish. And when someone told me that, I'm like, it's like a supernatural thing to this. But much like we'll say anything with the super chat within reason. It's a wish within reason. Like there are limits to the wishes. Philip Seymour Hoffman's son and the guy from Alien Romulus are the main characters in it. They're kind of working together, even though they should all be on their own side. They try to like have some kind of camaraderie early on, and one by one they all get picked off. And the Major, played by Mark Hamill, is the one leading this horrifying game show. And it gets freaking brutal. Like they do not shy away from the violence, from some of the grossness, like when the guy has to shit himself. It gets really, really, really dark and disturbing and like sad. Also, by the way, just a side note, the TV show within the universe would be like the worst possible show because it's just these 2 cars and these 2 camera angles. And they're not microphone. None of the people are wearing microphones. My like production thing got in there. I'm like, this would be the worst show ever. Anyway, it's very deep and emotional. You find out why everyone is doing this. You get to learn a little bit more about them. And then, it has a totally different ending from the book. So if you read the book, you get a fresh ending. Joey C.
Side note, did you mention, Tony, that this is the same director that did the later Hunger Games films as well?
No, I didn't. I did not. I forgot to mention that.
Just a fun fact, because this obviously, has a lot of parallels to the Hunger Games movies.
Yes. I feel like maybe that's one of the reasons he was picked for it. But
it definitely was. Yeah.
I really, really like this. Same thing with The Running Man. I think the ending was a little weird, but that's because they rewrote the ending. So maybe that's why it didn't really connect with me. But Joey, what did you think of The Long Walk?
I've read once in my life, and one of them, the only time, was this book.
Oh,
wow.
So the ending with Ray and Pete is different, like you mentioned.
Yeah. What is it?
Wait, can you not say the ending from the book? I'm like in the middle of reading it right now.
You are? Okay.
I'll tell you later.
Okay,
I'll tell you
fine.
later. So
you'll just read it.
It's a really great book. It goes into a lot more detail.
After real quick. Sorry, I have to ask one more thing. After watching it, am I still going to be? I lose interest pretty quickly. Am I? The book will keep me engaged, right? Even after I watch it.
Read the book. I'm so glad that they changed the ending because I was sure I knew the ending after reading the book, and was happily thrown off. And I don't want to get into any spoilers, but I really loved the Major character because, of course he was in charge of the long walk and he's an evil man, but he also like cheered the boys on when they screamed at him. Yeah. And he has like a great respect for the game. And again, without getting into spoilers, I don't know if we will or not, but he honored the ending, like the wish, if you will. And he could have just not did that. So he has great respect for people who actually complete the walk. And from what I can remember, the motivation of Ray is completely different in the book. I'm pretty sure. Somebody will have to fact check me on that. But I know this movie takes place on the road. So it's technically one location, just always moving. But the set design was fantastic. With all different places that they travel through, and it really kind of gives you a scope of the distance that they travel. Also, side note, who is the Major in this post-war world? Because don't they mention he makes like house calls to kill people with contraband? You know, like apparently he's just a high up official who also runs the walk because he loves it. He's like, I gotta run that thing. Would love a spin-off series of this world. Fantastic film. I don't want to spoil it. Gil, go, don't spoil it.
Not everybody likes Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, here we go.
I love this movie.
Yeah.
One of my favorite of the year, one of my favorite of the last few years. Like we said earlier about Drop, this movie has one of those hooks where the moment you hear the premise, you're like, I gotta see where they go with that. And it's the kind of thing where you can imagine it getting boring. Oh, it's just them walking. But the movie does such a good job of making it a dynamic journey. Physically, because the terrain will change. Sometimes there'll be a storm. Emotionally, because friendships are forming, rivalries are forming. You're learning more about them. But all of it is heightened because it's in this insane life or death situation. It's the kind of brotherhood you see in a war, but the insanity and irrationality of it is so heightened because this whole thing is absurd. And on the physical dynamic side of it, the fact that at all times they are moving. Like, what other movie do you see where all the characters are constantly doing this and just getting more and more worn down and tired as the movie goes on? And they're also sleep deprived. Yeah. So they're getting more and more insane as it goes on. And I feel like just adding on top of all of that, it's so intense. It's never boring. But on top of that, I feel like the main actor, Cooper Hoffman, added so much. He was just an interesting character. And I feel like, again, anytime you do one of these movies focused on a small group of characters in one situation for an extended period of time, so much is put on the actors. And I feel like he was just interesting. Just the way he spoke, his tone and cadence, the way he was a very positive person, even though that's insane in this situation, but also intense and focused and confident. And only afterward did I realize that it's Philip Seymour Hoffman's son. Yep. And I was like, that makes so much sense because he was also an actor that was
bunch of movies.
Yeah, and he was great. I couldn't wait after this movie. I was like, I need to see him in more stuff. So very intense movie, very uncomfortable watch.
Yeah,
but never boring. It's not just a sustained discomfort. It's dynamic. And I felt like, although the ending, I can see what's weird about it. And I definitely left with questions. I didn't find it unsatisfying. So love this movie from beginning to end.
Awesome. Crystal.
Everything Gil said. I don't know how else to add to that. Everything he said. It's
the
amazing.
Boy band is hot and all that.
What was the hottest walker? Who did you think was the cutest walker?
The deaths definitely took me. So I actually knew nothing about this. I didn't really see much of the trailer. I just knew a lot of people were walking for the length of the movie while watching it. I knew that was a big thing.
Oh, they did they did a stunt where you
that's all I knew about it. Yeah. Never read the book, obviously, but I was like, so wait. My mom saw it when I was over for the holidays, and she's like, "You want to watch it?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I have to watch that anyway. Might as well do it now." So I'm like, "What the fuck is this movie even about?" She goes, "They walk," and I was like, "I got that. Thank you."
They walk. What more do you want?
We're walking here.
She said it was between this movie and oh my god, fucking Ethan Hawke's fucking last fucking movie.
Black Phone 2?
The Black Phone 2, thank you. I was like the phone booth. Black Phone 2. She was like, it's between that and The Long Walk, but the other one looked dumb, and I was like, you picked the right movie. So
but she missed out on Ethan Hawke ice skating. What the fuck?
Don't worry, I told her about it. Don't worry. I told her all about the movie, and once again, she knows she picked the right movie. So I was shocked. I didn't know that if they stopped walking, they died. I kind of got a hint that something would happen. Not that all of a sudden they would fucking just like shoot up their head right then and there. So that took me for a shock.
And they show it. I thought they were gonna like cut away like whatever, and then no, they just show the bullet like go through the head, exit out. Like
brutal. It's not just like any other horror movie where they're like torturing the people or something like that. Like this is like a.
It's like real. It's like more real.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to say it's realistic, but it is. Like
It's like people laugh at the scene where like the guy has to go to the bathroom, but I'm like including those details is part of what makes it feel real. You're not skipping anything.
Yeah. It's like a marathoner. Like you'll see literally like people that are going through like literally shit or piss, like going down their pants and stuff like that sometimes. But no, that is real. And you do wonder like your body function and like how are they still awake? Are they sleepwalking and all that other stuff? I thought it was absolutely fascinating. And realistic as much as it could be.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out because about there's like a dictatorship type thing happening. I was wondering about this world. I just wanted to know so much more about this world that they were in.
I had a lot of questions about it too. I'm like, who's technically in charge? What was this war?
Yeah. And another mom in the movie where I feel bad for her, like, oh my God, her on the side of the street.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But like you want both of these guys to win, like, and I'm shocked at who actually won. And then my mom was so pissed off at the ending. She was like, "This is the dumbest thing," and I was like, "I'm sorry." I was like, "I thought it was great." Well, she's like, "He's clearly dead," and I was like, "It's up for interpretation, Mom. There's a couple ways you can look at it." She goes, "No, he's dead. There's no one around," and I was like, "Thanks, Mom."
No. See, he walks away and he teams up with Glenn Powell from The Running Man. They're both in the same universe.
Exactly.
Adam, how did you feel about The Long Walk?
I know that I was late for this and you're punishing me by making me last on this list every fucking movie that we go through, so I get to listen to all you guys say everything there is to say.
Adam, now know how I feel every review.
Adam, you're right. Let me fix this. Hold on one second, Adam.
Thank you, Tony. This is how it should be. This is how it was meant to be.
We should do a rotation between each movie.
There
like it flips
we go.
around.
Sorry, Adam. You should have
I
love kidding.
I had a ton of respect for you.
Do we have audio? Because I lost it. Whatever you did has made me lose my audio.
I didn't realize that the person at the bottom gets cut off by the marquee.
What? I didn't do anything.
You fucked me! No!
I didn't do anything. Wait, I didn't even remove Adam.
No audio. You son of a bitch.
I didn't even remove Adam.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. You're back?
I crashed out hard there, but I'm back. For whatever reason, when you did that, this stupid StreamYard app defaulted my audio back to some other thing. I don't know where it went.
Oh my God.
Some kid in Czechoslovakia is now hearing the audio for 5 seconds.
He's listening to you curse me. He's like, who's Tony?
Son of a bitch.
So anyway, Long Walk.
Yeah, I had. This is the only movie the entire 2025 where I unfortunately was baited by the hype going in. I like this movie. Let's start with that. I did enjoy this movie, but goddamn, I don't know what was going on ahead of time, but there were early reactions. You know how you see the fake early reactions from the influencer critics who are like, "This is the best movie I've ever seen in my life." There were so many of those for this movie for like weeks leading up to its release. And I got in my head, okay, I'm going to see, a tour de force here. But instead, it was just a very competently made, well-executed film that I do think had some annoying errors, one of which kind of falls on Seymour Hoffman's kid, who, someone alluded to it. It sounds like he's very well spoken, has a nice cadence, but it almost felt like he was doing a stage performance the whole movie. He's like, yeah, back in my day, he has like a little stick over his shoulder with the backpack, like, I remember when I used to travel the trains and like a hobo. Like, I don't know if anybody talks like this in the real world, especially when they're walking to their death. The other thing that kind of annoyed me was that they were so invested in each other and keeping each other alive. It worked in Hunger Games because nobody wanted to be there, but these guys all willingly enlisted in this, and they know the only way to survive is if the other competition dies. So while there is going to be that camaraderie and there is going to be that kind of like helping each other up once in a while, I think it takes it a little far when there's a dude that's like limping and he's clearly fucked and not going to make it. And this guy's like, oh, we got to go save him now. Right when the thing started. It's not like they were there for 48 hours even. They were like invested in each other right from the get-go. And so I liked it. It was well made. It was well shot, well acted for the most part. But there were little things that annoyed me. And Tony,
That's
like
fair.
you said, the world itself was kind of a puzzle. I wish I would have got a little bit more information to go off of, just a little, so that I understood exactly what was at stake here. But yeah, overall entertaining. It runs well. It's not dull at all, and you get an ending that's it's fine. It's fine.
I will say, I make you the first person on the list now, and you made fun of influencers that get to see things early, and literally 2 of the movies on the list were things I got to see early because I'm on an influencer thing. Thank you, Adam. Anyway, no, I think word of mouth actually kind of saved this movie because it wasn't doing well at first because Stephen King had too much fun on Twitter after a certain event, and he shared like a fake thing, and people went, "Fuck you, we're not seeing your movie." But I think the movie was so good that people ended up seeing it. I mean, I think it still could have done better, but people really like this movie. They really love it. Whereas the opposite of like Running Man, where everyone who saw it, like me included, were like, it's okay.
Yeah.
So there was like, okay, I'm not going to rush out to the theater to see something that's just okay. But no, people were really hyped on this one. They really, really liked it. It felt fresh for whatever reason.
It was a lot better than The Running Man. I'll say that. It was a lot better than The Running Man.
And I liked Running Man.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I didn't read the book for this because I've done so many Stephen King audiobooks recently, and I just need a break from Stephen King letting me know what character has a boner at any given time. When you put like 4 Stephen King books in a row, you realize he does that a lot. I'm like, I don't need. And he's like, and then his penis did this. I'm like, Stephen, no one fucking asked. I had no idea, and I didn't care, and it didn't really amount to anything.
I was like, what are you talking about? And then I just remembered I was reading Dark Tower, and I was like, yeah, I can remember one part. Yeah.
He does it in Dark Tower too. I was about to start that because I want to know about all the cosmic things after it. But there's, God damn it, Stephen King.
In that, he talks about racism a shit ton. He talks
that I'm fine with, but then he'll be like, and then
he really tells his I think I might have said this before. He really gives his point of view about COVID in the book Holly. The book Holly is really good if you take all that stuff out. I was like, all right, you said it a little bit, but it doesn't stop throughout the entire book. And I was like, it has nothing to do with it anymore. Like, what are you talking about? He puts a lot, like certain. I was like, I wish I could take out some Stephen King isms out.
But Joey, in the book, do they tell you which one has a boner while they're walking?
No, but there's some sex in there. You should.
Is there really?
Yeah.
They cut sex out. Oh, okay, I gotta read this book now.
Yep.
Does he say any does he say the N-word a whole bunch in the book too? And
not that I recall.
Oh my God.
But
so I'm in Florida listening to the It audiobook, and I'm just laying by the pool, and I got to the chapter where the one bully says it like 15 times in a row. And I'm like, thank God no one could hear what I'm listening to right now. Fucking King. Come on. Anyway, again, it's based off an old book, but it was never adapted before. So this felt like new and fresh. Not the Black Phone 2, just Black Phone 2. From Blumhouse. That's right. He's back. But what's his name again? I was
The
about
Grabber.
The Grabber. I was literally about to call him the Black Phone. I'm like, that is not his name.
No.
The Grabber is back. Now, you might remember the Black Phone, number 1, and you might be saying, isn't he dead? How is he back? Huh?
He should have been dead.
Just
he
a
should have
word.
stayed dead.
That's what happens when they don't plan a sequel.
Well, we skip ahead a few years. The brother and sister are older now. He's getting kind of mocked for killing a serial killer, although that's a weird thing to bully someone over. And then they get a call from their ghost mom, played by Annalore, who was recently in Final Destination Bloodlines. We talked about her, Crystal. And she's like, I'm your ghost mom from the past. Hi. And then they get messages from dead kids. And they decide they have to go to a camp that her mom
Christian
went to.
camp.
A Christian camp.
It is very religious camp.
Yeah, a Christian camp that her mom attended years ago. And while there, they get stalked by the ghost of the Grabber. Now, remember, there was a supernatural element in Black Phone. The dead kids were able to communicate with him through the Black Phone. And the sister was able to get visions of like dead people and have like psychic stuff, which is done in that cool VHS camcorder sort of style or old film camera style. So yeah, he is haunting them. He's basically Freddy Krueger now, going into their dreams and trying to kill them, and he's all horribly scarred, and he wants revenge because they made him kill his brother, who was the only one he loves. And it's like, well, you killed a bunch of kids, but
there was no indication in the first movie he really cared about that at all. He seemed totally fine putting an axe in the back of his head.
Yeah.
Hey, what?
You might have loved your brother, but you loved killing a lot more. It was an unexpected twist. For me, I actually enjoyed this, and I know it's getting compared a lot, and judging by Crystal's face, although I don't know if that's just the makeup or not, some people are either for or against this, but this is basically a Nightmare on Elm Street replacement, since we're probably not getting another Nightmare on Elm Street anytime soon. And for me, I'm okay with it, although I did have a few issues. Joey Segal, what did you think of Black Phone 2?
Well, of course, lots of callbacks to The Shining and Nightmare with like Gwen's pajamas, because I think those are the same pajamas that Nancy wears. I love the fact that the movie didn't outright give an answer to the afterlife, like or heaven or hell. It kind of left it up to the character experiencing it. Other than that, I don't know. I didn't really like it, to be honest with you. It's too confusing. I don't remember much of the first movie anyhow. It's been years since I've seen it. But I was just confused.
Joey, he can skate in this one.
I know, and he wore different masks too. It's very cool.
And they make sure to mention, he was a great skater. By the way.
It's not weird when it happens later. Okay. Well, Joey, it seems like you're on the fence. Surely Gil loved this, right?
Naturally.
I did like it, actually. Yeah. I think it had some pretty big issues, but I feel like it all comes down to how invested you get in Finney and Gwen, because especially for the first hour, she's having these nightmares, but there's no reason for us to care. It's just there are 3 dead kids. Okay, why do I care about these kids? They're already dead. There's no indication that her life is threatened. We don't find that out until the second half of the movie. So it's kind of like we're just getting clues about a murder mystery we're not invested in. And to the extent we are invested, what's the mystery? Who killed these kids? Well, the movie's called Black Phone 2, so I bet it's the grabber. Okay, well, where are the kids' bodies located? Under the ice, because in all the dreams, they're under the ice.
Yeah.
So there is no mystery. The only thing that kept me engaged was actually the more grounded stuff. Just watching Finney and Gwen, I thought the actor and actress did a good job dealing with the trauma of what happened. But I feel like as you get into the second half, the drama kind of turns into melodrama, where a lot of it gets resolved by speeches from characters who kind of just stroll in. You look like an angry kid. I've seen that look before. Here's how to resolve your situation. But I didn't hate it because I did get invested. And I thought in the second half, when it turned into Nightmare on Elm Street, I at least thought visually it was really interesting. And it did some things differently from Nightmare on Elm Street, where other characters outside the dream can interact with him, and where his mask essentially becomes his new face. You rip it off and it rips his flesh off. So on that level alone, I enjoyed it. Pretty mixed, but I didn't hate it as much as other people.
Crystal, just get it out. What did you think of this?
I hated it. I mean, I was also learned not to go to a movie theater on a Friday night.
Oh, yeah. Why'd you make
especially
that?
towards Halloween horror movie, because it was nothing but kids that snuck into it and kept screaming 6767 over and over.
Oh, yeah. Cool. 67. 67.
I don't.
I'm hipping with it, Crystal.
I'm counting your sins tonight, Tony. That's number 2.
But besides that, I didn't know anything about it. I was confused. I was like, what's it going to be? Because, he's dead. He's completely dead.
Did you say he's gay? I don't know what he's gay.
Gone or dead. He might be too. To be honest, he actually might be. But it seems so forced. It just seemed very out there. It seemed like, hey, how can we bring him back? The only way to bring him back is through, his spirit. Like, it just felt like they were making the script up as they went along. And they're like, wait, we ran out of ideas. Let's do Dream Warriors from freaking Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, straight up. Because all of a sudden, the girl becomes powerful. And she's like, I can do anything I want in my dreams. And I was like, Are you fucking kidding
You know what?
me?
You got a point. It's funny that like the good innocent ghosts can barely communicate. They have to send cryptic messages. They have to speak through a specific telephone to someone who is like force sensitive or has the shining. I don't know. Meanwhile, the grabber is like an asshole. He's like, I could just throw people around and cut them up and bench
The fucking
them.
rules changed multiple times during this movie. It wasn't consistent unless he was getting stronger because of the fear.
Well,
but the thing is,
on
go ahead.
second viewing, I think the closer they get to the bodies, the more power he has there. So once they're on the ice,
But-
that's where the kids are actually buried.
They said he gets his power from fear. But the thing is, it's less fear. Like the girl he's trying to control has less fear the closer she gets to him.
So okay, I might have just misinterpreted it, but the way I saw it was that it was the fear of the dead kids, like he's torturing them or something. At one point, you see him like cut the one kid's head like in half.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I'm
That
not
was
going to
all
argue
through
it's
the
consistent. It's
flashbacks.
definitely not.
Yeah, but that was all through the flashbacks. And my thing is, okay, these kids know these people are coming to help them. So wouldn't they be less like scared as it happens? It just doesn't to me. Yeah, the rules just constantly change. He goes from just being able to control the girl to all this other stuff, and then he brings her to see how her mom died.
The retcon with the mom.
They literally were making up this script as a ghost is what it feels like. They're like, oh wait, we hit a dead point. Oh wait, what can we do? Oh wait, we can show the little girl how her mom. Like the thing is, he was like nice to her door. Like it just.
Yeah, it was implied that she went crazy from the visions and just killed herself because she didn't know.
More than implied. That's what they said happened.
Yeah.
That's what they said happened. Yeah.
But now she's stunning and brave and a girl boss, so we can't have that. Clearly, it was the guy who did it.
And she was hurt. And she was so forced of trying to be like this spunky, cursing, whatever. And I was like, all right, girl. Like, this is forcing it way
Kid
too
actors, when they
much.
become teenage actors, it's like a rough period. And the acting for like all the teens in this was kind of weak for me.
Especially when they were using the 80s words. And it would be so many in a row. Like, that's rad. Mint. And I'm like, it just doesn't, it sounds so awkward.
So bad.
Now
They said
imagine
something else that was like modern though, and I was like, that.
Well, sometimes
like, 6, 7.
Yeah, they were
Why
like
did that
6,
make it into the movie?
No, that was weird when they had the grabber and they went 6, 7, motherfucker.
How many people did you kill? I don't know, 6 or 7.
So Crystal hated it. Mike, did you see this?
I didn't see it. We just watched the first one this week.
Oh,
and after it was over, the girlfriend was like, "No, fuck this. We're not going to see the second one. This sucks."
Okay, good. I felt bad that we just spoiled a lot of it. So
no.
The mom didn't kill herself. She calls from heaven at the end. That felt a little bit like the live action Casper, where the mom comes back at the end.
Exactly.
Where you were talking about how like, why is the bad guy so powerful? He can like stroll out of hell. Her mom makes one call from heaven, and she's like, "I don't have much time." And I'm like, "Why not? Why in heaven are there guards? Like, wrap it up, lady. You got 2 minutes."
Here's another thing. The digital backgrounds, they look so bad. Every time they cut to this mountain, the scenic background, it's just so obviously blue screened and green screened. And I'm like, why did they set it here? Why did they like? It just looks so bad. Even that whole ending where they're fighting, I'm like, this is the most blue screen thing in the world. And it made me appreciate the first movie more, where it was just on a set in like a tiny basement. They went a little too big at the end for me. And again, I just never felt like the characters were actually there in the snow whenever it was an exterior shot. It was pretty fake looking.
And the fact that the telephone, like right there in the middle, like how it's just so forced.
Yeah.
Like that. You're like, why would that be there?
Because
like,
the
why would it just
ghost
randomly be there?
The ghosts can only communicate through cell phones. Now, look, when they get to the 90s, I'm sure they're going to have a Palm Pilot that the ghosts can talk through.
Yep.
But right now, just pay phones. It's the only thing they have, Crystal.
But
why is it always broken phones? That's a good question. Why can't they just use real phones? Does anyone
the phone
else
bit comes back?
No one else can hear the phones, right? It's just
no, they're not supposed to. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's supposed to be just the boy, because even the girl didn't hear it at first.
Yeah, I do think the grabber in the first one mentions that he might have heard it a couple times.
They said the kid tells Finney the grabber hears it too.
Yeah,
but he basically ignores it.
Yeah. He's probably answered it a million times, just couldn't hear any of the dead kids. So it's like, whatever, I got a broken phone. Who cares?
Let me just leave this here.
So I think the Black Phone 2 was okay. I thought it was solid. Again, the digital backgrounds took me out of it. And you're right, the inconsistent ghost rules were a little confusing.
Now, do we think we're going to have a third one, though? I have to interrupt. Do we think we're going to have a third? Because it kind of ended with the Jason underneath the freaking lake there.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, this did really well, right?
Unfortunately.
Well, I remember the director or whatnot said he would only do the sequel if he figured out a great way to bring it back, and this was his
as
idea.
he went along writing the script.
It was the short film author Stephen King's son who actually came and pitched the idea to him.
Yeah,
he wanted to do the sequel.
Yeah, he's like, because I can make more money that way. Let me figure out how to bring him back. My dad accidentally killed Pennywise, so now they have to do prequels for that.
But no, they really pushed it at Universal at Halloween Horror Nights.
Well, I think that
they pushed the fuck out of it.
The first one was pushed pretty hard at the previous Horror Nights. So, I mean, look, again, we're not going to get another Freddy Krueger for a while. So
let's just rip it off.
Yeah, basically. But that
do it better than most of the Nightmare movies.
Yeah, it's better than some of them.
Wow,
better than 4.
I used to respect you, Gil.
It's better than 4.
When was that?
Yeah, you're right. Respected you more than Tony.
Is Shelby Oaks, also made by a YouTuber about YouTubers who hunt ghost stuff. There's a theme here, Crystal. I didn't realize that we were going to have 2 of these.
Like it. I love it.
So this is produced by Mike Flanagan, who's like one of the biggest names in horrors right now, and directed by Chris Stuckman, who a couple years ago did a video saying, moving forward, I'm not going to give any negative reviews or talk bad about movies. And that was a very strategic thing to make sure no one gave him bad reviews when his movie came out. So anyway, Shelby Oaks, I saw this the other night, tells the story of a girl and her friends who were YouTubers who hunted ghost stuff, who went missing. She's presumed dead. Her sister is still looking for her, and she's part of this documentary that pieced together all this footage of all the footage that they found of the victims and all the stuff leading up to it. When the documentary is done, like 20 minutes into the movie, and it suddenly switches to a real movie, which I was not expecting, some guy shows up, says, "She let me go," and then he kills himself in front of her. And she's terrified until she realizes he has a tape that says Shelby Oaks, which is the amusement park where her sister went missing. Also, on the tape that they had, there was a big giant dog ghost. But we'll get into that in a second. What we're not seeing is how she wears blood of a dead man on her face all night long, investigates the new tape, and then she goes on a mission to find out what really happens, which brings her to a jail with the guy who killed himself. She looks into him and then leads her to Shelby Oaks for 5 seconds. And then we just go to a creepy house where there's a lady worshiping Anubis or something.
I feel like you are explaining this so terribly because I really love this film. And I feel like you really sucked at explaining that.
Well, okay, sorry. Joey, what did you think? Well, wait your turn, Chris. You're at the bottom of the totem pole right now.
Tired. That was entertaining. Now I'm awake again.
Crystal's gonna hate my explanation. It's kind of like it's basically Paranormal Activity with the sisters and the demon following the sisters around and the cult business. I will say I do like that it switches from found footage to traditional. As you know, I love found footage movies, so that's very fun. Tony, I think me and you could be the new Paranormal Paranoids, or PP for short. I think we'd do a fantastic job. But the suicide scene was not fun. I did not like that.
By the way, so me and Adam did all 3 Tron movies recently, and I forgot the first Tron movie. The game is called Space Paranoids, and then they mention it in Tron 3. And I'm like, oh, what a funny name. Only in the 80s would a name that ridiculous be something. And then I go into this movie like Paranormal Paranoids. I'm like, that is so stupid.
Or PP for short.
I mean, it's a YouTube show. Like, of course, half of them sound stupid as hell.
Hack
they
the
can't all be
movies.
hacked.
Yeah,
Beat
Hack
to
the
it.
Movies is
Beat you to it.
Hack the
solid.
movie sounds great. All right.
How do you deprecate someone who's so self-deprecating?
That's
At
that,
least
well,
my
that's
defense mechanism is
strategic,
genius.
At least my channel is just not my name with official in front of it because so many people have my name in first
Yeah.
edition.
Nah,
You know, I was
right,
watching an
right.
old review of yours from like 7 years ago,
Yeah.
and I saw you had a logo where movies, the O was a circle with a red arrow pointing at it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you didn't know
That was
that?
clever. No, I did not. Forgot about
I
that.
used to do this is lore. Actually, Mike, this might be how you found me. You're like an OG fan. I used to do fake trailer breakdowns and fake trailer reactions where I would get everything wrong and purposely make up bullshit, and I would always have misleading arrow pointing thumbnails that drove people nuts. The one is literally for
That's
Spider-Man
genius.
Homecoming, it was Spider-Man, and then I circled just the empty sky behind him with an
Oh my god.
so that was my logo for a bit. So Joe, you like this movie? It was good for you?
I liked it up until the ending. I feel like when Mia goes to the cabin and the old lady starts spilling the beans, it felt way too rushed because at that point there's only like 10 minutes left in the movie. So like, is the demon Riley? Is it the baby? I don't quite know.
It's got you asking questions. You're talking about it.
Is this what Woody Woodpecker felt like? I'm so confused.
The demon was its own thing that they worshipped.
And I guess he possesses people. or
Yes, he
something.
possessed. That's what they said. He possessed the one guy, the son, because he was a little bit different, and he was easy. He was able to be possessed just by the type of person he was.
Well, no, I
So
think it's
that-
implied he was a baby because they say from his birth the whole town.
Yeah,
went
from
to
his
shit.
birth, yeah.
But
but-
okay,
But the same thing through her.
Yeah.
It was kind of like planned as like this is going to be the next parents, basically, of the next demon child that's going to take
which
over.
again is basically Crystal. It is the first three paranormal activity.
Paranormal Activity invented a demon possessing someone.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, but specifically,
I
it was
invented
two.
that.
No, literally, Paranormal Activity. The first one, it's like this demon watched us, and it was always after me. And then the sequels, it was like actually it wanted the other sister, so it would have a baby. And I'm watching this, I'm like, I've seen this. There's a lot of other derivative
but you
stuff.
had no problem with Black Phone 2 being another freaking Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, they weren't trying to hide it. They weren't trying to hide it, though. I think they were like, yeah, we're basically Freddy Krueger now. And again, the characters are entertaining. Grabber is fun. Gil, what did you think of Shelby Oaks?
I didn't see this movie.
Mike, what did you think of Shelby Oaks?
I didn't see it.
Crystal, you've said a lot. Now that we finally got to you, just get
Crystal's
it
like, I
all
didn't see
out.
this
I know,
movie
I
yet.
got back on the bottom. What the fuck? I was so happy. I was like, wow, finally a show where I'm not on the bottom.
Wait,
And
Gil,
now
you
I'm
did
back.
see this or did it?
No.
Oh, I thought you. Okay, I thought you just said you did see it. All right.
No, I was saying it'd be funny if you got to Crystal and she was like, I didn't see this.
Yeah, right.
So, what did you like about this, Crystal? Because
I really like this.
This was just-
shut the fuck up and let me tell you.
Whoa.
I like the fact that
I'll remove
it started.
myself.
No, it's
He's
oh,
through a
wow,
tunnel.
the show just got trimmed.
Oh, yeah.
My God, look at that makeup.
Say what you want
Can
to.
you bring me back? I am now stage fright. Put me back. No, thank you. No, I thought it was really good because I like the fact that they did the whole documentary. It really did feel like a fucking documentary in it.
I like the documentary part. I was
thought it
annoyed
looked
when
good.
it shifted to a regular
Yeah.
movie.
I love that. It went to a normal movie. It also took the found footage. So there was a whole bunch of different aspects on that. I thought it was pretty good following around this team, which did feel a little bit realistic, following around this, trying to be paranormal. They were somewhat popular. People calling it a hoax when they actually went missing. I thought it was interesting about the guy that came through. Like, you kind of think it was a demon that actually ended up killing them in the cabin, but actually ended up to be a real person. I don't think it was that crazy, super cliche. I thought it was interesting with the hellhounds. What I didn't like so much is that and this is such a small little thing, it's just like it's mixing Christianity with paganism, talking like bringing hellhounds in and talking about hell, but also bringing in like a pagan type demon. It felt like almost like a character. Like it just felt like it was mixing up both. Huh?
I thought it was Anubis. I know he has a name, but the demon looks like Anubis. Like I thought I was watching Mummy Returns when it showed up, and I'm like, oh, it's one of the.
Well,
Anubis
now we
dolls.
know.
Yeah.
You're watching this movie and you're like, is this Mummy Returns? Now we know why I didn't like it.
The demon, I thought it was going to be this cool looking thing. And when you see it, I'm like, that's a dog man. That looks like the thing that the guys were fighting at the end of Mummy Return.
Oh my God. No, I thought it was great. I thought it was entertaining. I kind of knew what was going to happen in the end, but.
Yeah, I called everything that was going to happen.
I still really liked it.
And
I
the
did.
CG dogs were pretty rough. Or wolf,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Well, they pumped
yeah,
more
I'll see
money
that,
on
yeah.
this. By the way, when we do super chats again, remind me to read Fior's super chat. I just realized I totally glossed over.
You
his
glossed
super
over
chat.
it on purpose.
No, I didn't mean to do. I just looked at it. I'm like, oh, wait a
So
minute, that's
rude.
not right. Anyway,
It's rude.
for me, it is just like a bunch of movies I've seen in a blender. Where we said that actually,
You
about
don't seem to have problems when other movies do it.
Yeah. The problem
I think somebody's
with this
jealous. I think we hit.
Here's the problem.
Hit it right on the nose.
So House of Eden did the same thing, but again, I thought the main characters were charming. Same thing with Black Phone 2. Now, this lady, although she is a cute girl, she is very cute, completely bland as hell and just makes way too many dumb decisions. Like really dumb decision. I'm like, why are you going to that prison by yourself?
Yeah.
I know you're fighting
At night too.
Yeah, at night. I know you're
Well, the
fighting
reason
with
why
your
she went
husband.
by her, no, it does make sense why she went by herself. The whole thing is like, why do we always have to go? Like, you're not doing an paranormal type investigation or something like that.
Yeah.
You're just trying to look at it. So why'd you go at night? No, because her husband thinks she's crazy.
Yeah.
That's why.
But then she keeps acting crazy. And then she goes into that old lady's. I feel like the old lady comes way too late. I knew it was coming because he's like, she let me go. And I'm like, oh, clearly he was possessed by something else. And he knows the location of everything. I kept calling what was going to happen. And sometimes that's fun, but I was expecting more from this. I think I was mostly let down because I liked the trailers. And again, the first 20 minutes like hooked me.
Oh,
This is
I didn't
really
see the
cool.
trailer. I went into this having no idea what this was even about.
Also, it feels like, I don't know how you felt about this, Josie. It feels like Mike Flanagan might have spiced this up a little bit. There's a lot of moments where you see the dog demon in the background. And Mike Flanagan did The Haunting of Hill House where he hit all those ghosts.
Yep.
He actually did that
Exactly
before in his Ouija prequel movie. There's a really good moment where there's something in the background that they don't draw attention to. And this movie does it a lot. And I'm like, how much of that was Chris Stuckman? How much was that them being like, this movie's kind of bland. Let's spice it up a little bit with little moments like that. And there's a good reason to do it because Longlegs did it with The Devil last year and everyone really liked that. So it just feels like they were trying to spice something up that was just a little too generic and bland for me. I didn't really like the crazy old lady at the end. She wasn't very scary.
I don't think she was supposed to be scary.
I think she's supposed to be a little scary. It's
She
just
was a little creepy, but
sorry,
not scary.
Shelby Oaks. You have this thing about like a haunted amusement park. I'm like, that's a really good setup for a lot of spooky stuff. And then she goes there and she's like, all right, back to a cabin in the woods. I'm like, wait, what?
Shelby Oaks is the town.
I
That's
know.
called a
but
red
the big
herring, Tony.
amusement park
If
is
it
like-
always goes the way you expect, it's boring. You thought something scary was going to happen at the amusement park.
And they set this up the whole time. Like you saw like the initials as well. Like that was the symbol. And I thought
I knew they were going to end up in a house or something. I just didn't think. I thought we were going to be at the freaking amusement park a little bit more. And I thought the demon wasn't going to look like a furry at a convention. I didn't think Ren on the Shave was going to be in this movie. But apparently they added a bunch of gore that he didn't have the money for initially. And the few gore scenes do feel out of place. Like the guy getting his face like ripped off. I'm like, that didn't really feel like it matched the rest of the movie. But here, look, I'm happy for Chris Stuckman. This is at least a very competent movie. It was made well. I just think it was just so much shit we've seen before. And the main characters were kind of bland. And I know this girl is apparently like a really good actress. So I was expecting her. Oh, Keith David is in it for like 5 seconds. They really hyped Keith David up. And then he's like, I'm the warden. That guy's a bad guy. All right, I'm out of the movie now. I'm like, oh, thought we get more of him. It just didn't land for me, but I'm happy for Chris and I'm happy for more YouTubers to make movies, and I will continue to keep covering them on the show. Last thoughts on Shelby Oaks, Joey C.
Just remember, folks, always support YouTubers who make movies. Okay. Always, even if it gets filmed in their backyards, just always support YouTubers who make movies.
Do you have anything to plug recently, Joey C, that might be related to that?
No, I have nothing to plug, but I will soon.
Okay. Gil and Mike, are you excited to see this movie now that we talked about it and fought with each other over it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would have wanted to watch. You know what? Actually, I was going to say I want to watch it so I can get in on the fight, but I feel like I kind of did anyway. So I got the best of both worlds.
And Crystal, you think people should rush out and see this and that?
I didn't say rush out. I thought it was a good movie. You just fucking you smushed it in the dirt for no reason. I didn't think it was
mostly
that
wanted
bad,
to do
Mr.
that.
I love fucking Black Phone too. Like, go fuck yourself.
It was okay. It was okay.
Oh God.
Remember that part where he spun the girl around? She was shooting blood everywhere. That was kind of fun.
Sick.
I think she lost way too much blood. I think she would have actually died if that happened.
It was a dream.
No, that was happening in the real world.
But not to the same extent, though, I don't think.
Okay. But I suggest everyone watch it, at least when it hits streaming. It was cool that Mike Flanagan actually did help produce this, that he was aware of this happening, because I know they crowdfunding it and everything. And I know it would be funny if Chris Stuckman, now that he got like negative reviews for this. I like that, man. By the way, Crystal, I like that you're mad at me. Meanwhile, it seems like I'm the common consensus here. It's very middle of the road.
That's fine. You just you described it shitty. And you're just like, I didn't say it's the best movie ever.
Do you think he's going to go back to giving negative reviews now, guys?
Well, I don't think he wasn't giving negative reviews to protect himself from negative reviews.
I think he was.
Oh, you're reading between the lines.
I'm reading.
You're
like,
I see what. Okay, I see.
He's like, then I went out and met these people in real life. And that's happened to me. I've been like, oh, I shit on that movie. Oh, now I'm talking to the actor from that movie. Hope he doesn't see that episode. I'm not going to stop. So I don't know. I think it was a preventative measure that didn't actually work out. But I'm happy for him, and I want to see what he does next. Because just as a visual standpoint, this was good. The found footage stuff was cool. The cinematography was great. I think he just needs to tighten up the script a little bit and make his characters more interesting, because this girl was just kind of annoying the whole movie. I'm like, why are you doing this? That was a stupid decision. Why did you leave the knife there? Why did you go into the house? What the hell are you doing? Why are you not over your sister's disappearance? How many goddamn years was it, by the way, that her sister was gone?
It was 20 or 15, I think.
10 or...
Like 10 or 12 years. I'm sorry. If my sister's disappearing for a week, I'd just be like, all right, it's time to move on. Can't dwell on this.
No one's shocked at that, Tony.
If I was the parent, one of the parents of Weapons, I'm like, well, I really miss that kid, but it's been 5 days, and I guess I'll turn that room into a gym now. Anyway, That's why I can't be in a horror movie.
It makes no sense.
This is why Tony shouldn't have kids or animals.
In what world would Chris think that by not giving bad reviews, he wouldn't get bad reviews? I mean, most film directors aren't critics, so they're not giving bad reviews, and they still get it. Just, I'm sorry, that argument makes no sense on the face of it, and this is why I normally don't read the chat.
By the way, is the chat blowing up about this? Or?
No, one person made a comment, but you know me.
You know, it's funny. That clip of John Carpenter shitting on The Substance is going viral, which I was there. My clip of asking him about the Elvis movie, being the only one who brought up his Elvis movie, is not going viral. But him shitting on The Substance is going viral, and everyone's like shocked. And meanwhile, you can find a video of John Carpenter being interviewed on the set of Halloween, being asked about his contemporaries. Like, what do you think about Spielberg? He's like, I thought Jaws was good. Didn't like Close Encounters. Then he asked about some other director. He's like, I think he's a shit filmmaker. I'm like, John Carpenter's kind of always done this. That's kind of like always been his thing. So I don't know. I think it's funny. Just directors being afraid to criticize other directors. John Carpenter's been doing it for like 40 years.
He doesn't give any fucks.
He doesn't care. But Shelby Oaks, I say check it out, at least when it's streaming. At least do that. Is this doing well? Hold on. I'll be happy if it did well, like financially. Hold on, Shelby.
He feels bad now for all the bad stuff he said. He's like, I hope the movie's making bank at the box office.
By the way, I don't watch Chris Stuckman. Like I maybe watched. I mean, it's impossible to avoid him. And who's the other guy? Jeffrey something. Who's the other big YouTube movie guy?
Oh, Jans or whatever. Yeah,
Jeffrey Jans. Yeah, I like don't follow their stuff, so I don't really have like a love-hate relationship with any of them. But I still made a point to go see this. To be supportive. Let me see. Budget $2 million. Box office $3 million. Wait, what?
There you go.
I thought it did finish 7th. Is this not a bigger release? I thought this had a big release. No. If anyone's wondering why Good Boy isn't on this list, it's because it only played once a day for like 3 days at my local theater. I didn't have a chance to see it.
I've been wanting to see that real bad.
Yeah, I'll put it on the year end. Unless it's really good that it gets its own episode, but probably year end. All right.
It was really good.
So Shelby Oaks, me and Crystal can't agree on it.
Let's go.
Ron Aries. For some reason, Premiere made all the images warped when I put them into the slideshow, so just ignore that. Dillinger's grandson is now head of his company. And his mother is Gillian Anderson, who was Dillinger's daughter. You might be saying, Dillinger's son. The answer is he got too popular and he can't be in the movie. They remembered at Dillinger's company, hey, we have like matter lasers. Why haven't we used those for 40 years? And they've been using these lasers to bring things out of their grid into the real world. Unfortunately, it only works for 30 minutes. So that means if Clue did make it out, he would have just been sucked back in 30 minutes.
Was it even 30? I thought it was like 29 minutes.
Yeah, it was like they couldn't even make it a nice even 30. Yeah, it was a 29-minute window. But he makes a program called Ares, named after the god of war, and he's the master control program of this grid. And I do actually like the inverse, where in the original it was Dillinger talking to master control program. Like on the computer. Now we get to see the program talking to Dillinger, and Dillinger is the big red face. I'm like, oh, that was a cool little inverse. I like that. He gets sent to kidnap the head of NCOM, and you're probably wondering, Tony, why is there an Asian lady on the screen? You're clearly talking about you're talking about Sam, right? No, Sam, as we learn in the opening credits, left for personal reasons.
With the ISO chick, they just fled.
Yeah, they just show kind of images. They're like Mystery Woman and Sam.
Yeah, they do the really lazy montage of different like news sprinklings in 3D, kind of flying around. Like, oh,
the second movie did that. The second movie did the montage with the screens and everything.
They did.
Okay, was it lazy there too?
Well, they did to bring you up to speed because it had been like 5 years before the last movie. This one did it to destroy everything the last movie built up. Not to bring you up to speed. It's like, oh yeah, all that stuff at the end, that's gone. They're all gone. And now we have this woman who's taken over. And she's great. And she has a dead sister. So sympathy.
Of course. Yeah. Wow, an Asian lady with a dead sister in a sci-fi movie? I feel like I'm watching Last Jedi all over again. So she's the head of the company. She figures out the permanence code to make matter from the grid stay permanent in the real world. So Dillinger needs her because he already promised investors. He's like, don't worry. These soldiers, they're going to be great. You guys have to get out of here in 5 minutes. They're going to be great. They're going to work. Please leave the room. Don't look at them dissolve. And I like Gillian Anderson being like, hey, you're kind of fucked. I like that she's like, your grandfather fucked around and he found out. Could you not fuck around, please?
I wish she was in it more and had more to do because I love her and she's just completely useless in this movie.
So yes, Ares is becoming sentient for whatever reason. Is he an ISO? I don't know. They forgot ISOs exist. He kidnaps her, brings her into the Dillinger grid, and then decides to work with her because he wants the permanence code. He wants to be in the real world and experience things. Meanwhile, another program, Athena, gets told by Dillinger to stop them no matter what. he forgets that these programs take things very literally. So she starts 3D printing all the aircrafts in the Tron world and brings them into the real world to hunt this person, which makes everyone look bad.
But it's also a good thing that Ares also forgot that he's like the master control program and is super awesome at everything. And they show him take out like a whole room of guards without hesitating. And now he suddenly can't even go up against one person without struggling.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense to me. During all of this, while Ares is in the real world, they have to temporarily hide him in a different computer program so he doesn't go back to the grid. And we get a cool reconstructed 80s Tron the way I wanted it to fucking look. The only thing I've wanted since the original. And it's awesome. He even has that grayscale look. And Jeff Bridges is now a ghost robot. And I'm like, wait, this is what I wanted it to look like. Can we get this movie, please?
Okay, we have to get into a timeout. Tony, we have to time out. Because I feel like there was either heavy rewrites in this section of the movie or there was some major editing going on. Okay. Did you not think, and how they set this whole thing up, there's the laser that shoot from Encom, right? That transports Ares into the old grid. Well, right before that happens, what's her nuts shows up. What was the villain's name? Aphrodite or some crap? Athena shows up outside the window, peekaboo, and Ares does a slow motion run to stop her, and he dives at her, giving the impression they were both going to get digitized into the old grid and have to go through the games against each other. But instead, he does nothing. He didn't sacrifice anything, and he ends up going away anyways, leaving the rest of them fucked to have to fight her off. It was such a weird scene. It made no sense. And also, it would have been awesome to see them back in the old light cycles fighting and, using the rings, but whatever. I feel like they
were like, guys, rewrote. we got Jeff Bridges. He answered us. We got Jeff Bridges. We can get a cameo with Jeff Bridges.
I think that the movie I think the movie was too fucking long already. And they're like, we got to cut this out and maybe reshoot this stuff because this is already like over 2 hours and it's just too much.
Yeah. I will say with this one, I appreciate what it was trying to do. Even the grid, what I complained about what it was the last movie.
You appreciate what it was trying to do. Sorry.
I appreciate what it was trying to do. But even like this image here of the grid, I'm like, okay, they're kind of like tied to the Tron Legacy look. They kind of have to because now they have the ride and everything, and that was like the popular one. But they are trying to make it feel more lived in. Like I like that there's a sun now. It's a little bit more colorful. I think the suits are a little bit better. They're better lit. The cycles and everything look cooler. I actually didn't mind seeing like the cycles and everything in the real world. That was kind of fun to see, like all these machines and everything in the real world. And I like that it did try to tie back to some elements of the first one for people like me. Although I will agree with you that it probably didn't land. It didn't stick the landing, really. One of the problems with this movie is all the minor characters who suck. I hated like pretty much all the supporting characters.
That comic relief guy was just awful.
Who's usually funny in other things.
Yeah, he was terrible.
And then they had the comedian who got caught like lying about stuff. Hassan Minhaj, I think his name is. He like told a story in a stand-up that he presented as true, and then everyone found out it was a lie. Anyway, all the supporting characters are pretty terrible. I don't even like CEO Lady, to be honest. I know we all have Jared Leto fatigue. Not me. I love Jared Leto. I made sure to get a Jared Leto poster here. I'm just going to put
on Hack the Movies. We celebrate Jared Leto's entire catalog.
There used to be someone on this channel who hated Jared Leto, but he's not allowed on YouTube anymore. I'm just going to keep this up for the remainder. What do you think, Adam?
I think that's beautiful. It's better than the alternative, to be honest with you.
Hold on. Are you all getting lost? Are you all getting lost in his eyes?
Hungry eyes. Yeah, it's beautiful.
No, beautiful. I actually didn't mind him in this, but I do think there is some like Jared Leto fatigue. What has he been in lately?
A movie's bad, or I shouldn't say bad. I didn't think Ares was terrible. I just thought it was incredibly lame. But a movie's rough when Jared Leto is the shining beacon in the film. And I agree. He was the best part of Tron Ares.
Yeah.
The CEO later was just such a stick in the mud, dry character, and the whole like forced sympathy with her dead sister that we never really see.
Yeah.
Very Jurassic World Rebirth style. Like,
yeah.
Actually, this has a lot in common with Rebirth. Not only do they do that thing, they also do the intro where they discredit the previous movie.
Yeah, or they put it like on hold for later. Like, hey, all that legacy stuff, we'll get back to it.
Yeah, it's on its own grid. It's on its grid for later.
Because no one's just like, what about the ISOs? Were new ISOs created? Wasn't that going to be like a game-changing thing? It's like, Sam left for personal reasons. Like, what personal reasons? Isn't that like the most important reason?
And that's the end. That's right before the end credit, right? He gets like a letter or something.
No, that's in the beginning of the movie. They mention all that. Then at the end, when Ares ends up staying on Earth, he gets the permanence code from Jeff Bridges again in that awesome 80s sequence.
Yeah.
He gets the permanence code and he's talking about how he's traveling the world. He's like writing her a letter, but it's assumed he's going to look up Cora because that's the only other program in the real world.
Right.
So yeah, you're right. It is like Rebirth where it's technically a sequel, but it wants to be its own thing and wants to tie back to the original more. I think it was a nice, for me, like all the grid stuff was a nice blend of the original and legacy. Like you like the liquidy look of the cycles and stuff in legacy.
Yeah.
I like the more hard light lines in this one because they look like the original but with better effects. I think a lot of people expected me to hate this one, and I don't know, does anyone actually really hate? I feel like people just aren't seeing it, but do you know anyone who really hated the movie?
I don't know anybody who saw. Actually, no. I know a couple of buddies who really enjoyed it. One guy who saw the original way back when it hit theaters. He's much older than both of us. I don't even know how he's alive, to be honest with you. And he loved the new movie because of the nostalgia factor.
Yeah,
and I'm just kind of over all the nostalgia shit to begin with because I'm a bitter, jaded person. But I think on paper it was kind of a fun idea to bring the grid into the real world, but I just really didn't think it was that cool watching the light cycles go down the highways and doing that chase scene. It just got to be a lot, and I feel like most people prefer it to be in the game world because we see the lame real world all the time. Get me back in there. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen a couple scenes in the real world, but you're right. The computer world is like way cooler. They could have just went to newer grids that look cooler. Oh, it was weird. Fucking what's his face is in this movie. Oh god damn it. They kept making a big deal of it. Cameron, what's his name?
Cameron
Monaghan.
Cameron Diaz?
Cameron Monaghan from he was like the Joker on Gotham. He was in Shameless. He's in those Star Wars Jedi Survivor games.
Oh, okay.
He's in a ton of stuff. He's like a big actor, and then he's in this movie as just one of the programs that dies when they intercept NCOM. And then he gets blown up. Like, wait, that was kind of like a big actor. Why did you put him in a throwaway role? They did so much advertisements with him. They showed him doing his stunt stuff, and I'm like, he was apparently in a movie. He wore a mask, and then he showed his face right before he got blown up.
Was it just me, or did they completely hide the fact that this movie's main character was Eve Kim? I feel like I saw nothing on her, and it was all focused on Jared Leto. But Eve Kim is basically the main protagonist of the story.
No, she's in the marketing and stuff.
Is she? Okay.
But she's like there with Jared Leto.
But the trailer I saw, I feel like she was in maybe 2 shots of the entire trailer when she is. Probably 70% of the movie is her story, and then you have 30 on Leto. And
well, you know whose story it's not, Adam? Tron's.
Yeah, he's not in the movie.
When they broke into like NCOM's grid, I'm like, well, there's a bunch of security programs. I'm sure one of them is Tron, or maybe they'll all be Trons. You can copy and paste them, I assume. I'm like, where's Tron?
I thought maybe Tron was the one that was giving Ares sentience. Like he has done like an Agent Smith thing where he's fucking with the grid somehow. Yeah. But no, he died. I guess he drowned at the bottom of the second grid.
I was just like, where's Tron? I'm like, okay, well, Tron's not coming back. Where's Bruce Boxleitner as Alan? Does he find he still didn't get the company? They gave it to Asian lady we never heard of.
That guy got cock blocked so bad. You want to talk about getting cocked?
The actor didn't even get asked to be in it. I think earlier versions of the script, he was going to be in it, or just when they were trying to make it initially. Again, this took a long time. They had a different script. They had a different director at one point.
I'm sure they did. They had,
Well, the idea for what was that?
I was just gonna say Evan Peters was fine too. That was the only other character that
he was okay.
We said all the other supporting characters sucked. Evan Peters, I like him in pretty much everything he's been in. So he was fine. I wouldn't say he was amazing, but he was good as the villain.
I think the best actor in the movie was the painting of the late dead David Warner. I thought he was the best because they painted him looking very upset. And I'm like, he would make that face. They nailed it.
George is getting upset.
But I like those little nostalgic things. I like that the communication was a big giant red face. I'm like, all right, that's Tron. Speaking of the original Tron, if you're a fan of South Park, you've probably seen every moment of Tron because they parodied it so much.
Yes, I love it.
So there's some people who don't know that Moses in South Park is a master control program.
The giant face.
I want more macaroni. Remember the episode where Stan got sent into Facebook and they do the same thing where he does
the digitize.
I will say the Nine Inch Nails. I'm not even really like a Nine Inch Nails guy, but I was super into the soundtrack for this one. How did you compare to the other two?
It was kind of in and out for me. I liked some of the jams really worked. At other points, it didn't hit as hard as I thought. Reznor was going to bring it. So I don't know. I like Daft Punk a lot more for the Tron universe. It seems to fit more with what they're going with.
It does. But Nine Inch Nails is like huge now. They're like on this huge tour. I feel
like they've been huge for a long time. I mean,
they have, but I feel like this summer they had like a huge tour and like they came to Philadelphia. And Adam, I think like 10 people on the show were all at the same concert. Like my Instagram was just everyone at Nine Inch Nails. I'm like, did I miss the fucking memo? I would have.
I'm sorry. Trent Reznor is the lead of Nine Inch Nails, right?
Yes.
Why is it that he always gets just Trent Reznor when he's with David Fincher and basically every other movie? But for Tron specifically, it's Nine Inch Nails. Is there a reason for this? Did he not use his team for the other movie scores?
Yeah, I guess it's just him doing the music for the other. Okay. I don't know. My favorite thing with Trent Reznor, were you a fan of the show Whitest Kids You Know, the comedy group?
Yeah, that was fun.
Do you remember their Trent Reznor skit?
No.
Oh, you got to look it up after this. It's like a girl with her jock boyfriend. She's like, oh, my ex-boyfriend lives around here. His name's Trent Reznor. I broke up with him. It's like Trent Reznor got broken up with this blonde girl, and that's why he's emo. They show before and after. It's like him with the football. He's like, this is him after I broke up with him. And it's like him all gone.
That's awesome.
She brings her new boyfriend. She's like, oh, I just want to let you know I'm in love with you. And he's like, you are. It's like, no, I'm just kidding. This is my new boyfriend. He's just crying.
That's awesome. That's
Look
his
up
arc.
It is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's the arc that brought him into music. That's great.
But yeah, I will say, a lot of you are probably going to wait till it hits streaming. I didn't see Tron Legacy in 3D when it came out. Did you?
No, I didn't see Tron Legacy in theaters. Sadly,
okay.
I just didn't really have much interest in it.
Now I feel like
I did see Tron Ares in 3D.
I did enjoy seeing it in 3D with the lights and everything. And I'm like, maybe I never watched Tron Legacy in 3D. Maybe that would have enhanced it for me a little bit. Cause my friends who saw it in the theaters loved it. And I didn't. I'm like, I feel like that should have been a theater experience. Cause Tron Ares, not a great movie, but I was in the moment when all the lines are everywhere. I'm like, this looks cool as fuck. I'm all about this.
It is kind of odd that Disney didn't just re-release. Oh, I suppose because it has nothing to do with Tron Ares. I was gonna say, why did they re-release it in theaters? They kind of hyped people up a year before or 6 months before, but never mind.
You're right though. It feels weird. I mean, one, Tron just shouldn't have sequels. Like it's stupid.
Especially when he's not in the sequel. Why do you still call it Tron if he's not in it?
Well, that's the thing. At least the second one, it's like, okay, it's the character's son and they're this and they're trying to rebuild all this. And the third one is like, yeah, that's nice. Here's a different guy and the bad guy's grandson. And they have their story right now. It's like, but what happened to all the other characters? Like, you'll see a ghost Jeff Bridges, relax. And I'm like, is he the real Flynn? Is he like a Flynn simulation? I was a little confused by that.
Is there another movie franchise where the titular character isn't in the movie? I'm trying to think. Like, there's no Batman movie where Batman's not present, right? And it's like a Robin film. I don't recall that.
No, I'm trying to think. I guess you could say all of G.I. Joe, because the original Joe is only in like a few of them from time to time, but that's all I can think of. Let us know. Let us know. Leave a $50 super. Do we meet our goal? We did not meet the goal, Adam.
That's sad.
We did not meet the goal. I'm real upset about it. You know what? I think we have enough money to equal up to 100. So maybe I'll do the dance anyway, but it would have been nice to hit the goal. So yeah, I feel like we're both lukewarm on Tron Ares, and we were split on the other two. So I think it's pretty obvious. Adam, what is the best Tron movie? Keeper. Directed by this asshole.
Yeah.
It's a movie about these douchebags. They go to the woods in a cabin for, I don't know, reasons. She starts seeing some spooky ghost. Some people get eaten, and this stupid thing makes a cake. Keeper.
Yeah, covered it perfectly there.
Listen, guys. I'm gonna put the monkey on the year-end wrap-up because it was requested a lot.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yep.
And we'll see how I feel about that. But right now, I have 3 strikes with Osgood Perkins. And after the monkey, I will no longer be reviewing Osgood Perkins movies because I realize now I hate them. Pretty Thing that lived in the house, I thought it was going to lead to something, and it was a waste of time. Long Legs is only good for Nicolas Cage, and the rest of it is a confusing slog. And this is one of the worst things I watched. This is the worst theater movie I watched all year long. It's just a big pile of nothing. Joe, you want to hear a fun fact?
I do. Yes, I do.
I heard that they shat this movie out when production stalled because of the strikes on the monkey. They did this. I think this is like a Canadian thing. So they shat this movie out while they were waiting for the monkey to continue production. Does this feel like a movie that was just kind of half written and shat out?
No way. This movie? Oh my God. You don't say. You know what? Maybe after some thought, perhaps, yeah, it does.
It's Joey, what did you think of Keeper?
Well, first of all, this is one of the very few movies that I even know of that say the word fuck in a movie trailer. So that was a little shocking, actually. When I heard that, I was like, whoa.
You don't watch a lot of Red Band trailers.
I haven't seen them, right? I will say, though, I'll never look at honey the same, and I don't really like cake. Very twisty and turny, not really that fucking good. Maybe I'm just stupid, okay? But I didn't see anything with, like, the aging thing, spoilers, coming. You know, very cliche thing to be in a log cabin with monsters and stuff. Yeah, sure. It's incredibly original, right? I'm not going to put a head in a thing of honey. And there is kind of a slow burn with like the pieces of the puzzle handed out slowly.
Yes.
But what the fuck? I don't understand a goddamn thing. The one thing I will say, though, I will give this movie credit. It had some pretty good atmosphere with some good scenes, with some good tension.
Yeah.
But that's about the only fucking good thing I can pick out from this.
It builds up suspense really well, but the payoff's always lame. There's good subtle background stuff. Like when she was taking a bath, I saw that thing's eyes in the reflection behind her. I don't know if you caught them. Because they kept cutting to that angle where there was just so much dead space. I'm like, there's eyes right there. And at first they kept lingering on it so much. I'm like, am I just imagining it? But then at one point it cuts back and they were gone. I'm like, I did see eyes. And then wait, Lucha Steve, come back. Lucha Steve just wrote in the comments, if you need a third person for Keeper, I would love to join. I really want to shit on this movie. Hello, Lucha Steve.
I'm here. My webcam malfunctioned.
Okay. Yeah, we're okay. Probably wait for him. Yeah, I was miserable the whole time watching this because I realized like halfway through, I'm like, this is gonna be like Long Legs. They're gonna explain it, and I think I'm just gonna be more annoyed. And I was more annoyed. Spoiler, it turns out her boyfriend is an immortal because he shot a witch who was on his land in the 1800s. She gave birth to some demon babies. And now they feed the demon babies who give them cake to make them young. but I feel like we missed a lot of information on how this agreement with the demon babies came about, how they learned that this was something they could even do, and how does he keep getting away with it. Lucha Steve, what did you think of Keeper?
So do you want the long version or the short version?
Well, let's fuck it, do the long version.
Okay, so I have only seen Longlegs and The Monkey. Those are the only Osgood Perkins movies I've seen. I haven't seen like Blackcoat's Daughter or the other one you mentioned.
Yeah.
So he's 2 for 2 before this.
Okay.
So I liked Longlegs. I liked The Monkey, and then at the end of The Monkey, they showed like a teaser to this, and I was like, oh my god, like what is going on with this? This is kind of like intriguing me. And so I avoided like all the other trailers and stuff like that. So it's like I was actually excited to watch this movie. And then I started watching it, and about 40 minutes in, I'd come to the realization that I do not like this movie.
Yeah.
Took you that long?
Yeah, I was giving it a shot, but it was kind of getting to the point to where it's like there's like nothing happening. And nothing, there's no twist in this movie that could get me to be like, oh yeah, no, that was worth it.
Yeah, like once the guy started aging, I was like, all right, yeah, what else?
Yeah, like I guess I kind of like the scene when like his brother shows up and like she goes to hide in the bathroom and then he gets decapitated off screen. I was still like kind of like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
But then like the movie just meandered for like another like 40 minutes.
Well, it's just real obvious that they're bad guys.
Yeah. Because there's no other characters in the movie.
Yeah.
So who's the bad guy gonna be?
You know,
yeah, that's a
bad,
good point.
You know that they're bad guys, but you're just wondering what the supernatural beings, how they factor into it. And like I said, when they explain it, you're just like, but how did they know that they could even do this with how do they communicate? It doesn't seem like they interact too much.
It's like, I'm just funny too. Sorry, good.
I'm just saying, like he goes through the lengths to explain what's going on, but then it just leads to more questions, but not in an interesting way, because I had such a miserable time getting to that. Yeah. It's again, there's movies that leave a lot to the imagination, but I was like invested in stuff. This I was just not invested. I don't like these main characters. She could have left at any time. She had a friend
that's exactly what I was thinking.
In contact with, and it's like, was she like being hypnotized or something? I had the same problem with Longlegs, where at the end it's like, oh, these things are controlling people's minds. Like, cool, and now she's freed of it, but then the character still makes dumb decisions. I'm like, what the fuck? So she's just an idiot? But anyway, continue, Lucha Steve.
There was a point too when like she calls her friend, she's like, yeah, come and get me, but then like there's interference. So it's like, okay, these ghosts can control these creatures can control electricity then. That's the only time they do that. And then like she keeps seeing like visions of people in the house, and then like her boyfriend is like, oh, they appear like women to you. It's like, yeah, like what else would they appear as? I guess because they are like women, as far as I know. The designs of them are kind of cool. They're creepy, but
they look creepy. They're creepy in the trailer, but when you get to them in the movie, you're like, how did they make the cake? Where are they getting the supplies? Where are they getting?
I think he makes the cake, but then the cake's dumb because he's like, "Oh, I gave you a slice because I was supposed to knock you out," but then you ate the whole thing, and that was the antidote apparently.
I have no idea. Oh, wait, is that what he said? I
just connected that. Yeah,
I made a joke about it being an antidote, but he says like, "Oh, but then you ate the whole cake and it ruined the plan." It's like, wouldn't that just have made her sleep longer?
Yeah. I didn't understand, like these ghost things like her because they look like their mom.
Yeah.
Who again was a witch who was just dancing in the woods like an asshole. That the kids killed, and that's why they are angels now. The brother, cousin, whatever, he was smart. He just got some foreign chicks who couldn't speak English or whatever.
Yeah.
And fed them. The other brother is like in a long-term relationship with her.
Together.
Like, it's like people are going to know that you went to the cabin and disappeared. And we see he's done this for hundreds of years.
Times. Yeah. And apparently with him, it's always someone he falls in love with and then brings over there. And it's like, why don't you like get like a fucking like side piece or something? Yeah. I'm not advocating for what he's doing.
If you're going to do this whole racket, like the other guy had it figured out mostly.
Yeah. Shit,
Um,
why are you even bringing someone that they don't make it clear if he even needs to love them? He could just bring like some homeless guy. And he's like,
Yeah.
there you go, eat him. Make sure I'm young for another.
Yeah.
I don't even know how long. Does he have to do this every weekend or something, or every couple of years?
No, I think it's like every few years, I guess, or every year. Well, there's that one part where he's drinking, talking to all the boxes of his dead wives.
Yeah,
like all their
There's,
stuff.
like,
Yeah,
8
but
of them or
by the way,
something.
I love that her date said 2023, and I was like, oh, this movie's been sitting for a while.
Yeah.
This movie's been sitting.
I
I'm like,
know,
I would have just
yeah.
been safe and put like a 4 or 5 on that just in case.
Yeah. By the way, the fucking the guy, I forget I don't remember any of the characters' names in this. Do you know who his father is?
No.
Okay. He's a Sutherland.
Wait, hold on.
He's Kiefer's half brother.
Rossif Sutherland. Oh.
Whoa.
So Donald Sutherland's his dad? Oh shit.
Yeah. And then I think it's from a different mom, so he's like the half brother.
He had a weird look to him. I wasn't familiar with
Yeah.
it. The other guy is just some dude from Portland, Oregon, apparently.
Yeah.
In this series, Millennium, who did he play in Millennium? Hold on.
He was John Millennium's son. That's Lance Henriksen's name, right? John Millennium.
No, oh shit, he was actually in one of the best episodes of Millennium, but it was only one episode, so I don't know why that's credited first on his list. Yeah,
I don't think he made it out of Canada like Kiefer and Donald did.
Yeah, well, here we go. Yeah, in May 2024, it was announced for sale. The film was shot entirely while work on The Monkey was held up due to the 2023 labor disputes. So they shot in 2023. They tried to sell it in 2024, and then eventually got released and shot out this month. And it sucked. And Tatiana Maslany, I haven't really watched a lot of her stuff. This might shock you. I didn't watch She-Hulk. But I'm looking
at in She-Hulk.
I'm looking at like other stuff she's been in. Okay, Ginger Snaps 2, The Messengers, Diary of the Dead. I've probably seen these things and don't remember her in it. I'm trying to see if I've actually seen her in anything that stands out to me.
Orphan Black is like her big thing.
That was the big show, but I didn't watch that show. So I'm just seeing other things that she might know.
She's in The Monkey for a couple of minutes.
I know that she's in that. Like I said, these early movies I did see her in, but I don't remember them because I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah, I think it's just Orphan Black and then She-Hulk, and that's like her big things.
It's like her big stuff. It's funny. I really did want to watch She-Hulk because I like that character, and then I saw the trailer and I went, I'll get to it eventually, and then I never did.
I watched 4 episodes of it, and I was like, I'm not really feeling this. And then in preparation for Born Again, I watched the Daredevil episode, and then I stopped when Daredevil's story ended in that episode.
That seems smart. But yeah, Keeper, terrible. I'm done with Osgood Perkins. I don't care if his dad was Anthony Perkins. I don't care. I don't care. His movies are not good.
I'm still gonna check him out.
I'm only gonna watch The Monkey because it's on the year-end wrap-up and people asked for it. And I've seen enough stuff from it where that one looks entertaining. At least it doesn't look like a boring slog.
I think it's really funny.
Okay. I hear it's comical, so maybe that'll make me like it. But his 3 dark slow burn movies are just abysmal, and I cannot do it anymore, and I refuse to do it. I think I messaged you and Gil after seeing the movie, Joey, or I was just like, I can't do this fucking shit anymore. He's banned from the show. He's banned from the show. The Running Man. Lucha, did you see this one?
I don't have my glasses on, so you're showing a picture of the Arnold Schwarzenegger one, right?
No, I am not. There will be a picture for that. But yes, The Running Man by Edgar Wright, based off the book by Richard Bachman.
The guy who wrote Thinner?
Yes, aka Stephen King. Yeah. That was his pet name. Yes, based off the book, which was adapted as an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, which I love. Probably one of my favorite Arnold movies. It's Predator, Conan, Running Man. and then Terminator 1. Love that movie, but all I've heard for years was that it's not really like the book. It takes the idea of the book, but it does it completely differently. So when I went into this new movie, I decided I'm not gonna judge it by the Arnold one. And then I listened to the audiobook for The Running Man so I could compare it to the source material. But yeah, it tells the story of Ben Richards, who's down on his luck. His wife she is a prostitute in the book. The movie never really wants to confirm it. They're constantly dancing around that fact, but she's prostituting to get money for their very sick kid, because this is a dystopian society and they're not one of the elites. So he's struggling to get a job. He can't hold a job because he's very ill-tempered, and he ends up signing up for The Running Man, a reality show where you have to run for your life for 30 days. He knows he can't win. He knows it's rigged, but he thinks he can make enough money that his kid can get the help they need and they can get by. Josh Brolin is Killian, who runs the game. He sets it all up, and he has 30 days to go anywhere in the world and escape runners, where they or no, the hitmen, the chasers, or whatever they're called. And along the way, every city he goes to, he meets a new person that he gets into an adventure with, and he ends up going to Derry, Maine, where the clown lives, and he hangs out with Michael Cera for a bit, which was like the highlight of the movie for me. And yeah, he survives attack after attack after attack. And guys, this movie is actually very accurate to the book. More accurate than I expected it to be, because in the book, they're like, yes, every day you have to film yourself and then put that tape into a mailbox to send back to the studio. And when I was listening to that, I'm like, oh, that's so outdated. Obviously, in the 80s, that sounded like cool sci-fi, but clearly they're going to change that. Nope. They kept going with that. Again, it's very, very loyal to the book in ways I was not expecting, except for even Stephen King was like, my character Ben is supposed to be kind of like schlummy and looks nothing like Arnold. And once again, they got the most ripped in shape guy ever to play him. Also, the book mentions that his wife is pretty ugly. The TV studio makes her look uglier, but even Ben's like, my wife's not that pretty. And then they got like a really hot girl player. So they made some changes. They made a very big change with the end of the movie. I actually really, really dug this. I love Edgar Wright. I wasn't crazy about his last two movies. I liked Baby Driver, but I didn't want to rewatch it. And I recently covered Last Night in Soho on the All Apologies podcast, and I thought it was okay. I thought it had third act issues. The twist was kind of weak for me. But this one I was into the whole time. Joey C., am I alone? Did you like this movie?
Loved this movie. I, believe it or not, haven't read the book. I'm not much of a reader per se. And I have not seen the original with Arnold.
You're gonna want to watch the original.
I have it on tape. I'm gonna watch it tonight. I've never. I'm shocked I haven't seen it. So this was all brand new to me, and I gotta tell you, let me tell you, in fact, it fucking rocked. Your twin was killer.
Oh yes, I did. Keep talking. I gotta find that picture of me at the theater.
Yep, his twin was incredible. The action was fucking outstanding, and it's very relevant of its messaging of how entertainment can be like weaponized by the elite. So that was cool. I'm sure that that's the whole 1984 thing or whatever. But like a standout part, you mentioned it, Tony, with Michael Cera.
Yeah,
the chemistry was fucking out of this world, and I'm not sure how long the original one was, but this one, it did feel like a bit too long. I feel like the story elements were spread apart too much.
That's me. I didn't want to get confused for Glenn Powell, so I wore a disguise so no one in the theater thought Glenn Powell was in the theater. I did that.
Oh, that's great. You know what? I'm glad you did that for the rest of the people watching the movie, because you didn't want to scare them or get them too excited. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is a great movie to turn off your brain for some good manly fun. And anytime you can go brainless for men, it's really, really good. Movies, manly movies, appropriate movies. This movie fucking rocks.
So this was a win for you, and you had nothing to compare it to. Lucha Steve, what did you think of The Running Man?
It was really cool. I like all the people that Arnold had to go fight. Like
no. This Running Man, the new Running Man.
I didn't watch this movie.
God damn it, Lucha
Steve. To be fair, I didn't know you were actually going to have me come on. So
that's okay. That's okay.
I could talk about the chair company instead if you want. I really
covered it. We already covered it.
You ruined it.
Sorry. But no, I really enjoyed it. I don't think it did super well. Well, there were the anti woke grifters on Twitter they're really running out of things to criticize lately. Again, I always compare them to the SJWs from 10 years ago that were calling everything racist. Right. To the point everything got racist and everyone just stopped caring. They're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Now we're at this point where it's like it's woke because he has I don't know, a black wife, and I'm like, okay, who cares?
Oh, they made the host black and he's gay in real life.
It's like, okay, who fucking cares? They were doing it with Predator Badlands. They're like, oh, the romance. And I watched the movie, I'm like, there's no fucking romance. So there was a smear campaign on this for whatever reason, and they were all just comparing it to the Arnold movie. And I'm like, look, I like the Arnold movie more. I like it more than the book. I like it more than this movie. Again, it's one of those adaptations that just takes the idea and does something new instead of being a straightforward adaptation. But this is still fine. This is good. And people were like, it doesn't feel like an Edgar Wright movie. It doesn't feel like an Edgar Wright movie. I was actually on a panel, with all apologies, right after this came out. And most of them were saying that. And I'm like, I get that, but I feel like when you say that, it's just like, it doesn't feel like Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz and The World's End. I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't have to be like that. He's trying to be beyond that. He's trying to grow as a director. And he loves this story. He talked about how he read the book years ago when he saw the first movie. He realized how movies are very different than books. And this is how he kind of imagined the movie in his head. This is the movie he's been wanting to make for years. Obviously, he made changes. So yeah, I really dug it. The action flowed really well for me. He's very charismatic, Glenn Powell, my twin brother, my identical twin brother. Although I feel bad I didn't get to watch Chad Powers this year. I might watch it next year when I'm less busy. I'm gonna binge that show. But yeah, overall, it's a solid time. The third act does get clunky. And I guess I'll spoil the book because the movie doesn't use this version, although it feels like it's about to use the version.
I was wondering about that because I know what the ending to the book is.
Yeah, the book is Ben Richards finding out his family died unrelated to the contest. I mean, it's kind of mysterious if it was by the evil government company, but as far as he knows, it was just an unrelated thing. So he did this all for nothing. And he decides he's just going to hijack a plane and fly it into a building, killing all the bad guys. As I listened to that in the audiobook, I was just like, well, that's not making it into the movie.
Yeah.
So they change the ending, and
it's close,
The ending is very clunky, and the weird epilogue they added. I just feel like when it was like the source material, it was hitting, and whenever it kind of deviated, it got a little messy, and the ending is the messiest it got because, again, it's not using the source material. But other than that, it was high octane action. My twin brother was naked for a lot in the one scene, and it was like, we always talk about representation. Representation matters. I felt like I was watching me on the screen, and I was just like, that's me. It's like I'm there.
You're naked. That's crazy.
Yeah, I had dinner with my mother afterwards, and I actually questioned her, and I said, Mom, was I a twin? And did you get rid of Glenn because you knew I was the better looking one? You didn't want him being insecure, so you wanted him to have a life where he wasn't constantly compared to me. And she said, who's Glenn Powell? I don't know what you're talking about. And then she asked if I got a real job yet.
Are there any references to the Arnold movie in this one?
That's a good question.
If there is, I might have missed them. I think him being put into a tube and shot down, I don't know if that was in the book.
I can imagine Josh Brolin being like, "Oh, you know what? I wish we had better hunters like Buzzsaw and Sub-Zero."
Yeah,
like something
okay, well,
stupid like that.
Well, that was the weird thing with the hunters because I think they just wore black hoods in the book, but then the one has a cool outfit, and then the other ones are just kind of generic. I'm like, I feel like they all should have got cool outfits if you were going to give the one a cool outfit. Also something the original movie did better, they merged Killian with the show host, and I feel like they could have done that here. I feel like they could have done that. That should have just been one character because it felt weird. It makes sense in the book, but I'm just like, why would you get like two huge actors and they have to split up their time? Just get Josh Brolin or him and combine them. That's what
that confused me when I saw the trailer because I knew Josh Brolin was playing Killian. So when like Coleman Domingo is obviously the host, I was like, oh, what is that? Two different characters now?
Yeah, again, accurate to the book, but that is a change I like from the original, was just putting those characters together to simplify it. But yeah, I think it mostly works. I like the Home Alone sequence with Michael Cera. That was the best sequence in the movie.
Awesome.
That was hilarious. But yeah, for whatever reason, it's just not hitting with a lot of people. They didn't really rush to see it. I hope they give it a chance when it hits streaming. Lucha Steve, I hope you give it a chance.
No, yeah, I'll give it a chance. No. I was kind of like iffy on it just because it hasn't gotten the best reception. Yeah. But I'm interested in it enough that I would have checked it out regardless. But maybe I'll check it out before it leaves the theater.
Yeah, it's the best thing I've liked from Mega Wright for a long time. So since like Scott Pilgrim, like I liked World's End. Obviously, that's the weakest of that trilogy. Again, Baby Driver, okay. Last Night in Soho, okay. This I had a good time with, and again, I love the original and I enjoyed the book. I was still able to really get into this. But yeah, that is it for the review section of the show. Everyone, we did it, guys.
Wow.
Yay.
We hacked the movies. Where my Sydney Sweeney acts at? Oh,
let's go, baby.
Yeah, I love her.
We should have all worn our denim. We should have all worn our denim jeans.
The Levi. Oh no, I'm sorry. The what is it? So American Eagle.
American Eagle.
Yeah. Pretending he doesn't know. He's like, what was that?
What was that?
Covers, he's like, I don't. Covers the bird.
Sydney Sweeney plays Christy Martin, a real life lady boxer who was very popular in like the 90s. The movie kind of talks about her career as a boxer, but what it really highlights is the struggle she had at home with her loser husband, which was kind of just like a marriage of convenience, who's basically manipulating her, stealing from her, and beating her whenever she acts up, and threatening to out her as a lesbian because she was one, to basically control her life. And she couldn't really get out of it because her support system sucked, aka her mom. So the movie more deals with that in addition to the boxing. Let me see here. Do I have... Oh yeah, and then it eventually covers the real life attempted murder that the husband did on her. Yeah, it's a very interesting story. By the way, if you like the scene at the end, watch the real, that whole thing was caught on camera in trial of her just shitting on the husband. And it actually looks funnier in real life because the husband's funnier looking in real life. And he's all like, Anyway, check that out. Very interesting story. My favorite thing about this movie, though, is something that happened outside of the movie. Ruby Rose. Remember when Ruby Rose was a thing? They tried to make her.
Yeah, she's huge. Yeah.
On one season of Orange is the New Black, and then for like 4 years after that, they kept putting her in things, and everyone went, "She can't act. She
was Batwoman, right?"
Yes, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Adam. She was Batwoman, and she tried to accuse a bunch of people on the set of being like horrible people and it not being safe. And she thought the Me Too movement would help her. And then everyone on the set was like, no, she's the problem. She couldn't get anyone on her side. And then she fled to Australia. Anyway, she was attached to this movie. And she decided after the American Eagle ad thing to just shit talk Sydney Sweeney. She said that she ruined the film and that the real life Christy Martin deserved better. And guys, she fumbled it again because the real life Christy Martin was like, Sydney Sweeney is great. I love the movie. I was involved. She did a great job. She's my friend and ally. And then Ruby Rose said nothing because she failed again. That was my favorite part of the movie, to be honest. But yeah, what did you think of Christy, Adam?
Here's a clip for you, Tony. I love domestic violence. I love watching it unfold on film. I love seeing women get their asses kicked by men. I know you guys on the panel like seeing kids get hurt and beat, but I'm really into women getting beaten up. No, in all honesty,
turn off his camera.
Especially Gil. He loves.
I'm a public figure, okay?
No, truthfully, I went into this cold. I knew nothing about it. How I recommend everybody watching who's now gotten it ruined that there's domestic violence. But I didn't know anything about Christy. I thought this movie was fantastic, honestly. My only issue is it is a bit long. It goes over 2 hours. I'm a stickler for runtime. But yeah, it dives into kind of how she meets this loser, how she rises the ranks in boxing, runs her mouth, makes a name for herself, and then how she is put in a horrific scenario that she somehow survives. I'm also a sucker for a based on true story thing. I can't speak to the merits of the story and how much it matches up with the real life, but sounds like an amazing woman. Definitely a story to tell, and I'm glad I watched it.
Nice.
Highly recommended.
Joey C.
I'm sorry. And Sweeney, by the way, does a great job in this film.
Yes.
She gets way too much shit. I saw her in 3 or 4 movies last year. She knocked it out of the park every time. She was great in Eden. She was great in Christie. She was, what was the other one? There was, Immaculate, I think, came out in 2024. But regardless, it's funny that she's always like the bombshell, super hot chick. But in the movies, she's always pared down. Well, not always, but out of the ones I saw, she's pared down and she's acting her ass off. I give her props.
No, she was really good. A lot of people had it out for her this year, but this was like her third bomb, I think. But like this only got 2,000 screens instead of 3,000 screens, and then they put in what was it, the Eden Lake, and the other movie which didn't get wide releases. They're like, another bomb by Sydney Sweeney. I'm like, that movie played in like 5 theaters for a week. We can't count that. And again, she'll get her revenge with Housemaid. But Joey C., what did you think of Christy?
Yeah, and really, can we brag about box office numbers when a shitty
we
live
can,
action
because we're not
Lilo...
listening to Joey C. Let's brag about it.
Well, like a live action... The live action Lilo and Stitch makes over $1 billion, so we're using that as the quality benchmark for a good film. Give me a break.
Well, it does feel like online people want to say, like, we want something different, enough sequels and remakes. And then anytime something remotely different comes out, it totally bombs.
Yep.
We hate Avatar.
Time,
makes $2 billion.
Yeah. So, Joey.
I was just going to wait a second to make sure nobody says anything again. Okay, I think I'm in the clear. It's kind of a crazy story, and I'm really shocked that I knew nothing about this woman.
I didn't either.
I had no idea. And biopics, I feel like, are hit or miss. This one was really good. There does seem to have some major authenticity in the story and the actors, and all the acting seems very grounded and natural. This woman had an insane life. And again, I'm surprised I knew nothing about this. I love rabbit holes like this. I do not love domestic violence, Adam. And it has some really tough themes, about horrible partners and sexuality and accepting yourself. It doesn't really do anything new or reinvent anything. It just provides a solid story with solid characters. Like a powerful story, might I say. And now I'm curious about how accurate the movie is. And based on what you said, Tony, I think it's pretty accurate.
I mean, I didn't watch. There is a documentary you can watch, but they hit all the key events, like even how she's attacked. I think the lead up of the attack in real life, I hope, was different, because in the movie, I'm like, she's obviously walking into a trap. What is she doing? But like the stabbing and then her grabbing the wrong car keys, they'd all played out like that. They were actually pretty detailed. And yeah, I thought spoiler, ending up with the woman that she faced later on, I'm like, well, that was clearly made up for the movie. No, they're married now.
Oh,
that
no
really
shit.
happened.
Wow. So what happened?
They showed the pictures in the
they showed
post-credits.
pictures at the end.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we're up to Gil now.
That's all I have.
Okay, wow.
I liked it. I mean, everything you guys said. Though the one thing that I would kind of knock it for, Adam, you mentioned it feeling a little bit long, And I totally agree with that. I think, Tony, what you just said actually about the accuracy, where it hits on every point, that's kind of what it felt like to me, where it's a biopic in the way that it takes about 20 years of time and compresses it into 2 years. But I feel like that's all it did, is that it almost montaged it in a way where you don't go too deep on anything. And that made it feel a little bit long to me, because essentially you simmer in this one feeling of she's trapped and it's horrible, and Jim is horrible to her. And that's good, because then when you get to the ending in the release, it lands with a lot of impact. But I don't know if you needed the 2 hours leading up to that, or if you could have done it in less time, or if there was a way to present that where it was less, let's hit on every point and instead find some, adapt it, into a story that has a more clear through line, a beginning, middle, and end. And on that point as well, I'd say it would skip ahead years. And I was almost shocked that we've gone through about 20 years and I didn't necessarily feel the passage of time. Physically, I didn't do a whole lot with makeup or in the way they acted. But that's me focusing on the things I didn't love about it, because you guys already said all the stuff I did love about it. And overall, I thought it was worth watching, especially the last 20 to 30 minutes I thought were incredibly powerful. Sydney Sweeney did a great job. So overall, very solid, but those were the couple of things I would knock it for.
I was waiting for someone to bring it up. Yeah, that's the problem with the movie. The movie starts in 1989 and she looks like this, and then it gets to 2010 and she looks like this. I'm like, this is 20 years? She looks like the same exact person.
Yeah, when it said 2010, I was like, wow, Tony, this is like...
Oh, yeah, her hair is blonde. Well, this is a movie about like a strong, empowered woman. And of course, we save the woman for last. Crystal, what did you think of Christy, which you just finished 5 minutes after the thing started?
I did. So I actually wasn't going to watch this. So I was like, I don't feel like paying for a movie right now, but I ended up watching it anyway. Thank you, Tony. And I'm so happy I watched it. It hits on such a personal level so fucking hard. I was bawling my eyes out through a good fucking part of this movie. It's phenomenal, like what everyone said, but to a woman like who is in like a male very dominated industry, who has been a part of domestic violence before, like literally had a restraining order against someone, not even by choice, by the fucking state, and ended up giving it to me against the other person. Took boxing before. I don't know if you guys have ever boxed before. Holy fuck, that shit's hard.
All the time. We're in a secret fight club. You're not invited because you're a girl. It's our male only fight club.
That's right.
You know I would fucking murder. Just saying.
Gil doesn't want you to know that he's the champion. He's afraid you might come for him first.
But it's I love it. Like just the fact that she's paved the way for female boxers. Like female fights are always my favorite. They really are always the vicious. I've even worked so many fucking events, boxing, bare knuckles, a whole bunch of these and the fucking women are ruthless. Like there's just another vibe, especially seeing it in person and meeting these fighters and stuff like that. There's just a different vibe on that. But yeah, even when I was like, I trained with Jerry Cooney for a little bit, and he wanted me to actually start training to box because there still aren't that many female boxers out there. And I couldn't do it with my work schedule. I was like, I kind of got a job. I can't. But it's fucking hard. It's one of the hardest fucking things. But yeah, just watching this movie, seeing everything she's gone through. I don't know. It's just.
I will say it had a very satisfying ending because he did go to jail. She did shit talk him in front of everyone, and then he ended up dying. He didn't even get to live out. He only got 25 years.
God.
He only got 25 years, but I think that's because he was like old, and they were like, "Yeah, this is gonna solve itself." Well,
doesn't matter. He should have had 150. Like, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Are you kidding me? The torture she went through from being fucking gaslit and fucking groomed from that fucking age, and being told that and her fucking mom.
Oh, her mom was like, the worst.
At the hospital at the end.
Holy shit.
She was terrible.
But she couldn't be like the fucking life that she had was so fucking horrendous, and she's still and like the fact that she didn't know how to say like
good luck. Like she thought everyone was against her so hard because she had such a shit life. The fact that she didn't even realize it was a real, good luck.
Yeah.
She was such a shit talker, but not.
Her parents were willfully ignorant the whole movie, and they just, it's disgusting.
Thank God the dad kind of came around at the end. The brother was there for her the whole time. I'm surprised they gave her a pink robe, but.
Well, that was.
And I know that's what she did in real life.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just surprised, like watching it and seeing the pink, and I'm like, I think she would like hate the color pink, but
the girls like pink, Crystal.
She's owning it.
I will say, do you know who played the boyfriend, the husband? It was Ben Foster.
Yeah. The Angel. Everybody loves him as Angel in X-Men 3.
X-Men 3, the piercing guy from the Tom Jane Punisher we all know. Actually, his brother, Crystal, I think, was in Stay Alive, the movie we reviewed recently. But I was looking at him like, I haven't seen him in a movie since the fucking Warcraft movie from 2016. So I had to look it up. I'm like, who is this guy? He's really good. I'm like, oh shit, that's Ben Foster. He plays like a shithead really, really well. He was so hateable in this movie.
Oh my God. From the
Especially
very beginning.
But when I did see what the real guy looked like and how he acted in that video, I'm like, oh my God, he nailed it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think people really should check it out. I know it flopped in theaters, but once it hits a big streaming thing, I think this will do well. Once girls get over the fucking American Eagle thing, like guys, it was a joke, and I'm sorry.
To me,
sorry your Twitter attack didn't work, but get over it. The movie's good.
Personally, I didn't think much of it when I first saw the advertisement. One, she does have fucking good genes, even if you mean it as the actual fucking. I mean, she's fucking stunning.
Yeah.
Right.
And I feel like I don't know. I didn't think, she has good. Like I am white, blonde, whatever. Like.
No,
I don't get
because you're a normal person, Crystal.
And she is wearing jeans. It's a word on. Everyone knows she's fucking hot.
Yes, but every girl should watch this, right?
I honestly think so. I think it's so fucking powerful. I hate the fact that it flopped in the movies.
Yeah,
I wanted to go see it, and then it was out.
By the way, it barely played. I looked it up on AMC. It had like 2 showings a day, maybe. I'm like, okay, like when it came out.
Yeah,
but luckily, Sweeney got her revenge because this next movie is making $1 bajillion. It's The Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, based off a series of books, which I did not know it was a series of books. And that will play into my issue with the ending, which I didn't read. Apparently, my brother-in-law and my sister read them, and they were super stoked to see it. And I told them I got to see it early. And I was going to go with my brother-in-law, who's not Prison Mike. And then he backed out last minute. So I had to go see this fucking thing by myself. And then my sister got to see it with all her friends, and he still hasn't seen it. He could have seen it early, and he still hasn't seen it. He's very upset about it. But yeah, people are hyped for this movie. I didn't realize how big this was. I know, Crystal, you were like into the book.
Yeah, so Frida McFadden, I'm not a crazy Frida McFadden fan. I know a lot of people are. It's
Adam is. He celebrates her entire catalog.
Entire catalog. Yes,
she's okay. Like I definitely read some of her books, and it has a very similar vibe to every single one of them. So it took a while me getting into the second one because I went right from that first book into the second, and then it felt very too similar, and I was like, I kind of need a break, and I still have to pick it back up. But the book, when you finish reading that book, holy fuck, you're like, who can I talk to?
Apparently everyone.
I didn't know who to talk to. Like, it was the book is amazing. And I think the movie did the book such justice.
Well, let me tell people what the movie is about.
Go ahead. Go. And I'll tell you what the differences are.
So Sydney Sweeney is a character who just got out of jail, although she's keeping that on the down low. She looks like someone who's been in jail for 10 years. Totally nailed it. She just got out of jail and she's trying to find a job. And Amanda Seyfried is like, hey, what's up? I need a nanny. You got the job and you have to live here with us. She's like, okay, I'll do that. Everything seems good at first. And then she starts going like nutso. And we get to know more about the husband played by that guy from Drop, who might be Batman. She immediately, like day one, she starts fucking with Sydney Sweeney, like accusing her of stealing and misplacing stuff. And the dad, he's like a stepdad because she has a daughter, but it's not his daughter. He's all like calm and collected. He really counters her craziness. And his mom, by the way, it was driving me nuts the whole movie. I'm like, who the fuck plays his mom? It's Wilma from the Flintstones movie. I had to look that up. I'm like, that's how I know that lady. He has this mom who's very like strict, so he's very strict. Yeah, and it's basically Amanda just keeps going crazy, keeps fucking with Sydney Sweeney. And then Sydney's just like, you know what? Everything's getting a little nuts here right now. Why don't I cuck Amanda and sleep with her husband? And I was in the theater going, that's a terrible idea. Don't do that, lady. And of course, things go worse. She gets more nuts. Sydney basically kicks her out of the house. And then there's a big twist that is actually kind of crazy. Now, I really, really enjoyed this movie. Again, I got to see it early. Look, that's me seeing it early. I'm one of those assholes that Adam was talking about. Anyway, I got
Tony,
to see it early.
I see movies early too now.
Oh, so you're making fun of yourself too?
I also see movies early, so
I didn't see
Tony.
I didn't see The Long Walk early.
Okay, good. But yeah, I went into this not knowing anything other than the trailer and going, I like those two actresses. Sure, let's do this. And I'm like, cool. And I walked out. I'm like, that was really, really fun. And now I'm sorry. I have to apologize, guys. If I knew, I would not have done this. I didn't know this was the Lady Ghostbusters guy. I saw his name in the credits and I went, he got me. I'm a traitor. So I apologize for putting this on the list and I'm apologizing for saying it's a good movie because I actually was invested in this movie that's really meant for women like Crystal and like housewives. But I actually got invested. The performances are great. Amanda plays a psycho really, really well. And yeah, it had a fun twist. Crystal, how does it hold up to the book?
I'm not talking about this movie with that on the screen.
Did you know it was the same person?
Nope, don't care. Switch it.
There you go. How about that? Can I leave that on the screen?
Yes. Love
neat.
that. Love that. The movie was so good. It was exactly the way I imagined it. It was so fucking weird. I was like, that's literally the exact way, I guess because they describe it in the book, obviously. But it's exactly from everything from the house to the stairs to the people, like the way they acted. It was so perfect from the book. Frida McFadden, she was one of the executive producers. She was there the entire time, and she actually is the one that changed a few things to make it a little darker. So there are two big things. Everything happened exactly, and the same thing in the book where you hear Millie's story, who is Sydney. So it's Millie's story first, and then it goes into Nina's story, the wife.
That was fun. I didn't expect it to do that hard.
The book
shift.
does that. It's awesome. And just like in the movie theater, listening to everyone around me, it was a lot of women. But like,
oh yeah, I noticed. I looked around my theater and I'm like,
it was
I'm the only guy who's by himself here. I feel weird.
Yeah. It was a lot of women. Like a lot of them though never read the book. I can tell because they were making noises and they're like, no, oh, wait. And like the very first time the fake out between Millie and the husband, Andrew, the first like make out scene that was a dream, you heard people go, no. And then all of a sudden, like, but my entire, like, I heard people talking to some people just wouldn't shut up throughout the entire movie and being like, yeah, I would never be with her, whatever. I'm just like, this is brilliant. This is amazing. They have no idea what's about to happen and why she's being a psychopath because she's fucking brilliant. Like, but the twist in the ending, the first one is the way Millie was being tortured.
Okay.
There was that one. Millie in the book, Andrew locks her up. Same thing, drops porcelain and everything. She gets thrown in the attic and she is being told, that's when she finds out, same thing happened. I think she has pepper spray. She finds a pepper spray, not a knife, though.
Oh, yeah. He leaves the knife in there.
But that same, literally, the attic is exactly the way I fucking imagined it. So she has to lay there with heavy, heavy books on her stomach for hours. She didn't have to cut herself with the plate. She just had to lay there for hours and hours and hours with like super, super, super heavy books to where she couldn't breathe.
Wow.
She was basically feeling she was like being like kind of like suffocated almost for hours.
The cutting was kind of
like
dumb because I'm just like, man, don't cut up that belly. What are you doing? That sucks.
Yeah.
But no, the other one was being tortured of like just not being able to breathe for hours and hours and hours and feeling like getting the books. She says in the book, like it gets heavier with every like second. And that was through like, I think over a day she had to lay there until I think something happened or she forgot something happened where she had to redo it again.
Oh yeah.
Same with
the hair follicle thing.
I don't remember if they did the hair follicle thing. I don't think so. I don't remember what Nina's tortures were, but Andrew's death was definitely different. Andrew,
he doesn't fall down like a rag doll. That was hilarious.
No.
When he hit like everything on the way down, I fucking died.
No, Andrew is in the attic and he has to take out all of his teeth, which is his torture from Millie. Millie is making him do that. And he has to rip out every single one of his teeth, and she just leaves him there and he starves to death.
That's what I thought was going to happen. I guess they spiced it up.
Yeah, so Frida wanted to change it and make it a darker ending to where the girls teamed up because Nina ends up coming back and finding him and had to deal with the whole cops. In the book, it was the father of the ex-wife.
Okay.
And then I'm kind of the only thing I wasn't the best of was fucking what's his face? Lorenzo.
Oh yeah,
the
everyone
keeper.
I've talked to has been mad that the groundskeeper wasn't a bigger part of the movie. Also, Adam, he was my favorite. I wanted to see more of that handsome Italian man. I was like, Adam, why are you texting me this? I don't know why you're bothering me with this.
They definitely put.
That was private.
Sorry, I don't mean to out you.
Well, Lorenzo does try and help out with like the passports and everything like that. Like that's all true, but he has such a larger role in the book, and I think because they kind of play towards the women audience of like another love interest, and Lorenzo was Millie's love interest.
Okay.
And that was a whole thing where they ended up like going together, I think to like a hotel or what was it? They were trying to escape. They had much more of a romantic. He was just a much larger person.
I feel like they could have just cut that character out, to be honest.
In the movie, yes, but in the book, he is a big part.
But overall, good adaptation. You liked it, right?
It was really, really good. Yeah. I was gonna say one more thing. Oh, the ending you didn't like?
Okay, yeah. I'll circle back to that. But Adam, what did you think of the movie?
Okay.
I enjoyed it a lot. Kevin Feige.
No, Paul Feige. Kevin Feige is the guy who
I'm sorry, Kevin
Marvel.
Feige, Marvel guy. No, Paul. He did like, what was that, Potluck movie or Jackpot or whatever with Awkwafina, who's the worst. And he did those Simple Favor movies that sucked. So I was really a little worried when I went to this one, but the trailers were great. And so it was kind of a push-pull for me. But yeah, this was a fun-ass wild ride. You didn't know where it was going. Amanda was fantastic. My only negative, but it sounds like from Crystal, it's spot on from the book, was Sydney in this one, who I liked and everything else so far. She was so dull. And when I found out that she was, I don't want to ruin it actually, but when you see what this character is,
who cares?
It even made less sense when I found out her past. It's like, really? She's such a kind of like a stick in the mud character. I expected more, but maybe she's just playing it up for, because she's guarded or whatever. I don't know. I couldn't get into her character as much, unfortunately, but this movie was a blast. I could easily watch it again.
Maybe it's because when you read the book, you know how she kind of narrates part of the movie?
Yes.
It's like that throughout the entire book.
Sure.
So you hear more of her personality and the way she speaks and everything like that. So maybe I'm used to that and already hearing that, and I put that into the character. So that's interesting.
Yeah, very fair.
Now, Joey, did you see this? Did you like it?
So like I mentioned before, I've only read once. So I didn't read the book, but you know what I will say, Tony, this is propaganda.
Yeah.
Joey, how is this movie different from the book The Long Walk?
It's pretty different. I gotta make some notes. It's the biggest difference is this, like I said, it's propaganda. Okay. Why is the man the monster in this story?
Joey, right? I'm glad you said that, because I was worried too. Because the twist is that the man is the bad guy, and I almost walked out of the theater.
Dude,
I was like, no. But then at the end, it revealed that he was only like that because of his terrible mom. And I'm like, okay, you saved it at the end. You saved it at the end movie.
I'm telling you, the women in the movie were the real monsters, right? and Andrew has such nice biceps. I mean, come on. You know, Millie has a rap sheet. You know, show the biceps.
Oh, it's in the other side. Hold on. There we go.
Oh yeah, dude, look at those. Yeah. Those are nice. Anyways, back to
that's Batman.
That is Batman.
Yes,
you know, Millie has a rap sheet, so she was a good choice to deal with the problems in the home. So as you know, I'm confused. You know, did the wife lure Millie as the nanny so she could, you know, leave with the daughter? Yeah, I do like that the wife like changes her mind and dives back into the wolf pit, if you will. You know, I know the book was huge on TikTok, but it's not for me. I feel like this is a movie made for girls, and I'm too manly for it. Hashtag Andrew is a hero. Gil, I know you'll back me up.
I didn't see this one.
I knew Gil didn't see it.
You told me it was bonus points if I watched this one, so I took that to mean it was optional. And I ran.
You
I
have
ran
a
out of
girlfriend.
time.
I thought you were going to get dragged to it, like most people do. So I just assumed. My bad. All right. So my issue. The ending where they sequel bait that this is going to be a franchise. I didn't know it was multiple books, and I was like, "What the fuck are we doing? I think the movie's over." And like now, I'm going to get you with another family. You're going to take care of her husband. I'm like, "What is this? Is Nick Fury going to show up?" I know it's from the book, but
no, like that's the actual ending of that book.
Yes, I know, but I didn't.
But not even of the first one. It actually the next book briefly mentions that part.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily need to be.
Well, I knew that they were gonna just send her to different houses to take care of men. I'm like, what is this, a franchise? And then I'm talking to my sister on the phone. She's like, yeah, it's a franchise. I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. I guess that makes sense now. My only other issue with Sydney Sweeney's character, she goes to jail because she kills a rapist by hitting him in the head with something hard and accidentally kills him. And then it shows her out of jail where she's at a bar and there's a guy being pervy, and then she hits him in the head. I'm like, oh my God, you learned nothing after 10 years. I'm like, definitely hit that guy, but don't hit him in the head. This is how you got into this issue.
She learned not to get caught the second time.
Thank you. Not to hit him with something hard and heavy to bash his brains out.
She hits him with a glass bottle. She can cut him open.
If not she's fine. She's fine.
She's fine, yeah.
Other than that, movie was solid. I enjoyed it. I think we all really enjoyed it, except for Gil, who just walked out. And I can't remove his camera because it'll kill Adam. But yeah,